Chapter 1043, 12 People. Chapter 1043, 12 People. The god-beast mystic realm has god-beasts buried within its lands. And it was also once an ancient battlefield. Many powerhouses died in that mystic realm before. As Lin Ming heard Hua Violentstone's description of the god-beast mystic realm, he echoed the words out of surprise. He didn't think that such strange and fantastical lands existed in the divine realm. Didn't Senior Hua say that those with higher cultivations have a harder time shifting through the space barrier? So how would there be so many powerhouses that died in the god-beast mystic realm? Yang Little Moon asked, puzzled. That war was something that occurred far too long ago. The history of the divine realm is endless. There are many matters where the truth can no longer be found. Perhaps in the past this god-beast mystic realm was part of the divine realm but was later cut off, forming the current realm. What I must tell you too is that there are countless treasures littered throughout the mystic realm. However, it is a pity that we cannot take them. There are many treasures that are even more precious than phoenix blood essence. Of course, it is also extremely difficult to obtain them. This is an enormous opportunity for you. This will be a test of not just your strength, but also your destiny. If your strength is lacking, then there will be no returning alive for you. If your destiny is lacking, then even if you return alive, you will come back empty-handed. Lin Ming nodded. This was indeed a great opportunity for him. If he was to depend on just the support of the ancient Phoenix clan's resources alone, then it would be easy to become a Holy Lord level powerhouse, but ascending to a realm beyond that would be far more difficult. For instance, absorbing 1 or 2 drops of Phoenix blood essence was the limit of the ancient Phoenix clan. If he absorbed several dozen drops, then all the reserves of the ancient Phoenix clan would be sucked dry by Lin Ming. I also have to warn you. After you enter the mystic realm, you must not only be cautious of the mystic realm's dangers, but you also need to be wary of the others there. All methods of detection and surveillance will be cut off. There may be cases where people kill others to steal away their wealth. Although the 4 great god-beast clans appear to be united on the outside, that is only a surface illusion. In the face of treasures, all else becomes for naught. There can be, and there will be people that will try and take advantage of you or murder you. You must not be soft-hearted. Make your kills clean, erase all evidence, and no one will be able to trace anything back to you. Hua Violentstone's last words were spoken with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming wasn't surprised at all. In his years when he wandered the world, he had experienced many frigid life or death battles, and he had also killed countless others. If someone tried to kill him, then he would retaliate without hesitation. However, Yang Little Moon was different. As she heard Hua Violentstone's true essence message, she was startled and her complexion changed. Most of her life had been spent diligently cultivating. Although she had also fought many times, most of that was dueling and comparing martial arts. She had yet to engage in a true life or death slaughterfest. Although she was well aware that murder and robbery happened all the time in Mystic Realm adventures, she still felt her heart tighten as she heard Hua Violentstone directly advise them to cleanly kill off their enemies and erase the evidence. Hua Violentstone had lived for tens of thousands of years. He only needed to look at Yang Little Moon's reaction to see what the problem was. This was the flaw of a flower that only grew in a greenhouse. In terms of the ability to survive in a mystic realm, even if she rode a horse, she would never catch up to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, look after Yang Little Moon and don't let anything too bad happen to her. Otherwise, it will truly be a great loss to my clan. Hua Violentstone suddenly turned and grinned at Lin Ming. Moreover, she still hasn't married yet and the bloodline strength in her body is very precious. Hee, perhaps such a good thing might fall into your lap in the future, ha ha ha. Lin Ming never thought that Hua Violentstone would actually say such crude and vulgar words. He was left speechless for a long time. Several months quickly passed. In this time, Lin Ming closed up in cultivation. As for Yang Little Moon, she journeyed off to a forest mystic realm in order to experience true combat and slaughter. Finally, all the disciples that were to enter the god-beast mystic realm gathered at a special meeting place on a far-off planet. There was a total of 12 people. Of these 12 people, Lin Ming didn't recognize any of them besides Yang Little Moon. These were geniuses of the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters, the three great families, as well as the 72 branch palaces. As for Lu Xiaoyun and White Dao Hong, they did not have the qualifications to join. First, their talent was lacking. Second, and the most important reason, was that their cultivation was just too high. The energy required to push them through into the mystic realm was far too great. When Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon arrived, everyone's eyes shifted to Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't recognize them, but all of them knew of Lin Ming. Lin Ming was the first disciple in 40,000 years to complete the 1,000 slaughter of the illusionary god combat array. He defeated Crimson Strife Cloud of the same age, and he had even entered the 8th level of the Hells of Flame as a rookie disciple. No matter which one of these achievements was mentioned, any one of them was enough to shock and alarm the entire ancient Phoenix clan. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, I've heard so much of your great fame. And there is also Miss Little Moon, I have also heard of your wonderful reputation. To see you two in the flesh today, I am truly honored. As soon as Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon landed, a young man approached them, holding a folding fan in his hands. This young man was extremely handsome and his build was athletic. He was around the same height as Lin Ming. He wore all white clothes, and he had an elegant and noble bearing as if he were untouched by the world. This senior apprentice brother is. Haha, my name is Xiao Ping. I am the son of the Xiao family's Xiao Chuji. The man smiled as he spoke. His smile gave off a refreshing spring feel. Xiao Chuji. Lin Ming's eyebrow arched up. 10,000 years ago, Xiao Chuji had attended his rookie disciple smelting trial and had reached the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. He was the Xiao family's most infamous figure at the moment, and also a powerful candidate to become the next patriarch. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that within the entire ancient Phoenix clan, besides the current patriarch and the old monsters that were the highest elders, Xiao Chuji and Huang Yefeng had the highest statusy. Xiao Ping, he's actually at the middle divine sea realm. His cultivation is really high. Lin Ming glanced through the crowd. He discovered that Xiao Ping had the highest cultivation of everyone present. Besides him, there were 2 early divine sea martial artists and the rest were all at life destruction. The energy required to transmit a middle divine sea martial artist into the god-beast mystic realm was several times the amount it took to transfer a life destruction martial artist. If one didn't have an exorbitant background and also the secret support of their family, then it was impossible for a disciple to have such treatment. Middle divine sea cultivation. It's assured that he has reached 9-fall, but I have no idea how many layered heavens he managed to produce. I am not this man's match. Lin Ming secretly estimated in his mind. A martial artist could see if someone had reached 8-fall or 9-fall, but what they couldn't see was how many layered heavens they gathered during their 9-fall process. But thinking about it, if someone like White Dao Hong could produce a 7-layered heavens, then this Xiaoping should have reached at least 9 layered heavens. 9 layered heavens could be considered a qualitative leap. The baptism of laws that Xiaoping had to withstand was much greater and his cultivation was much higher than Lin Ming's to begin with. Lin Ming was truly not this Xiaoping's opponent. So it is senior Xiao Chuji's son, senior apprentice brother Xiao. Your aura is indeed extraordinary. Lin Ming complimented. Yang Little Moon also curtsied. Of the 12 people present, only 3 of them were women. Yang Little Moon received the most attention of the women present. She was the only one of the 3 to have a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline and she was also a virgin. In the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters and the 3 great families, there were also others with the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. But, among the juniors that were under 33 years of age, there was only Yang Little Moon. After Xiao Ping, Lin Ming was introduced to the others. When meeting the others, Lin Ming discovered that only 2 of them came from the 72 branch palaces like him and Yang Little Moon. The rest all originated from either the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters or the 3 great families. For instance, there was a highest elder's great-great-grandson, a daughter of a vice-patriarch, grandson of a vice-patriarch, and so forth. This caused Lin Ming to sigh. The ancient Phoenix clan was really a pyramid in which those at the top enjoyed the greatest amount of resources. As for such wonderful opportunities like entering the god-beast mystic realm, they were also mostly given to these individuals. Their relations were solid, their backgrounds were deep, their bloodline was powerful, and their martial talents were extremely high. These were geniuses that had been meticulously raised since birth. With such great talent, why wouldn't it be their turn to enter the god-beast mystic realm? He and Yang Little Moon also stood here, but that was because their talent was too outstanding and they had forcefully struggled for the spots. So here's the Lin Ming I've heard about. Brother Xiao, if he goes together with us into the mystic realm, then I fear he will take away a good part of our benefits. Moreover, that fellow is also part of the Hua family, so he is a natural enemy to your Xiao family. If this boy manages to grow in the future, then he will likely be able to threaten your father for the position of patriarch. During this adventure in the god-beat mystic realm, of the 7 river flame sons, only 4 of us have come. We will do everything we can to support eldest brother. Although this brat Lin Ming has amazing talent, his cultivation is just too low. Even I will be able to deal with him. And there is also that little beauty Yang Little Moon. She's quite the looker and she also has the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Perhaps we should. Behind Xiao Ping, a young man smirked as he spoke with a true essence sound transmission. His name was Huang Tidemark and he came from the Huang family. He was known as the Little Tornado of the River Flame Sons, and he was extremely infamous amongst the young masters for being a playboy. But this nickname not only included his talent, but also his dark and heinous reputation. Xiao Ping frowned and grimly said, "Tidemark, what nonsense are you spouting this time? Although there are countless disputes between our 3 great families, we must appear united on the outside. The ancient Phoenix clan is a unit where everyone's glory is connected. Harm to one family means harm to the entire ancient Phoenix clan. Destroying a genius that my clan has spent so many resources and time to train is a capital crime. If this sort of matter happens, then sooner or later my ancient Phoenix clan will decline and finally perish. Moreover, before we enter the mystic realm, we will also have a spell placed within our bodies. We must make an oath that we cannot kill each other. Haha, I was just joking around, right? I'm not speaking of killing Lin Ming, but causing him to eat some losses isn't too bad. Or else I fear that most of our potential gains will be swallowed up by him." Huang Tidemark laughed as he saw Xiao Ping's stern and grim face, no longer bringing up the matter. Lin Ming certainly didn't know what these young masters were speaking about with their true essence sound transmissions. But whether or not he knew didn't matter, because he wasn't someone to easily believe others to begin with. At this time, he was calculating his own cards. As he prepared to enter the god-beast mystic realm, Hua Violent Stone had given him 3 god-slaying beads as well as a single divine protective talisman. All of these were single-use treasures that served as a contingency measure for emergencies. As for the guardian jade slip that Fairy Feng had given him, he couldn't use that anymore. This was because that guardian jade slip contained Fairy Feng's incarnation that had been condensed with several hundred years of her cultivation. Thus, it was also subject to the limitations of the space barrier. If he wanted to transmit this jade slip into the god-beast mystic realm, then he would need to use up a massive amount of violet sunstones. Everyone has arrived. Fellow junior apprentice brothers and sisters, it's time to head off. Xiao Ping waved his hand and everyone flew onto a spirit ship. First, they had to fly to a planet that held a transmission array, and then they would have to pass through this hidden transmission array to the god-beast mystic realm. The 12 heroic young elites boarded the spirit ship. The spirit ship ascended to the skies. After combusting a massive amount of violet sunstones, the ship broke through the void, moving towards the planet with the transmission array. Chapter 1044. Can I go with you? Chapter 1044. Can I go with you? Celestial Dragon World was a small world that existed outside of the Divine Realm's 3,000 great worlds. It was only 1/50th of the size of a great world, but its size was already more than amazing. The ruler of Celestial Dragon World was the current patriarch of the ancient dragon clan. Celestial Dragon World had an extremely deep inheritance. Throughout the history of the ancient dragon clan, there had even been a true great world king that had appeared. And, even when the ancient dragon clan was at their worst state, they still had a half-step world king character within their ranks. But, it needed to be said that although a divine realm world king was said to be a king of a world, it was actually impossible to rule an entire major world. No matter how large a world king family was, they would occupy at most several hundred planets, or a billion-mile area of a major world mainland. It was near impossible to occupy much more land. And this area was nothing but a drop of water to a major world of the divine realm. In the other lands of a great world, there were countless sects and families, many of them holy lands. These sects were at most on good terms with the World King family. They wouldn't blindly obey the orders of the World King. At this time, within a secret hidden space slit within Celestial Dragon World. Within this space slit was an ordinary tiny planet. This planet had a diameter of only 2,000 miles. Besides the high-level figures of the four god-beast clans, no one knew that this minor planet was the location of the transmission array leading to the god-beast mystic realm. There is still 4 hours until the mystic realm opens. Senior Apprentice Brother Dragon 1, I heard that there was a genius disciple that appeared in the ancient Phoenix clan this year, and he managed to defeat Crimson Strife Cloud of the same age and complete the 1,000 slaughter. At his rookie smelting trial, he even broke through into the 8th level of the Hells of Flame. I wonder if these rumors are a bit exaggerated. On the minor planet, there were 30-some people standing loosely about. These people all had patterned blue clothing on, a similar design that showed they were from the same sect. The youth who spoke was tall and large, and his muscles were extremely compact. He had a pair of fierce tiger-like eyes and his aura was staggering. Within the ancient dragon clan there was a ranking list called the Divine Fate Decree. All young geniuses that were below 33 years of age and in the Divine Sea or Life Destruction realm had the possibility or ranking on the list. The standard ranking system for this list was to arrange those that slayed the highest numbers of opponents in the illusionary god combat array in descending order. There were a total of 108 individuals on this ranking list. The ancient Phoenix clan took the numeral 9 and worshipped it as the most extreme number. But the ancient dragon clan worshipped the number 8. The ancient dragon clan headquarters had 8 celestial dragons that acted as the High Council of Elders for the ancient dragon clan. The top disciple of the Divine Fate Decree was given the title of Dragon 1. The second was Dragon 2, the 10th was Dragon 10, and this continued all the way in a similar pattern to Dragon 108. This sort of title was a symbol of glory. Disciples would refer to each other not by their names but by their titles. The large man who just spoke was ranked 12th on the Divine Fate Decree, so he was called Dragon 12. And the one he spoke to was the top number 1 junior disciple of the ancient dragon clan, Dragon 1. This person was the extreme talent of the ancient dragon clan that the Kirin clan envoys had spoken of. It should be true. This person will likely become a top-class character like Xiao Daoji in the future. He won't be much inferior to our ancient dragon clan's patriarch. A blue-clothed man with a medium build said. This young man looked to be around 27 to 28 years old, but he had an extremely mature and noble appearance, one that was filled with high dignity. This young man was Dragon 1. Become a top-class character like Xiao Daoji? Even a world king would have to pay attention to such a character. However, Senior Apprentice Brother Dragon 1, when you were still at your rookie smelting trial, you managed to kill 850 people in the illusionary god combat array, and you also reached the 7th level of the Dragon Labyrinth. Our Divine Dragon smelting trial is far more difficult and intense than the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. Senior Apprentice Brother Dragon 1's results aren't that much worse. In the minds of the ancient Dragon clan's young disciples, Dragon 1 was an invincible existence with unstoppable prestige. As this man spoke, everyone looked up into the skies to see faint ripples appearing in space. A spirit ship broke through the barrier of space and appeared above the minor planet. In the next moment, several young men and women flew down from the ship. These were the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan. Ancient Phoenix clan. Dragon 1 looked up and locked his eyes onto a blue-clothed youth fluttering in the air. With that cultivation, that person should be Lin Ming. Below us are the disciples of the ancient Dragon clan's Dragon Soul Palace. The one with the unfathomably deep foundation is Dragon 1. You all must be careful of him. Xiao Ping sent a true essence sound transmission to everyone as he flew down from the spirit ship and saw the disciples of Dragon Soul Palace. Dragon 1? Lin Ming looked at the youth below him and was surprised to discover that he seemed like a placid lake. He was calm and without any ripples on the surface, but no matter how one tried, it was impossible to see below the surface of that water. Lin Ming couldn't even make out his cultivation. I can't see his cultivation. Is this some arcane ability to conceal one's cultivation? Normally, heroic young elites underneath 33 years of age would be at most at the middle divine sea stage. There were even some extreme talents that deliberately suppressed their cultivation to the early divine sea realm. With Lin Ming's cultivation, it was impossible that he couldn't see theirs. This person is a bit troublesome, Lin Ming whispered. After having experienced the threat known as Yang Yun, Lin Ming always felt suspicious and guarded towards those people that hid their cultivation. Haha, Brother Dragon 1, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. Your ancient dragon clan is truly filled with talented individuals. You've even managed to send out such a mighty lineup. With Brother Dragon 1 to Dragon 36, all of you have come. After the ancient dragon clan released the divine fate decree, there was one great advantage. That was that all distributing of resources would be fair. No matter what resources were available, everything would be spread down beginning with Dragon 1. If one wanted to obtain more resources, then that would all depend on their own ability. For instance, in this God-Beast Mystic Realm smelting trial, the first 36 ranked disciples of the divine fate decree had been selected. Brother Xiao Ping is too hilarious. In our generation of junior disciples, your ancient Phoenix clan is the true winner. Not only does the ancient Phoenix clan have such a talented individual like you, but they even have junior apprentice sister Yang Little Moon with her perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, and also junior apprentice brother Lin Ming, who managed to defeat senior Crimson Strife Cloud at the same age. Dragon 1 smiled as he spoke. He glanced over at Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon, giving them a tiny nod. Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon also nodded in return. Then, at this moment, a ripple appeared in the skies once again. The Kirin clan and Rock clan's disciples had arrived. The Rock clan had even fewer clansmen than the ancient Phoenix clan. They only had 2 branches, the Golden-Winged Rock branch and the Blue-Winged Rock branch. Their clan was the weakest among the 4 God-Beast clans. Those 2 great clans only brought 10 disciples each, for a total of 20. In addition, with the ancient Dragon clan and the ancient Phoenix clan, the number of disciples entering the God-Beast Mystic Realm this time was a total of 68. These 68 disciples were all the elites of the elites. They were true chosen prides of heaven selected from a population of 1.5 trillion. Not a single one of these individuals could be underestimated. Lin Ming secretly sized up the masters of the Rock clan and Kirin clan, recording their unique characteristics in his mind. Most of the disciples that are participating in the journey into this mystic realm are at the life destruction realm. There is only a small number of early divine sea martial artists, and the middle divine sea martial artists can be counted on one hand. I can defeat those at life destruction, but it's difficult to say if I can defeat those at the early divine sea. As for going against the middle divine sea martial artists, I will only be able to preserve my own life. And as for that Dragon 1, I don't know if I would even be able to escape him. Lin Ming speculated. After all, these were all extreme characters of their generation. Even though Lin Ming's combat strength was extremely abnormal, to cross a large boundary and 4 small boundaries to fight was still past his limits. Everyone is here, let's go. Dragon 1 waved his hand and 1.5 billion violet sunstones flew out from his spatial ring, piling up into a massive crystal mountain. Surging origin energy rushed out like a broken dam, causing everyone to feel a great impact. And after Dragon 1 threw out the violet sunstones, Xiaoping and the head disciples of the Rock clan and Kirin clan also threw in their violet sunstones. For a time, purple light broke through the heavens, shooting towards the stars. At this time, with a great rumbling sound, an ancient stone platform rose from the ground. The 4 mountains of violet sunstones began burning at the same time. The vast amount of energy was constantly absorbed by the stone platform, twisting the entire surrounding space. The transmission is about to begin. Everyone, focus and defend your mind. Because the distance is so great, the load on our soul force will not be minor. Xiao Ping said with a true essence sound transmission. In the next moment a dizzying feeling came over Lin Ming. This feeling became increasingly intense, as if his spiritual sea would rupture at any moment. Lin Ming twisted his eyebrows together. His mind touched upon the gold battle spirit in his spiritual sea. The spear-shaped battle spirit emitted a soft cry and then the dizzying feeling vanished. Without knowing how much time had passed, Lin Ming suddenly felt his body shake. In the next instant he had arrived above a wild and desolate land. This vast and boundless land was quiet and uninhabited. There weren't even plants. The sky was entirely covered with inky clouds. The clouds were very low, and arcs of lighting faintly glittered amidst the layers of clouds. As they flashed across the sky they looked like passing white dragons. This place is... Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. He could taste the ancient and inexhaustible flavor that tinged the air. This was because this space had existed for far too long. It was at least several 100 million years, or even 1 billion years old. This was the god-beast mystic realm. In ancient times, this land might have shined with a splendor and magnificence so great that no mortal could imagine it, with numerous powerful existences living here. But now, everything was gone. Time was the most terrifying weapon of all. Even an empyrean or god-beast was unable to withstand the baptism of infinite time. At this time, all 68 transmitted people arrived together. Dragon 1 squatted down and sifted through some dirt. He picked up the dirt and placed it between his lips, tasting it. Then, he smiled and said, "We're in luck. This area hasn't been explored yet. This means more lucky chances for us, but it also means far greater unknown dangers. You all must be extra careful. You may all explore by yourself or you may even form groups. Now, let's go. We only have 96 hours until we are transmitted out of here." The domain of the god-beast mystic realm was broad and boundless. But, the ancient transmission array was actually very random in where it transmitted people. It was normal for groups to be transmitted to an area that had never been explored before. Junior apprentice sister Little Moon, I am Huang Tidemark. I'm also known as the River Flame Little Tornado. Exploring this sort of mystic realm is extremely dangerous. I have a great deal of experience. Perhaps junior apprentice sister Little Moon would like to join me. The benefits that we obtain can be divided equally. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a smiling youth suddenly spoke out from near Yang Little Moon. Yang Little Moon froze. In truth, although she had been training and gaining as much experience as she could in true life or death battles, she was still inexperienced in adventuring through this type of mystic realm. She simply didn't have any experience at all. She was a bit nervous and really did hope to join someone. But, she had never met Huang Tidemark before and all she knew about him were some unsavory rumors. If she randomly joined a stranger then the dangers could be imagined. Out of the 11 other individuals from the ancient Phoenix clan, the only one she knew was Lin Ming. Yang Little Moon hesitated for a moment before sending Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission. Senior apprentice brother Lin, can I go with you? Chapter 1045, Together. Chapter 1045, Together. Lin Ming was just about to leave, when he was suddenly startled. He turned around to see Yang Little Moon awkwardly looking at him. Out of everyone that had come here, Yang Little Moon's talent particularly manifested itself in her comprehension of laws and her training speed, but she didn't actually excel in combat or life and death battles. In addition, her cultivation was somewhat lower. In terms of combat strength she was amongst the lowest. If she went by herself then she would indeed experience a great deal of danger. Yang Little Moon was well aware of her circumstances. Although the god-beast mystic realm smelting trial wasn't fatal, there would still always be people that died as they explored this land. Yang Little Moon didn't want to become one of the corpses that nourished the land. Didn't Huang Tidemark invite you? Lin Ming faintly frowned, responding to her with a true essence sound transmission. Although he didn't particularly mind helping Yang Little Moon, if he did this sort of thing it would attract the hatred and hostility of others onto of himself. This would be an action that was equal to slapping Huang Tidemark in the face. Although he didn't fear Huang Tidemark, he didn't want to stir up trouble where there wasn't any to begin with. Yes, he did, but... I've heard that he has an extremely poor reputation. Young Little Moon was truly embarrassed at this time. She had always been the little princess of Charming Phoenix Palace, and if she left Charming Phoenix Palace and went to other palaces, countless men would wholeheartedly chase after her. With her perfect ancient phoenix bloodline in addition to her good looks, her number of suitors could be imagined. Humans weren't born with arrogance and a natural air of superiority. Rather, it developed as they grew up. Since Young Little Moon was raised in such an environment, it was impossible that she couldn't be so proud. It was the first time in her life that she had to ignore all mortification and ask for help in such a manner from someone. She had taken the initiative to ask to join a man, but instead he had questioned her back. She was afraid that Lin Ming would develop some sort of misunderstanding. Lin Ming glanced over at Huang Tidemark without moving his eyes, and he saw that Huang Tidemark was still smiling as he waited where he was. Young Little Moon and Lin Ming had spoken to each other with a true essence sound transmission that only took a single breath of time, and they had also only glanced at each other for a brief moment, so Huang Tidemark simply didn't know what was happening. Huang Tidemark was stupidly waiting for Young Little Moon to respond to him. There were even a few people behind him that looked like his friends who were joking around and laughing, waiting to see Huang Tidemark successfully pursue the woman he chose. If Lin Ming left with Young Little Moon, then that would be the same as kicking Huang Tidemark into the ground. In addition, there was another problem. Lin Ming had originally come here to hunt for treasures. If he brought Young Little Moon along, then there would be a problem in the distribution of treasure. Young Little Moon saw Lin Ming hesitate, clearly not wanting to bring her along. She felt extremely depressed. Since when had she become such an unpopular outsider? Was she so deplorable that she affected his mood? This was the first time she had ever experienced such a matter. Feeling anxious, Young Little Moon gritted her teeth and said, "Before I entered the God-Beast mystic realm, Senior Hua Violent Stone told me that if I had any problems I should come look for you. He told me that he already asked you to take care of me in private." Young Little Moon subconsciously gripped her fists as she spoke. It was truly damaging to her self-respect to speak out such words. She felt as if she had been greatly wronged. Lin Ming fumbled out. He did indeed hear Hua Violent Stone say such words, but since it had only been tacked onto the end of some other things, Lin Ming simply thought he was joking and didn't place it in his heart. But now, it seemed as if that old fellow had been serious. Well, fine then. Lin Ming reluctantly agreed. In truth, he wasn't a cold and callous individual. Although he didn't consider himself friends with Young Little Moon, for better or worse they had still trained at the same fire spirit star for 2 years. He couldn't watch helplessly as something happened to her. Whether she was by herself or with Huang Tidemark, it would be extremely easy for her to stumble into some fatal or disastrous danger. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain things to Hua Violent Stone. But after thinking about it again, Lin Ming added an addendum. "You can go with me, but we're going to hash things out first. All treasures we find will depend on our own respective abilities first and foremost. What I find I will not share with you, and the things you obtain I will not want. You." Young Little Moon's eyes widened. She huffed up, her body heaving with righteous indignation. As she saw how seriously Lin Ming had spoken with a deadpan expression, she wanted to punch him in the face. He was too great of a bully. Lin Ming's words clearly judged her as a burden, and also implied that she wouldn't be able to find anything of value at all. And, the most annoying thing was that he also meant to guard against her as if she were some sort of thief. Did he really think she was a shameless and good-for-nothing hanger-on? Young Little Moon had always been a proud and haughty individual. She would never think of sharing in the treasures of others without putting in due effort on her own part. "Who do you think I am? Do you really think I desire the things you find so much? I never wanted them to begin with, and yet you think so poorly of me. Also, you are the rudest person I've ever met in my entire life." Lin Ming traced his nose, a bit embarrassed. The words he said were indeed a bit too crass. But, it was best to put the ugly stuff in front first and settle these conditions before anything happened. If they really did stumble across some massive hidden treasure, then Lin Ming actually wouldn't mind dividing a part to Young Little Moon. "My background cannot compare to that of a proud daughter of heaven like you who comes from such a magnificent family. I am of humble and common birth, so I certainly need to value any resources I find. Then again, in this god-beast mystic realm, there are treasures that could even tempt the heart of a holy lord. It's not as if I want to be greedy or something like that. Time is precious here, so I wanted to hash these things out beforehand. Also, since you are going with me, I will tell you something before we head off. If we manage to encounter some danger that I cannot deal with, then there might be the chance that I abandon you to yourself. If that really happens, then I wish you nothing but the best of luck to survive. As Lin Ming finished speaking, he turned around and flew in the direction where the least people were. Ah, what a hateful scumbag. As Yang Little Moon heard Lin Ming's last words, she stomped her feet in anger. But, in the end, she still had to follow Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming was a hateful little bastard, she could still trust him. Just as Yang Little Moon was about to leave, the continually waiting Huang Tidemark was left flummoxed. Yang Little Moon, what is the meaning of this? I was speaking to you, didn't you hear me? Huang Tidemark didn't know that Yang Little Moon was speaking to Lin Ming just now. All he saw was her randomly stomping her feet in a fit of rage as if she had gone psychotic. Then, she began to fly away without a single word. He was immediately enraged. Even his good friends were watching on, and yet Yang Little Moon treated him as nothing but empty air. How could he hold his head up high after this? He had always managed to successfully capture women in his hands, and this was also one of his greatest talents he was proud of. And yet, today he had been given the cold shoulder by a little girl. Yang Little Moon was in the air when she heard Huang Tidemark's words that caused her to turn even angrier. If it weren't for this sexual deviant approaching her and making her feel even more in danger, then she wouldn't have had to desperately ask Lin Ming for help, causing her to suffer such humiliation and be so miffed about matters. What if I heard you, and what if I didn't hear you? Why do I have to reply to the likes of you? Do you really think you are so awesome or something? You are just a creepy pig out chasing after skirts everywhere, but does your wife know of this? After Yang Little Moon spat out these words, she impatiently flew into the sky, eager to get as far away as she could from someone like Huang Tidemark. The direction she flew in was the same direction Lin Ming had gone, leaving a completely dumbfounded Huang Tidemark behind. After being cursed by Yang Little Moon directly to his face, he didn't know how to react. He didn't know what he had done to provoke her so much for her to act so crazy all of a sudden. You! Huang Tidemark wanted to say something else, but Yang Little Moon had already soared into the skies, immediately vanishing from sight, leaving him unable to finish his words. Brother Tidemark, the direction that junior apprentice sister Yang chose is probably the same as junior apprentice brother Lin. A red-clothed man smiled from behind Huang Tidemark. He was a descendant of the Hua family, Hua Clearheart. At this time, such sarcastic remarks were clearly meant to ridicule Huang Tidemark. Huang Tidemark was originally angry, and such words were the same as salt being pushed into his wounds. Hua Clearheart, were you kicked in the head by an ass? Do you really think that Lin Ming is part of your Hua family? Do you really think that his gains are also your gains? Don't be stupid. If he didn't divide the resources that were rightfully yours, you might have become the #1 disciple of your Hua family, Huang Tidemark said, trying to sow discord. Hua Clearheart chuckled, saying, even if Lin Ming weren't here, it still wouldn't be my turn to be the #1 disciple. The Hua family has produced many geniuses these past thousands of years, so why would it be my turn? I'm also aware of my own abilities. On the other hand, if the Hua family can become stronger because of someone like him, then that means my family will have even more resources to share, and the benefits I gain will be correspondingly greater. During this God-Beast Mystic Realm smelting trial, the High Ancestor has also specifically ordered me to help junior apprentice brother Lin as much as I can. I'm not like brother Huang here. Do you really think that just because you call yourself River Flame Little Tornado or some crap like that, you are so attractive to everyone you meet? Do you think those girls you've caught before are the same as Yang Little Moon? She has the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. In my ancient phoenix clan, she is the only junior disciple under 33 years of age that has the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Even senior apprentice brother Xiao Ping doesn't. And you think she would follow you for some reason? Based on what? Your bloodline density? Ha ha ha, Stop cracking me up here. Ha 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 ha. As Hua Clearheart guffawed, he chose a direction near Lin Ming's and flew away. After Hua Clearheart left, Huang Tidemark's expression became all the more ugly. The relations between the various factions of the ancient Phoenix clan were complex to begin with. Since everyone was struggling with each other, it was natural for others to taunt someone given the opportunity. Hua Clearheart simply didn't care about offending Huang Tidemark. He was someone that had inherited Hua Violentstone's wild temperament, and in terms of background, strength, and talent, he wasn't inferior to Huang Tidemark in any way. Lin Ming, Hua Clearheart, just you wait. Huang Tidemark grit his teeth. He turned and shouted to the two Huang family disciples behind him. We're leaving. They chose a direction and flew away. This direction was also close to Lin Ming's. And at this time, Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon had already flown over a dozen miles out. In this unknown area of the mystic realm, they had to always remain vigilant and no one dared to fly too fast. Otherwise, if they flew into a space crack at 10 times the speed of sound, that really would be a death of injustice. Along the way, Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon didn't speak a single word to each other. Lin Ming was spreading his senses in all directions, combing through every inch of land. As for Yang Little Moon, she was still fuming with anger, so she didn't bother trying to speak to Lin Ming. Before entering the God-Beast mystic realm, Lin Ming had read up on all the available materials about this land. One of the texts he read was the God-Beast Mystic Realm Compendium. This compendium was the total gathered information and materials left behind by all the past seniors of the 4 God-Beast families who had explored the God-Beast Mystic Realm in the last 100 million years. The God-Beast Mystic Realm was a separate space and time. It was a completely different space and time from the 3,000 worlds of the Divine Realm. The rules of the world were also different here. The life that lived here followed another set of rules. They had ghostly and secret movements, and were all cruel and bloodthirsty killers. Although the God-Beast Mystic Realm looked dead and abandoned, the truth was that countless dangers lay in ambush here. Chapter 1046, Black Coral. Chapter 1046, Black Coral. After Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon had flown for a while, Lin Ming suddenly felt a stirring feeling in his mind. He looked down to see that the solid land beneath them had disappeared, turning into a vast and endless black swamp. The jet-black mud roiled with giant bubbles. Each time a bubble exploded, it would release a dark grey fog. The scene on the ground has changed. Lin Ming had read through the entire God-Beast Mystic Realm compendium, so he knew that the surroundings in the God-Beast Mystic Realm could rapidly and unexpectedly shift at any given moment. After these changes, any sort of previous safety could become extreme danger. The laws here were truly unpredictable. This sort of change occurred not just beneath Lin Ming, but also beneath the other disciples of the 4 God-Beast clans. Senior Apprentice Brother Dragon 1, the terrain has changed. This is the swamp terrain with a 3rd grade hazard level. When the land changes into a black swamp, a massive amount of poison swamp gas will swell out. This poison gas is what many life forms in this realm like to suck up. We might encounter a massive number of demons here. In the God-Beast Mystic Realm, the laws of the world were different. The life here lived by sucking up the energy of the world. They were entities that existed as forms of energy with no physical body. These strange creatures were collectively referred to as Mystic Realm demons. These demons were like a stream of air. They were fast, cunning, and loved to devour any form of energy. To a Mystic Realm demon, martial artists were the best source of energy. If they discovered a martial artist, they would swarm them and suck up all of their body's energy and life essence. However, while a Mystic Realm demon posed a danger to a martial artist, they could also be considered a great wealth. A Mystic Realm demon swallowed up a massive amount of energy, purifying this energy to form their body. If one could catch these demons and toss them into a pill furnace, they could turn these demons into the purest form of heaven and earth origin energy and absorb it to cultivate. This heaven and earth origin energy was greatly different from the heaven and earth origin energy in the divine realm. The heaven and earth origin energy within the God-Beast Mystic Realm leaned towards the laws present at the forming of the universe. This type of heaven and earth origin energy even had some similarities to Grand Mist energy. If one could absorb this heaven and earth origin energy, it was possible to be enlightened on extremely strange and exotic laws, allowing a martial artist's comprehension of the laws to take a step further. I hope that we can come across some mystic realm demons. If we can encounter some 10,000-year mystic realm demons, then using them will have an even better effect on cultivating our martial arts. Dragon 1 smirked. Remember, do not try to come into conflict with the disciples of the 3 other god-beast clans if you can. That will violate the taboo. And if we stumble into some extraordinarily rare treasure that will tempt even a holy lord, it will be fine as long as they don't try to snatch it from us. However, if they don't know what's good for them and try to divide our soup, then we shall be ruthless and retaliate. Moreover, once we kill them we must do so cleanly and erase all evidence, leaving behind no witnesses. Also, there is that Lin Ming. Everyone must avoid provoking him if at all possible. For a person to reach this step, the destiny gathered upon their body is terrifying. If anyone provokes him they might find themselves suffering disaster instead. However, that is only under normal circumstances. In a crucial moment, kill him without hesitation. We too have the life of an emperor. If we struggle with him, we won't necessarily be much worse off. The brat hasn't grown up yet. With his 7th stage life destruction cultivation, he is still comprehensively weaker than us. Yes, senior apprentice brother Dragon 1. All of the other disciples nodded, following Dragon 1's lead. Let's go. Dragon 1's form flashed and he vanished, leading several other ancient Dragon Clan disciples with him. Millimeter? What is that? Lin Ming's vision narrowed. He discovered that there was a withered old tree planted in the black swamp. This tree's trunk was macabre and eerily shaped. And there was also some black thing located in the mud beneath the tree. It looked like a plant and a stone at the same time. Black coral. And such a large piece. Yang Little Moon cried out in alarm after being silent for all this time. The black coral that grew in the swamp was condensed from the purest energy of the god-beast mystic realm. The energy it contained was much more refined than the energy of the divine realm. It was a surpassingly wonderful material to refine pills with. One small piece of black coral was not inferior in value to a drop of phoenix plume blood. And to the disciples of the ancient phoenix branch palaces, a drop of phoenix plume blood was highly precious. Although someone like Yang Little Moon, with such high talent, might not care too much about giving away several drops of phoenix blood, having to give out over 100 drops of phoenix plume blood would cause her to suffer. Moreover, if this giant black coral was completely exchanged for phoenix plume blood, it might be worth several hundred drop. Yang Little Moon really wanted to go and pick up the black coral. But, although she lacked experience in exploring mystic realms, she wasn't an idiot who would be blinded by treasures. She knew that around treasures, there was likely to be hidden dangers, and even some cunning beings skulking. These sorts of tricky creatures especially like to defend the area around heavenly materials and use them as bait in order to slaughter humans or other creatures that came to pick them. Yang Little Moon immediately released her senses, investigating everything around her. She didn't find anything out of the ordinary. It seems like there's no ambush, she asked Lin Ming with a bit of hesitation. The god-beast mystic realm was extremely bizarre. Yang Little Moon was fully aware of her own lack of experience. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He whispered, "There is no ambush, but..." Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. "But, that black coral itself is a problem. It has already developed a spirituality of its own. When we try to pick it, it will also try to absorb us as nutrient." As Lin Ming spoke to hear, he traced the extreme violet ring. With a humming cry, the phoenix blood spear leapt to his hand. Around the phoenix blood spear, 999 small blood spears shot out. They surged up and down, rolling up into a storm of sharp blades that cut apart all. At this time, underneath Yang Little Moon's surprised gaze, she saw that the old tree that the black coral was attached to suddenly twisted up. Its trunk and branches turned into black ropes that grasped towards them. "Those are black coral roots." "No, those are tentacles." Yang Little Moon sucked in a breath of cold air. A living existence like a black coral had no roots to begin with. Rather, the black coral had countless tentacles. It used these tentacles to prey on other creatures. And this black coral had exposed its tentacles to the outside, transforming their appearance into that of a withered old tree. If a martial artist approached to pick up the black coral, they would immediately be entangled within these tentacles. All of the martial artist's energy and vitality would be sucked out and absorbed. As Yang Little Moon thought of this, her palms became wet with sweat as a deep fear swelled up in her heart. If she had rashly gone down to pick up that black coral, then she would have already been tied down by that black coral's tentacles. Although Yang Little Moon also had methods and the confidence to free herself, she would inevitably have to pay a great price to do so. And, in this god-beast mystic realm, there were countless dangers lurking around every corner. What if she managed to free herself from those tentacles and then stumbled into some other danger? For instance, a swarm of mystic realm demons. The consequences could be imagined. And this was just the beginning. There was bound to be more dangers the longer she was here. She wouldn't be this lucky every time. As Yang Little Moon thought of this, her face turned red with shame. If it weren't for Lin Ming, she really might perish here. As Yang Little Moon was caught in her thoughts, Lin Ming was already engaging those tentacles in a fierce and violent battle. Ka. The small blood spears crashed into the tentacles, creating crazy explosions. Lin Ming displayed his movement technique and poured all of his energy into the phoenix blood spear. The spear-shaped battle spirit also howled forth, combining with the phoenix blood spear. In that moment, the phoenix blood spear in Lin Ming's hands turned a dark gold. Ca. With a piercing, ear-scratching scream, 3 tentacles were directly sliced apart by Lin Ming. Blood rained down. The phoenix blood spear was originally a top-grade saint artifact. With a gold battle spirit supporting it, the degree of its sharpness could be imagined. At the moment Lin Ming cut off the 3 tentacles, he stashed them into the extreme violent ring. And at this time, the exposed black coral realized its situation was bad and began to submerge into the black mud, wishing to escape. The black coral was originally a life form that lived in the swamp mud. Once it entered into the mud, it would be the same as a fish in the sea or a bird in the sky. No matter how fast one was, it would be impossible to catch it. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, it's running away. Yang Little Moon watched this occur but was helpless to do anything. After all, the main body of the black coral was buried in the mud, so it was able to run away whenever it wished to, and there was no method she had to catch it. Also, she was afraid that thrusting herself into the situation would cause more chaos and confusion on Lin Ming's part. Although 3 tentacles had been cut off, the main body still escaped. That was truly a pity, but as Yang Little Moon lost hope, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sudden frosty light. The gold battle spirit immersed in his spiritual sea shot out once more. Lin Ming's thoughts spread out, forming a world of will projection. In that instant, the space for a mile around Lin Ming was completely covered in his world of will and was also restrained by the laws of his will. Ka. Lin Ming's thoughts poured into the black swamp, suddenly turning the sludgy mud into a substance as hard as divine iron. In just the blink of an eye, the swamp for a mile around Lin Ming had been locked down by his thoughts. As for that black coral, it was unable to drill any further, so there naturally wasn't any way it could escape anymore. The black coral was wild with panic. It emitted a series of whistling cries and then its body broke through the hard swamp mud and even jumped up from the ground. As Yang Little Moon saw a massive black object that looked like a gnarly old tree suddenly jump up from the ground, she was startled. The main body of the black coral was actually so big. The black coral knew that it could no longer escape through the ground, thus it thought of breaking through Lin Ming's world of will projection blockade. However, how could Lin Ming allow it to do as it wished? His mind touched upon the heretical god sprout and a column of fire shot out from his hands, turning into a chain that wrapped around the black coral's main body and sealed away its tentacles. Seal. Lin Ming linked his hands together, and in just a split second formed over 1,000 seal runes. These seal runes fell onto the black coral's main body, imprisoning it under layers upon layers of seals. Yuwo! The black coral screamed out. However, as it was continuously covered with hundreds upon hundreds of seal runes, its struggles began to die down. Finally, it was completely captured by Lin Ming. Yang Little Moon watched the entire process of Lin Ming capturing the black coral from the side, completely stunned. She couldn't even react properly. In truth, the black coral didn't have much combat strength. But it had a cunning and sly nature, and it was also very good at camouflaging itself and even better at escaping underground. If someone wanted to catch it, that would truly be hard. And if it were someone that wasn't experienced enough like Yang Little Moon, then she might even be tricked in return. But with the situation in Lin Ming's hand, he only took several breaths of time to capture the black coral. This was the difference in ability. It wasn't just the gap in their combat efficiency, but also their experience and ability to react. If it were Yang Little Moon in Lin Ming's place, then even if she had a gold battle spirit, she still wouldn't have been able to make a split-second judgment to instantly lock down the swamp mud with a world of will projection. Chapter 1047, Bizarre Enemy. Chapter 1047, Bizarre Enemy. Really too fierce. Yang Little Moon sighed inwardly. The flame chains that Lin Ming had used at the end to lock up the black coral were based on the fourth-level concept of the fire laws, the concept of manifestation. Although Yang Little Moon had also touched upon the threshold of the fourth fire concept, she was still far from being able to apply it in actual combat like Lin Ming. Yang Little Moon thought of the difference between her and Lin Ming. Their difference in comprehension of laws was the smallest, and the difference of their ability in combat was much greater. And, the so-called combat was when two opponents were evenly and equally facing each other on an arena stage. In the complex real world with its countless variable conditions and the changing environment, where attacks and counterattacks occurred in desperate succession, she was flung impossibly far from Lin Ming. One only had to see how Lin Ming hunted the black coral to understand this. As Yang Little Moon realized this, she gently sighed. This difference in combat experience could not be made up for in a day or two. When Lin Ming had implied she was a burden, he had been right all along. And just when she was a bit depressed and frustrated, she suddenly heard Lin Ming make a small alerting sound. She raised her head to see that in the distance, there was a figure stumbling towards them. This person had disheveled hair and their entire body was covered with blood. One could make out her once beautiful appearance, but unfortunately, this woman had 3 gruesome wounds on her body as if some vicious creature has clawed at her face and neck. These 3 grisly wounds completely destroyed the woman's beauty. Heavens! That is the senior apprentice sister from Phoenix Feather Palace. Yang Little Moon jumped in shock. She recognized this woman. This woman was the same as her and Lin Ming. She came from one of the 72 branch palaces. She was a senior apprentice sister that originated from Phoenix Feather Palace. This senior apprentice sister's background was that of a small distinguished family. It was not easy for her to struggle for a spot and arrive at this step. Moreover, she was also a woman, and only 3 of the 12 people that entered the God-Beast mystic realm from the ancient Phoenix clan were women. Because of this, Yang Little Moon subconsciously felt a bit of sisterly closeness towards this senior apprentice sister. Now that she saw this senior apprentice sister in such a dire state, she couldn't help but empathize with her a bit. "Senior apprentice sister, what injured you?" Yang Little Moon hurriedly asked. The senior apprentice sister's eyes were originally glazed over, but as she heard Yang Little Moon's shout, she looked up to see her and Lin Ming. Her eyes heated up as if she were about to cry at any moment. "Junior apprentice sister Yang, junior apprentice brother Lin, it's you too, I'm so glad." "Senior apprentice sister, what happened to you?" "I met some strange plant. I thought it was a spirit herb, but after I approached it, it turned into a massive claw that wanted to catch me. I paid a great cost to escape its grasp and I nearly died." As the woman saw Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon, she seemed to lose all her strength and nearly fell down where she stood. Yang Little Moon quickly took out a recovery pill from her spatial ring and was about to go and feed it to this senior apprentice sister. But at this moment, she felt Lin Ming's hand grasp her arm like an iron pincer, to the point that it even caused her some pain. "Senior apprentice brother Lin, what are you?" Yang Little Moon felt a bit cold as she was grasped by Lin Ming's hand. A strange taste filled her mouth. Yang Little Moon certainly wouldn't care if Lin Ming did something rude like grab her at this moment. She was originally highly tense in this mystic realm and was suspicious of everything. And now that Lin Ming grasped her arm to stop her, She immediately raised her guard. Could it be? Just as this idea flashed through Yang Little Moon's eyes, in a split second, the senior apprentice sister in front of Yang Little Moon craftily smiled. The senior apprentice sister's body turned into a black shadow that rushed towards her like an evil spirit, stretching out a pair of sharp claws that wanted to grasp Yang Little Moon's neck. It's a mystic realm demon. Yang Little Moon was horrified. But for good or bad, she was still a top genius of charming Phoenix Palace. She instantly overcame her panic and pulled out a thin red sword from her spatial ring, chopping it downwards. This was a top-grade saint artifact. With the sound of a sharp sword energy splitting apart the air, an arc of light cut through the phantom figure, directly dividing it half. But this mystic realm demon didn't die. It was originally an energy form like a stream of air, without a physical body. Now that it was sliced it half, it still hurtled its pieces towards Yang Little Moon. These two streams of energy each turned into a fierce and hideous face lined with sharp fangs that bit towards Yang Little Moon's pale snow-white neck. Although Yang Little Moon hadn't been attacked, she could still feel a chilling killing intent reach her. All of the blood in her body was stirred up by this thick killing intent. She knew that because a mystic realm demon's body was invisible and intangible, it excelled at mental attacks and soul attacks. If a martial artist with a weak will was possessed by a mystic realm demon, their spiritual sea would be shattered by the energy form. Then, the mystic realm demon would slowly suck up the martial artist's life force until they were nothing more than a withered corpse. Che. Lin Ming frowned. At this time he finally acted. He didn't move, but a dark gold spear-shaped battle spirit howled out from between his eyebrows, turning into a blazing beam of light. In that moment, Lin Ming's willpower was like the divine sword of a war god, glorious and righteous. This divine light tore through the two sections of the mystic realm demon, ripping it to countless pieces. A mystic realm demon had an intangible body and it excelled in soul and will. But Lin Ming's Grand Mist battle spirit had already reached the gold level. He was the ultimate nemesis of a mystic realm demon. Ah! The mystic realm demon miserably wailed before exploding into a grey fog. Lin Ming thrust out his hand and grasped the grey fog, condensing it into a ball. Then, Lin Ming took out the sun-melting furnace to refine it. This sun-melting furnace was a high-grade saint artifact that he won in the gambling fight with Hua Yenguang. It had replaced the cosmic melting furnace and had become his new pill furnace. A mystic realm demon was a body of pure energy to begin with. Lin Ming only needed to use the pill furnace to burn out some of the impurities. This was a relatively easy procedure that he could do by himself with ease. After Lin Ming eliminated the mystic realm demon, Yang Little Moon stiffly stood on the side, embarrassed. She felt a bit helpless about this situation. And she certainly had a reason to be embarrassed. In just a couple dozen breaths of time, she had already needed to rely on Lin Ming to save her twice. Although she wouldn't have died if he didn't help, she would still be distressed and possibly even injured. If she were injured in the god-beast mystic realm at such an early time, that would really put her in danger. Yang Little Moon originally knew that because of her low cultivation, her combat strength lay at the bottom of the 12 disciples from the ancient Phoenix clan. Even so, she never thought her combat strength would be so garbage. It truly left her ashamed of herself. At the start she had thought that Lin Ming looked down on her and thus she became angry at him, not speaking to him as they flew. But now that she thought back to this, she really wanted to smash her head into a wall and end her life. When had someone as proud as her lost so much face? As she saw that Lin Ming was about to refine the mystic realm demon, she finally opened her mouth and stammered out, "That is, how about you use my fire pattern furnace?" Oh! Lin Ming glanced over at the fire pattern furnace in Yang Little Moon's hand. This small and exquisite furnace was patterned with images of flowers and birds, and it was entirely crafted with fire spirit jade. It was very polished and refined. Top-grade saint artifact furnace? And it's a top-grade saint artifact that is infinitely close to becoming a transcendent saint artifact. Lin Ming secretly estimated that the quality of this furnace was no worse than that of the Phoenix Blood Spear. It had to be known that after Lin Ming obtained the Phoenix Blood Spear at Saint Artifact Pavilion, it had a part of the old Palace Master's source strength poured into it. It had an extremely high value. And this fire pattern furnace was the same. This was also normal. Yang Little Moon was a top extreme talent of charming Phoenix Palace. If Lin Ming could have the source strength of the old palace master injected into his treasure, so could she. In order to make it easier for Lin Ming to use the fire pattern furnace, she temporarily sealed up her own spirit mark before handing it to him. What a wonderful furnace! It also has the source strength of an old palace master poured into it. Its value must be several hundred times that of my sun-melting furnace. Thank you very much. Lin Ming's words of thanks actually left Yang Little Moon feeling pained and bitter in her heart. She secretly thought to herself, this is about the most I can do. Once I leave this god-beast mystic realm, I must go out and adventure on my own. It is as they say, a flower born in a greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and rain. Although I already knew this, I never realized it in such a profound manner as I have today. When I compared with this fellow, it's no different from a little baby being compared to a grown man. Whether it was the black coral or the mystic realm demon, neither of them were supposed to be my match. But they can use all sorts of strange and peculiar methods to make me eat a loss. I could suffer a loss once or twice, but if I continued at such a rate then I would surely perish here. Yang Little Moon clenched her fists with determination. She made an oath in her heart that she would undergo a massive amount of actual combat in the future to increase and temper her own fighting experience. As for breaking through boundaries, she simply wasn't worried. When Crimson Strifecloud was 29 years old, he only had an 8th stage life destruction cultivation, so there was no need for her to be in any sort of hurry. As Yang Little Moon was thinking this, Lin Ming had placed his hands on the fire pattern furnace and was heating it up with real fire. The mystic realm demon screamed as it was scorched within the fire pattern furnace. It continued to emit rending cries until its consciousness was completely burnt away within the furnace. All that was left behind was its pure energy that condensed into a rainbow-colored stream. In half an incense stick of time, this stream of energy flew out. Lin Ming cut this energy in half, swallowing up one wisp himself and injecting the other into Yang Little Moon's body. Millimeter. Yang Little Moon flushed red and silently absorbed this wisp of energy. She knew that this was the compensation for letting Lin Ming use her furnace. This fellow is really detestable. Is it really necessary to divide everything so clearly? The energy within the mystic realm demons contained laws of a different world. These things were extremely difficult to perceive in the divine realm universe. After Yang Little Moon swallowed up the wisp of energy, she felt as if a hot breeze blew across her body. Her entire body began to heat up. Energy flowed throughout her body, making her body lighten as if she were floating above the clouds. And at the same time, within her mind her comprehension of laws also deepened just a little bit. To a genius disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan, the energy that a mystic realm demon provided wasn't too important. It was the laws contained within them that were the true great harvest. When a martial artist perceived the laws, perceiving the laws to a profound degree was one aspect. But another aspect was to understand a comprehensive portion of laws. One had to comprehend many different laws of all types. Only by summing up all the laws together could one approach the truth of the universe's origin. After a bit of time, Yang Little Moon absorbed half of the laws contained in the mystic realm demon's energy. She felt that her comprehension of the fire law's 4th level concept deepened further, nearly equal to 10 days of meditating herself. If she could obtain more mystic realm demon law energy, she would be able to comprehend the fire laws even further. Chapter 1048, Azura King. Chapter 1048, Azura King. Lin Ming continued forwards with Yang Little Moon. Every 10 miles or so they advanced, they would encounter several mystic realm demons. Lin Ming effortlessly slaughtered these mystic realm demons. And as for Yang Little Moon, after she overcame her initial shock and panic, she also began to show her own formidable strength. Yang Little Moon was still a genius disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan after all. Although she was far from being able to compare with Lin Ming in the aspect of battle spirits, she still stood out amongst disciples of the same age. She used her own thoughts to staunchly defend against the will attacks of the mystic realm demons and simultaneously used her true fire abilities to melt away her enemies. As this sort of fighting continued, her actions became increasingly smooth. This sort of fight was a common event for someone like Lin Ming. But to Yang Little Moon, it was actually a rare opportunity to temper herself. Yang Little Moon was an extremely talented character. As long as she had the time and space to grow, she would undoubtedly become a Holy Lord-level character in the future. More and more Mystic Realm demons were refined into streams of energy. But, the more Mystic Realm demons they killed, the less useful these energy streams became in enhancing their comprehension of laws. This was because many of the laws within the Mystic Realm demons' bodies were repeated and redundant, thus new insights became much less effective. These ordinary Mystic Realm demons are becoming less and less useful. If we can find and slay some 1,000-year Mystic Realm demons or even some 10,000-year Mystic Realm demons, then they'll have law energy that is far more valuable. As Lin Ming spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked off somewhere into the distance. Millimeter? What is it? As Yang Little Moon saw Lin Ming suddenly act strangely, she put up her guard. Soon, she discovered a vast aura surging out from the distance, ebbing and flowing, like a great drumming beat was causing the distant heaven and earth origin energy to tumble over. What is that? Yang Little Moon was shocked. Such a powerful yet unknown existence could be a great lucky chance, but it could also be a life-threatening disaster. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said, "Stick close to me and stay near the ground. Restrain your aura as much as possible, we're going forward at high speed." As Lin Ming spoke, his entire body sank down to the ground, drawing close to the swamp. He flushed forwards like a fish in a downward stream. His speed was extremely fast. But from just a bit farther, it was nearly impossible to detect the movements he created in the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy. Yang Little Moon also quickly restrained her aura and followed behind Lin Ming. After flying for just a short period of time, they were able to make out a towering mountain peak in the far-off distance. In the muddy swamp, there was actually a pitch-black mountain rising into the heavens. What was that? Lin Ming's eyes turned steely. He quickly reduced his speed. It was Mystic Realm demons, a massive number of Mystic Realm demons. As Lin Ming swept out with his divine sense, he discovered there were tens of thousands or even 100,000 Mystic Realm demons scattered around this mountain. Although Lin Ming had a Grand Mist battle spirit, a perfect weapon to kill these Mystic Realm demons, he still felt his scalp tingle as he imagined facing off against so many. If he were to rush into these Mystic Realm demons and be surrounded by them, there wouldn't even be ashes left of his body. Moreover, Lin Ming discovered that some of these Mystic Realm demons were slightly blue in color. Only Mystic Realm demons that were thousands of years old and were nearing 10,000 years of age would have such a special characteristic. These types of older Mystic Realm demons had strength 10 times or even tens of times greater than an ordinary Mystic Realm demon. But, the laws inherent within their bodies were also far from what a common Mystic Realm demon could compare with. Millimeter? What is that? From within that throng of 100,000 Mystic Realm demons, there was suddenly an eruption of energy that pierced through the skies, directly shooting into the horizon. Even the dark clouds high above were washed away by this energy. This type of energy was definitely not something that could be emitted by 100,000 Mystic Realm demons gathered together. The energy that 100,000 Mystic Realm demons could emit when gathered was only huge and great. It wouldn't be pure to such a level. In other words, the energy that Lin Ming felt in front of him was not only massive, but the quality of pureness had also reached an incredible degree. Lin Ming's thoughts raced. He began to whisper, "Is this a 100,000-year Mystic Realm demon? It's a 100,000-year Mystic Realm demon evolving into an Azura King." A Mystic Realm demon was a life form of energy. They naturally evolved from the energy of the world, and also relied on that same energy for sustenance. If energy was lacking, then they would even devour each other. Normally, a Mystic Realm demon would grow to a certain stage and then a new Mystic Realm demon would develop from their body and split out. Afterwards, the old Mystic Realm demon would slowly wither away until death. It was already excellent for a Mystic Real demon to live to 1,000 years, and those that lived to several thousand years were even fewer. As for those 10,000-year Mystic Realm demons, they were nearly extinct. However, Mystic Realm demons were similar to human martial artists in that there were also those geniuses amongst them with a massive destiny upon their bodies. There were some mystic realm demons that were born with law energy far more exquisite and profound than others. Then, because they encountered great lucky chances, they were able to swallow up spirit medicines, spirit pills, or other heavenly materials. They were able to gather a massive amount of energy within their bodies, changing the laws within them and making a breakthrough that extended their lifespan. The longer a mystic realm demon lived and the more energy they devoured, the stronger they would be. Only by being strong would they be able to obtain even greater treasures. For instance, that black coral that Lin Ming had gathered. If an ordinary mystic realm demon tried to gather that black coral, it would only end up as food for the black coral instead. But for a 100,000-year mystic realm demon, this was actually easy. According to the God-Beast Mystic Realm Compendium, the records showed that when a mystic realm demon reached 100,000 years of age, they would be able to undergo demonic tribulation and be reborn into the incarnation of an Azura king. An Azura king was equal to a human late divine transformation powerhouse. And, because a mystic realm demon was formed from energy to begin with, the energy within their bodies would be 10 times greater than that of a human. In terms of just energy alone, they could even compare with an early divine Lord realm powerhouse. With Lin Ming's strength, he simply wouldn't have the ability to resist in the face of such an existence. This sort of mystic realm demon was beyond rare. In the long history of the 4 God-Beast clans, such a dreadful existence had only been encountered a few times. And every time this occurred, there would be a massive loss of genius disciples. At those times, the gains in this mystic realm smelting trial were definitely not equal to the losses. However, that was only a mature Azura king. This Azura king in front of them hadn't yet crossed its great tribulation. And, most importantly, an Azura king would be in its weakest state after crossing its demonic tribulation, without much strength to protect itself. This time was actually the golden time to defeat it. Otherwise, if the Azura king were allowed to recover its strength, then even a top-level character like White Dao Hong would find it difficult to kill such a creature. And, with White Dao Hong's cultivation, it was impossible for him to enter the God-Beast mystic realm. At that time, such an Azura king would become a dire calamity to the 4 God-Beast clans. In the future, if there was ever a wave of disciples that had the bad luck to be transmitted near such a being, their fates could be imagined. To think that we would encounter a mystic realm demon that has manifested into an Azura king. This is far too strange. If we can kill it and use its inherent law energy to baptize our spirit bodies, then that will not be much different from crossing Ninefall. And these types of laws simply cannot be found in the divine realm. Moreover, the powerful energy will also enter our bodies and greatly strengthen our cultivation. Although that effect isn't as great, it will still save us a great deal of cultivation time. Yang Little Moon muttered. As she looked at the Azura king, she was extremely tempted. But she also knew that wanting to kill such a creature and obtain its source energy was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. And even not considering the Azura king, there was still the 100,000 mystic realm demons surrounding it. At this time, Lin Ming whispered in a low voice, "There are some experts that have arrived nearby. It seems like they are ancient dragon clan disciples." As the Azura king was undergoing its demonic tribulation, it released a mammoth momentum. The strange fluctuations in the world's energy could be felt from thousands of miles away. What would be truly strange was if there were no experts that were drawn in. Ancient Dragon Clan, Yang Littlemoon's complexion changed. The ancient Dragon Clan had always been overbearing and insolent in their actions. Moreover, the comprehensive combat strength of their disciples far surpassed that of the disciples of the ancient Phoenix Clan. Even someone as arrogant as Hua Violent Stone had to be reticent in his dealings with the ancient Dragon Clan, otherwise it would be easy for him to suffer a loss. From the ancient Dragon Clan disciples that came, Dragon 1, Dragon 6, Dragon 8, Dragon 12, and Dragon 13 are all divine sea powerhouses and top combat masters. We are not their match. Especially that Dragon 1. His cultivation is unknown, but I can tell he is an unfathomable character. With them here, our chances of obtaining the Azura King's source energy has dropped to 0. The Divine Fate Decree only ranked disciples in order of their talent, not their combat strength. A lower-ranking disciple might not have a lower cultivation, and a higher-ranking disciple might not have greater combat strength. Lin Ming pondered the situation, not speaking. He was well aware that wanting to seize the treasure in such a situation was beyond difficult. Lin Ming couldn't even feel Dragon One's aura. Since those from the ancient dragon clan had come, that should mean that Dragon One had to be here. This person must have been hiding somewhere and had likely already discovered his presence. Lin Ming's guess was indeed correct. At this time, Dragon One had already discovered Lin Ming. Of course, this was because Lin Ming hadn't been hiding himself to the greatest degree he could. Otherwise, if he completely shielded himself in Grand Mist space and hid in the swamp, then it would be near impossible for these people to discover him. Two little fish have mixed their way into here. It's the two little baby chicks from the ancient Phoenix clan. Dragon 12 vigorously said. He was tall and had a robust and well-built body. At 35 years of age, he was the oldest of the ancient dragon clan disciples that had come. Although he was no longer considered to be in the ranks of the junior disciples, the limits set on those that entered the god-beast mystic realm were based on cultivation and not age. Thus, Dragon 12 was still able to come. Those are just two little 7th stage life destruction babies. Elder brother, should I go and play with them a bit? They should suffer some losses lest they try something later and add themselves to the chaos. Dragon 8 eagerly said from beside Dragon 12. Dragon 1 briefly frowned. Then, he whispered, don't stir up any trouble. If there isn't a top treasure to come into conflict over, then don't cause a ruckus on your own. The two of them shouldn't pose a threat to us. Still, we must give them a warning. If we finally come close to hunting down that Azura King as it crosses demonic tribulation after so much trouble, and then those two join in at a critical moment to muddy the waters, causing us to finally fail at the end, then we will kill them 10,000 times over. 18. Go and give them a warning. Have them leave this area immediately. Dragon 1 said. But at this time, from the distance, a loud roar rang out. This roar lingered through the world, resounding between the heavens and earth. As Dragon 1 heard this sound, his complexion immediately changed. This sound, could it be a dragon's roar? This sort of roar contained a boundless and ancient touch to it, as well as a great majesty that looked down at the world with contempt. This was not a sound that a normal creature could form. As this roar echoed out, Dragon 1 could clearly feel his bloodline surge within him, resonating with that sound. Chapter 1049, Supreme Dragon Bone. Chapter 1049, Supreme Dragon Bone. Was there a divine dragon here? That was impossible. Dragon 1's eyes widened. The majesty and absolute dignity contained in this echoing roar could not be wrong. As this sound fell into his ears, it even caused a faint trace of awe and reverence to appear in his heart. These were the most ancient memories of his bloodline resonating with this roar. Although Dragon 1 had the perfect dragon race bloodline, this bloodline had been transplanted into his body after birth. And, the so-called perfect dragon race bloodline only meant that half of his blood was dragon blood. Even then, the quality was actually relatively low. In front of a true divine dragon, the blood within his body would give birth to fear and awe, as if his entire being were worshipping the ancestral gods. That is a dragon's cry, there can be no mistake. How could this be? Although the god-beast mystic realm is said to have once had god-beasts, that is a matter from countless hundreds of millions of years ago. The laws of this universe have already collapsed, turning this place into a completely different space, and with the new laws that followed after, it became impossible for any god-beast to be born in these lands ever again. It shouldn't be a god-beast, but... Just as Dragon 1 was alarmed, he suddenly saw a blue beam of light shoot up into the sky. The dragon's roar became even more clarion. At this time, a massive phantom appeared in the sky, tens of thousands of feet long. The incomparably pure energy of the mystic realm constantly transformed, gathering together. As it gathered, countless bolts of thunder formed in the sky, chopping straight down. This was thunder tribulation. When a mystic realm demon was evolving into an Azura King, it needed to cross thunder tribulation. Dragon 1 looked up. That massive phantom in the air had been manifested by the Azura King. And, What left Dragon 1 incomparably shocked was that this great phantom had clearly evolved into a dragon-like shape. There was a dragon head, dragon horn, even a dragon body. This mystic realm demon was actually manifesting into a dragon in the skies. Of course, it was not a true dragon, but there was clearly the aura of a dragon coming from its body. That dragon roar was clearly emitted by this creature. How can this be? It wasn't just Dragon 1, but everyone from the ancient dragon clan was stricken. They completely did not understand what was happening. At this time, within the countless arcs of lightning in the far-off distant sky, there was a group of shadows that were speaking to each other in some strange language. And, in the center of these shadows was someone that looked like a naked man with long hair hanging to his knees. This man's face constantly changed. Sometimes he was handsome and heroic, sometimes he was grim and fierce, sometimes he was ordinary and common, and sometimes he was ugly and grotesque. There were even times when he appeared to be like a beautiful woman or a wild beast. This was the Azura king that was undergoing demonic tribulation. It already had an essential difference from ordinary mystic realm demons. It had condensed a body of flesh and blood, and this body seemed no different from that of a human. In fact, its stature and form were even more perfect and handsome. However, its arms and ankles were actually covered with blue scales. They seemed like dragon scales. A mystic realm demon was a life form of energy, a being with no physical body. However, if it had the chance to swallow up a massive amount of life force and blood energy, then it could condense its own mortal body. Great King, those lowly and pathetic beings have already come. They are spying on you. A vague and blurry voice sounded out from beside the man, in words that martial artists of the divine realm would not be able to understand. Of course I know, hehe. These beings from the outside world wish to take advantage of my weakest point as I undergo tribulation and kill me, but what they don't know is that I have already long discovered them and am still crossing tribulation to draw them near. These beings actually think as if they are the infallible masters of this mystic realm. Every period of time they will send people here to plunder our wealth and hunt down my hallowed demon race. In their eyes, we are nothing but prey. How ridiculous! But what they do not know is that my hallowed demon race is under the care and holy protection of the heavenly demon god. After constantly developing for hundreds of millions of years, our wisdom and strength have already improved beyond their reckoning. We are no longer unconsciously wandering around like before. Since they think of us as prey, we also treat them as tasty food. During my tribulation, I just happen to lack some flesh and life force. I will make them come to me and help me complete my final step. Send out the orders. Hold the troops, do not have them move. They will take advantage of the last moment of my tribulation to begin their attack against me. Stay at the periphery, and when that happens, block off the entire surrounding area of 100 miles and completely kill all of them. All of them shall become my nutrition. As the Azura king spoke, it emitted a dreadful demonic energy that blotted out the heavens. And not only that, but there was even the aura of a dragon emitting from him. Yes, great king. The several shadows respectfully said. They held incomparable admiration towards the Azura king, as if it were no different from their one and only god. The Azura king's aura became increasingly intense. Endless bolts of thunder fell down, setting the swamp underneath the Azura king into a blazing fire. Mud evaporated, burnt, and then even heated up into molten magma before evaporating once again. This process happened extremely fast. In just the blink of an eye, a massive stretch of the black swamp had disappeared. And in the distance, Dragon 1, who had been lying unmoving, actually frowned. He felt signs that there was something wrong about this. Before he came to the God-Beast Mystic Realm, he had only completely familiarized himself with the God-Beast Mystic Realm Compendium. And the ancient Dragon Clan's version of the God-Beast Mystic Realm Compendium was far more comprehensive than the ancient Phoenix clans. According to the records left behind, an Azura king of the Mystic Realm demons shouldn't be so powerful. This sort of thunder tribulation was too terrifying. And within this tribulation the Azura king was adamantly withstanding it, without seeming as if it were having any troubles. Dragon 1 had a very bad feeling. Although Dragon 1 knew that there was a massive lucky chance placed in front of him, he was still an extremely cautious person. For his talent and cultivation to reach such a degree, he understood his own destiny to an extent and was able to sense when impending catastrophes were around the corner. He had an extremely tough life. Normally, when he was exploring a mystic realm and he was close to death's door at every moment, he would still be able to emerge alive, and moreover he would even be able to obtain great benefits. And now, as Dragon 1 saw that the situation in front of him surpassed his every expectation, he had the idea of wholeheartedly retreating. To an extreme talent, if a lucky chance was placed in front of them, they had to go all out to obtain it even if the chances of survival were slimmer than a hair. But, sometimes, just sometimes, in a situation where one couldn't grasp the circumstances and variables involved, one would need to give up. And giving up also took enormous determination. But just as Dragon 1 was thinking about whether to retreat, he saw another scene in front of him, one that caused his body to tremble and his eyes to shrink to dots before bursting out with a blinding light. As the black swamp was evaporated by the bolts of thunder, a massive pit appeared in the ground. And Dragon 1 also saw something that wasn't visible before. In this pit, there was actually a massive bone that was 1,000 feet long. This bone was whiter than jade, and the top was narrow and seamless like a divine sword, piercing through the endless heavens. This bone looked like a fragment of an unimaginably massive skeleton. Perhaps it was part of a rib, or perhaps it was part of a femur. But no matter what it was, this bone had an unbelievable number of complex runes scattered all over it. There were large runes like buckets and small runes like grains of rice. They were endless. Every rune contained the laws of this world. From this fragment of bone, an indescribably great pressure surged outwards. This pressure was unfathomably profound and also mixed together with an overwhelmingly pure yang energy. Even though he was hundreds of miles away, he could still feel the incomparably pure baptism of energy and even feel the power of the boundless vibrant ancient laws. This is, Dragon 1's voice quivered. Although he had never seen one before, he knew that he wasn't wrong. This fragment of bone in front of him was a supreme dragon bone. Buried beneath the black swamp of the god-beast mystic realm there was actually a piece of dragon bone, a 1,000-foot-long dragon bone. What sort of concept was a 1,000-foot-long dragon bone? One just needed to think of the value of dragon marrow blood to understand this. Dragon blood and phoenix blood were of similar degrees of preciousness. Ordinary dragon blood was naturally the least valuable. Above that was dragon heart blood, dragon horn blood, dragon marrow blood, reverse scale blood, and so forth. Dragon marrow blood was similar to phoenix marrow blood in terms of value. When Lin Ming had broken through to the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, besides the phoenix blood essence which he hadn't yet managed to reach the full standards for, he only managed to obtain 3 drops of phoenix marrow blood. A single drop of phoenix marrow blood was enough to cause a divine lord powerhouse to struggle for it. As for 10 drops of phoenix marrow blood, that was enough for a divine lord powerhouse to go all out. And this 1,000-foot dragon bone was still complete, so there must be a massive amount of marrow inside. Just how much dragon marrow blood must there be within it? And that was only the dragon marrow blood. The value of the dragon bone itself wasn't even mentioned. In fact, the dragon bone was even more valuable than the dragon marrow blood within it. This was because no matter which one of the 4 god-beast clans it was, the clansmen only transplanted the bloodline of the god-beasts. This method would only transform their bloodline. As for their skin, flesh, bones, and tendons, those actually couldn't be transformed. This was because they didn't have the materials to do so. If Dragon 1 could obtain this piece of dragon bone and fuse it into his body, the advantages couldn't even be calculated. Not only would the strength of his bloodline rise, but all of his bones would become near indestructible because they would have fused together with the dragon bone. His physical strength and defensive ability would rise to a whole new level. At this moment, Dragon 1 turned into a zealot. Desire flashed in his eyes, an intensity of emotion he had never felt in his life before. If it was said that he had high hopes of becoming a holy lord in the future, then after obtaining this dragon bone he would be foreordained to reach the late holy lord realm or even the peak holy lord realm. Perhaps if he stumbled into more lucky chances in the future, he might even have a chance of becoming a world king. At that time he would become another world king of the ancient dragon clan. He would be one of the top 3 existences to ever appear in the last 100 million history of the ancient dragon clan. With such an impossibly great lucky chance in front of him, if he didn't chase after it with everything he had just because of some worries, then he wouldn't be Dragon 1. It wasn't just Dragon 1, but the other ancient dragon clan disciples also felt their blood boiling over with longing. Dragon 1 would assuredly obtain most of the benefits, but they too could share in some of the soup. After all, this dragon bone was 1,000 feet long. It was natural that some part of it would be divided to them. This was a heavenly treasure that even a world king powerhouse would go crazy over. Even if they were given a tiny imperceptible amount, it would be more than enough for them to soar in the future. Junior apprentice brothers and sisters, form the formation, we're going in together. Dragon 1 shook with excitement, but his eyes were still terrifying calm. This was the most important moment of his life. In the skies, the phantom formed by the Azura King had reached 100,000 feet long. A terrifying aura showered down, enveloping the entire world. Without a doubt, this piece of dragon bone had been obtained by this Azura King that was currently crossing its demonic tribulation. It must have swallowed up the blood energy and pure yang energy of the dragon bone, thus developing some dragon-like characteristics. Because of this Azura King, the dragon bone must have lost a great deal of its energy essence. However, this didn't matter. If they could slay this Azura King and refine it, they could equally make up for the losses. Chapter 1050, You Two, Fuck Off. Chapter 1050, You Two, Fuck Off. In the blink of an eye, the several disciples of the ancient dragon clan spread out. Their locations complemented each other, they had formed a battle formation. There were many ancient dragon clan disciples and their average strength was also high, much higher than that of the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan. The 12 disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were the greatest elites chosen from 100 billion clansmen. But, the 36 disciples of the ancient dragon clan were actually chosen from a trillion clansmen. Although they had 3 times the disciples chosen, the base number was 10 times that of the ancient Phoenix clan. It was no wonder they were strong, and with such a group of disciples, especially with such an unfathomably deep character like Dragon 1, the power of their great battle array formation could be imagined. Perhaps even an ordinary divine transformation realm powerhouse would be immediately killed by their explosive power. Not enough. These people are not enough. Send out the Iron Dragon command and have all disciples hurry up and join us. All 36 of us, it cannot be any less. This will be the greatest lucky chance that the 36 of us will ever encounter in our lives. As long as we can obtain this dragon bone, we will be able to soar into greatness. All other harvests are nothing at all. Even if headquarters gives us divine dragon blood essence, that still cannot compare with the supreme dragon bone in any way whatsoever. Divine dragon blood essence was certainly valuable, but there was just too little of it. How could a single drop of divine dragon blood essence compare with a 1,000-foot-long dragon bone? Moreover, what was most important was that all 4 god-beast clans, including even the ancient dragon clan, only had methods to obtain the god-beast bloodlines to improve the strength of their clansmen's bloodlines. It was impossible for them to obtain something like a dragon bone. If they could obtain such a dragon bone and then obtain divine dragon blood essence after that, the advantages would be beyond imagination. This time our enemy is powerful, powerful beyond reckoning. This Azura King has absorbed the power of the supreme dragon bone, and it is no longer an ordinary Azura King. I fear that it has already discovered us, and even then it dares to cross tribulation in our sight without any attempt to hide. It simply doesn't fear us at all. It likely even wants us to come over and to swallow us up whole. For Dragon 1 to arrive at this step and become the top disciple of the ancient dragon clan, besides his own talent and destiny, he was also an extremely intelligent and cunning individual. Although the dragon bone was enough to drive him mad with want, he still wasn't blinded without reason. In just a moment he had more or less correctly guessed the approximate situation. Yes, senior apprentice brother Dragon 1. Dragon 12 waved his hand and a black light shot out, penetrating through the void like an arrow. This was a secret sound transmission technique of the ancient dragon clan. Every Iron Dragon command was an extremely precious treasure. One could cross the void to send messages, and normal mystic realm array formations could not stop it. If a disciple was sealed into an unknown space, others could determine their position using this Iron Dragon command. As Yang Little Moon saw Dragon 12 sending out that light, she nervously said, "That is the Iron Dragon command. Lin Ming, I fear the ancient dragon clan is calling all of their other disciples to come here. They will form a great battle formation to struggle with the Azura King. We are simply not their match. Let alone us, even if all other disciples of the other 3 clans joined forces, we would still be inferior." The ancient dragon clan's disciples had the highest average strength of the 4 god-beast clans. Moreover, the other 3 god-beast clans only had a total of 32 disciples in this mystic realm, for less than the ancient dragon clan. It was impossible to handle them in a frontal confrontation, and even less so now that the ancient dragon clan disciples were forming a great battle array. That would multiply their combat strength. Lin Ming certainly knew this. He didn't fear life-destruction martial artists, and he could still contend with early Divine Sea martial artists. But he had to admit that he was far inferior to this dragon one, especially since he was supported by a battle array formation. But he wasn't willing to give up like this. Yang Little Moon probably didn't know what sort of divine bone that was. She likely thought it was some extraordinary treasure, but as to exactly what it was, she was clueless. However, Lin Ming was different. He had a drop of reverse scale blood within him. Even though he didn't have the secret technique of the ancient dragon clan to absorb the drop of reverse scale blood, nor did he have a foundation of ordinary dragon blood, causing him to waste 99% of the blood's essence, reverse scale blood was still reverse scale blood. It was one of the most precious types of blood in a divine dragon's body and had also inherited the aura of a divine dragon. How could Lin Ming not know that the aura of the reverse scale blood was the same as that of the divine bone? Boundless, potent, vast, ruling over the world, overwhelming the heavens. This was a supreme dragon bone. If he could fuse this bone into his body, he could improve his own bones, causing his entire skeleton to take on the characteristics of a divine dragon's bones. His bones would become as hard as divine iron, and his striking power and defensive ability would both take a qualitative leap forward. Moreover, Lin Ming trained in the divine realm's body transformation technique. He knew that the further one went in body transformation, the harder it would become. Just the 8 inner hidden gates would cost so many resources that it would cause unimaginably wealthy martial artists to shrink back in fear. And there was still the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, something that was infinitely more difficult. After being in the divine realm for such a long time, besides himself, he had never met a martial artist who dual cultivated in body and energy. Even extreme top characters like Xiao Daoji, Hua Burning Heaven, and Crimson Strife Cloud, all of them walked the sole path of the essence gathering system. Any one of those geniuses was extremely proud and confident in themselves. And they had the right to be arrogant, because their talent allowed them to be so. But they still didn't cultivate in dual body and energy, because they knew just how difficult that road was to walk. If one couldn't open the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, then all previous efforts would slowly become meaningless and they would have wasted all of their time in vain. Although Lin Ming had experienced numerous lucky chances, he still didn't think he would be able to smoothly break into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. According to Fairy Feng, the reason it was near impossible to step into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace was that the rules of the world had changed in ancient times. Now, wanting to step into that boundary was the same as defying the heavenly Dao itself. The difficulty of attempting to do so could be imagined. But now that Lin Ming had already put forth the effort, he didn't want to waste it. He had to constantly search for ways to improve his own physical body. Absorbing this dragon bone would transform his entire skeleton. It would provide unreal advantages to his body transformation technique in the future. The temptation was too great. The value of this dragon bone could not be compared to a single drop of phoenix blood essence. Moreover, a single drop of phoenix blood essence had already caused so much pain to the ancient phoenix clan, much less this dragon bone. Thus, even if Lin Ming knew the difficulty of obtaining this dragon bone was beyond his imagination, he still wasn't willing to give up and leave like this. However, at this time, a thick killing intent shrouded down on them along with a chilling voice. "Fuck off. You two, fuck off. Otherwise I will have you both die here without a grave. This overbearing tone didn't hide its thick killing intent, completely tearing apart all previous gentlemanly appearances. This was because Dragon 1 knew that being honorable or kind at this moment had lost all meaning. It was impossible for others to give up on such a lucky chance after a few polite words. Only absolute strength and the threat of certain death was enough to scare off people and make them vanish for good. Lin Ming frowned. This killing intent was clear and true. He didn't doubt for a moment that Dragon 1 would slaughter them if they didn't leave. And he would do so without mercy. Even if this matter were found out, he still wouldn't care about the disputes that the ancient Phoenix clan would raise with the ancient Dragon clan. Compared to the value of the dragon bone, what would the ancient Dragon clan care about such minor matters? The ancient Phoenix clan would absolutely not wage war for Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon, senior apprentice brother Lin. As Yang Little Moon heard Dragon 1's naked threat, she shook her fists, incensed. But there was nothing she could do. In this world, strength was the only eternal truth. If one lacked strength, then they could only allow themselves to be oppressed. Now with such a massive lucky chance placed in front of them, and with Dragon 1 holding the overwhelming advantage, everything he did was perfectly justified. No one would wish to be bothered by others at the final critical moment before they obtained the dragon bone. After all, the opponent they faced was simply far too formidable. It was possible that both sides would be grievously injured. At that time, any accident from some unknown variable could cause them to fail at the last moment. Lin Ming grimaced. He didn't immediately leave. It looks like you won't cry until you see your own coffin. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? You two are indeed amazingly talented, but what a pity, your cultivation is too low. Dragon 1 sneered. He had full confidence in himself. With 10 people on his side and also with them forming an array formation, the bombardment of attacks would rip Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon to shreds. You really have no sense of death or danger. Let's go, we're killing those two first. I will take on all responsibility for this. I can guarantee that the clan will protect us at all costs. The ancient Phoenix clan can only swallow down their objections, and it isn't even necessarily true that they will find any evidence. Oh yes, that's right. Leave that Yang Little Moon alive. We can't waste the virgin bloodline in her body. Since we're going to do this, we're going all in. We will take Yang Little Moon's primordial yin first before slaughtering her. Since ancient times, dragons and phoenixes have always complemented each other. The ancient phoenix bloodline will have great benefits to us. As Dragon 1 spoke, he even talked of taking Yang Little Moon's primordial yin without any emotion. In the face of a beauty like Yang Little Moon, he was actually able to speak in such a cold and indifferent manner, taking her primordial yin with no obscene desire or meaning behind it. All he had was ice-cold killing intent. In his eyes, Yang Little Moon's only value was her virginity and bloodline strength. As for her beauty, that was meaningless to him. For Dragon 1 to remain calm in such a situation, that was truly terrifying. As Yang Little Moon heard Dragon 1's words, even though she was usually arrogant, she still paled. Lin Ming was also startled. Senior apprentice brother Lin, Yang Little Moon cried out in alarm. This was a true life or death moment. Lin Ming took a step back and the phoenix blood spear jumped into his hands. His eyes shined with a cold light. Don't worry too much yet. There are 100,000 mystic realm demons here and they are still dozens of miles away from us, with a massive number of mystic realm demons between us. Once they start their great battle array, they will definitely injure some mystic realm demons. At that time, a complete war will break out. And beyond that, others have also arrived. Although Dragon 1 really intended to kill them, Lin Ming wasn't afraid. In this situation, if they disregarded any price to kill them, then it would be possible. But would Dragon 1 dare to kill everyone else here? As Lin Ming spoke, 3 red lights flew in from the horizon. They were disciples of the ancient Kirin clan, from the Fire Kirin branch. As Dragon 1 saw this, his complexion became much more grim. The momentum produced by the Azura King crossing his demonic tribulation was far too great. If this continued, then more and more people would show up. The more people showed up, the the more complex the situation would become. Damn it all. What do we do, Senior Apprentice Dragon 1? Should we kill them all off? As the ancient Dragon Clan disciples saw the 3 Kirin Clan disciples, they also felt that things had become more difficult. Killing Lin Ming and Yang Little Moon and offending the ancient Phoenix Clan was something they could still live with, but if they slaughtered everyone that arrived, then they really would arouse the anger of all. If they really managed to offend all 3 other God-Beast clans, then even the ancient Dragon Clan wouldn't be able to bear the pressure. Unless they killed off every single person. Chapter 1051. The Great War Begins. Chapter 1051. The Great War Begins. Dragon 1 sucked in a deep breath, a cold light shining in his eyes. He knew that if he tried to keep this a secret and kill them all, even he couldn't manage that. Moreover, if they fought, then they would inevitably be weakened in the aftermath, adding even more variables to the situation. At this moment, 2 more beams of blue light caught up. They were disciples from the Rock Clan, the blue-winged Rock branch. They were favored children of the Wind Laws and excelled at speed. Dealing with their high-speed movements was extremely difficult. What is that? I have no idea. It should be some kind of extreme saint beast, or possibly even a god-beast bone. The blue-winged Rock disciple as well as the Fire Kirin disciples could all feel the terrifying aura emanating from the god-beast bone. Such a great lucky chance left them all frothing with excitement. Millimeter. Those are the ancient Dragon Clan's people. Dragon 1, Dragon 6, Dragon 8, Dragon 12, so many of them. As the blue-winged Rock disciple saw so many ancient Dragon Clan disciples here, his heart immediately sank. Shit. We were too late. The Dragon Clan people definitely won't let off such a fat piece of meat. Moreover, there are still 100,000 Mystic Realm demons here that are extremely difficult to deal with. Wanting to obtain that divine bone will be far too difficult. Summon all our other clansmen here, we're going to join forces. None of the heroic young elites present were idiots that couldn't tell just what the current situation was like, thus they made the most sensible judgment. Only by gathering all of their scattered clansmen and uniting together could they have a chance of obtaining this divine bone. Trying to take possession of it alone was far too unrealistic. You lot, I want all of you to fuck off. Dragon 1's entire body surged with crushing killing intent. With him as the center, the great array formation formed by several powerhouses of the ancient Dragon Clan was indeed extraordinary. The thick killing intent condensed into reality, giving off bottomless pressure. But the geniuses of the other clans were heroic elites chosen from 100 billion people. There was not a single one of them that was weak. Facing Dragon 1's pressure, their complexions changed for the slightest moment before they immediately recovered. How amusing. Your ancient Dragon Clan has been far too cocky. For world treasures like this, they belong to whoever can take them. Just when was it that the likes of you could monopolize them yourself? A Kirin Clan martial artist said with a severe light, his entire posture vigilant. He was a peak early Divine Sea martial artist, just a step away from the middle Divine Sea realm. His strength was amazing. And as he spoke, with 2 whistling sounds, 2 sound transmission talismans flew out. Summon all reinforcements. They were extremely far from Dragon 1 and sending a sound transmission talisman only took a brief moment. How could anyone possibly stop it? Moreover, Dragon 1 also knew that it wouldn't matter if he tried to stop him. This was because it would take the Azura King a long period of time to cross its demonic tribulation. Even if there wasn't a sound transmission, with such a massive scene occurring around them, the powerhouses of the other clans were bound to catch up sooner or later. This lake was bound to become more and more muddied. Senior Apprentice Brother Dragon 1, what should we do? Dragon 12 nervously asked. If the disciples from all 3 other God-Beast clans arrived here, their ancient Dragon Clan would absolutely become the target. This was because they were the most powerful. As long as the other 3 clans weren't idiots, they would join forces to deal with them. We might as well start now and take advantage of the time before they join together. If you see 1 kill 1, if you see 2 kill 2. Dragon 6 harshly said. As the genius disciples of the ancient Dragon Clan grew up, All of them were subject to extremely intense competition that could even be called brutal and tragic. Each one was more ruthless than the last. This Dragon 6 actually wanted to kill everyone present. Dragon 1's face darkened until it resembled the Nine Nether Abyss. A cold light blazed from his eyes, but he actually maintained total silence as countless plans and machinations flashed through his mind. Everyone was scattered and they were also very far away. They were able to run away at any moment. Wanting to kill them was easier said than done. If he needed to kill them, then he had to make sure no survivors were left behind. Otherwise, if the survivors managed to grab their treasures in the ensuing chaos later, they would really be fools. As time passed, more and more people arrived. It wasn't just people from the ancient dragon clan that caught up, but also disciples of the other three clans. Although there were countless dangers in the god-beast mystic realm, the geniuses of the four clans were nearly unscathed. One reason was that they were all geniuses that excelled in combat to begin with, and the destiny gathered upon their bodies was also great, so ordinary dangers weren't likely to harm them much. Another reason was that even if there was someone who was inexperienced and tender like Yang Little Moon with insufficient cultivation, they could still seek out the shelter of an older powerhouse, thus preventing any troubles from rising. Soon, over 60 people had gathered up. Nearly every genius that had entered the god-beast mystic realm had arrived. On one side was the ancient dragon clan with Dragon 1 leading them, and on the other side were the disciples of the three other clans. The two sides stood in sharp opposition. At this time, everyone knew that having sole control of the supreme dragon bone was impossible. Let alone a single person taking it, but even a single clan taking the entire thing was impossible. Even if the most powerful ancient dragon clan wanted to eat up all the treasures, they would bite off more than they could chew. Haha. Brother Dragon 1, how about our four clans join forces to obtain the dragon bone before we decided further about how to split the benefits? Xiaoping laughed out. He had already heard from the Kirin clan and Rock clan about how Dragon 1 had acted against them before the other disciples arrived. Even so, he still happily laughed and chatted with Dragon 1 as if nothing had happened. Yes, let's join forces. At that time your ancient dragon clan can have a bit more of the benefit. Near Xiaoping, the Kirin clan's eldest disciple Jiang Bai echoed in joyous agreement. Join forces. Have a bit more of the benefits. Ha 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 ha. Dragon 1 suddenly raucously laughed, raving like madman. Jiang Bai wrinkled his eyebrows. What are you laughing about? Is this situation funny to you? Dragon 1's smile disappeared and he icily said, what pleasant words. Even if all you scattered garbage come here, what combat strength do you have? The 36 of us can join together to form the Astral Heaven formation and will inevitably become the main target of the Azura King and its minions. Meanwhile, the lot of you will randomly wander at the sides until both of us are wounded and then you'll swoop in and snatch away the victory. Dream on. You want to fight together? All right. We might as well start now. Dragon 1's face flashed with a ferocious light. He swiped his spatial ring and in the next moment a massive arc of blue sword light cut through the skies, directly impacting towards the distant mountain peak with 100,000 mystic realm demons around it. What are you trying to do? Jiang Bai's eyes widened in utter shock. Before his voice fell, there was an explosive ringing sound as the sword light smashed into a group of mystic realm demons. In that moment, over 20 mystic realm demons were ruthlessly torn apart by that sword energy, bursting into smoke. All of the mystic realm demons swiveled towards the disciples of the four clans. Their strange red eyes formed by energy began to fill with a violent rage. All of the disciples from the four clans suddenly felt a creepy feeling washing them. Originally they were all standing on the periphery. Since their strength far surpassed that of an ordinary mystic realm demon, all they needed to do was use some special barrier concealment methods to deceive the sense of the mystic realm demons. But now, Dragon 1's attack had exposed their position. Shit. Jiang Bai was infuriated. He had originally been prepared to wait for the final moment when the Azura King was undergoing its demonic tribulation, and then by gathering the strength of everyone present and focusing it together, they would launch a long-range attack through a combining array formation and heavily wound the Azura King. They might have even managed to kill the Azura King. Then, Those 100,000 mystic realm demons would become like headless flies. If everyone then rushed over with on overwhelming momentum, they could cause all the mystic realm demons to scatter in panic. But he didn't imagine that Dragon 1 would directly launch a solo attack on the 100,000 mystic realm demons. They originally had the perfect advantage, but now this attack exposed their position. If they were forced to engage in a massive melee with an army of 100,000 mystic realm demons, the disciples would suffer serious losses. That was 100,000 mystic realm demons. And they were only a group of 60-some disciples. Dragon 1 was filled with bloodthirst. From the start he had never thought of sharing anything with the other clans. His only desire was to swallow up half of that supreme dragon bone by himself. Only then would he have a faint chance of attacking the World King boundary. You want to join forces? Fine. Then I'll draw those 100,000 mystic realm demons and we'll engage in a true, tragic, slaughterfest. I want to see just where you'll hide. You pack of blithering retards, did you really think that the Azura King hasn't discovered us from the start? It has already absorbed the strength of the supreme dragon bone and is no longer an ordinary Azura King. It is a spider that set out web, waiting for you small flies to gather in before catching you all. He ha 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 ha. Since you've come here, then you might as well make use of your life and blood and pave the way for me. Dragon 1 crazily laughed. His laughter echoed between the heavens and earth. As the number one master of all the geniuses present, Dragon 1's sense and judgment were far above everyone else's. Moreover, as a member of the ancient dragon clan, he was clearest about just what the supreme dragon bone was. He was able to vaguely estimate just how powerful the Azura King had become after absorbing the supreme dragon bone. Now was not the time to decide how the four clans would divide the supreme dragon bone. Rather, it was the time to decide whether they would become the hunters of the supreme dragon bone, or become the prey that was hunted instead. The 100,000 mystic realm demons surged forth like a black tide. 200,000 eyes radiated with a blood-red light, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Hee, have they all arrived? Over 60 talents from the outside, their flesh and blood should be enough for nourishing me a bit. That little kid from the dragon clan isn't too bad, he knows just what I was planning. He dared to provoke such an attack, so he should have a bit of ability. But even so, all of them will die the same. At this time, the Azura King was still undergoing tribulation. Its face was that of a handsome man, and its lips were curved up in a cunning smile. But as it spoke his last word, its face suddenly shifted into that of a brutal demon. Killing intent gushed out from its entire body. Encircle them, kill them all. Leave their energy essence for me to swallow up. You are deranged. You are out of your mind. As the disciples of the four clans saw the waves of mystic realm demons hurtle towards them, all of them felt a cold chill run up their backs. If they fought in this war, they would suffer absolutely tremendous losses. Ha 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 ha. Fight. Fight and die. The more of you that die, the less people there will be to compete with me for the dragon bone. Dragon 1 flourished a top-grade Saint Artifact sword. He seethed with a fevered frenzy. At this time, although he looked as if he had gone mad, the truth was that his innermost thoughts were as calm and cold as a lake of ice. At the moment he had decided to compete for the dragon bone, he knew that this sort of cataclysmic war would occur. And, the disciples of the other three clans were the best sacrificial lambs. Young Little Moon blanched as she saw the waves of mystic realm demons rush towards her like a massive tsunami. She was well aware that once she was embroiled in this sort of chaotic melee, the first one to die would be an inexperienced rookie like herself. As for counting on Lin Ming to protect her, that was just a joke. It wasn't like she was his woman or something, so why would he feel the duty or obligation to do so? For a time, a trace of despair and fear flashed through Yang Little Moon's heart. In the face of impending death, who could still be calm? But at this moment, an incomparably tranquil and familiar voice sounded out in her ears. Enter my ring. Millimeter. Yang Little Moon paused. She felt a soft strength cover her and she subconsciously didn't resist. In the next moment she had entered into an unknown space. This was actually a beautiful valley with mountains and rivers around her, resembling a summer paradise. At the moment the war was about to break out, Lin Ming placed Yang Little Moon into his extreme violet ring. This was one of Jiang Ziji's relics he obtained from the Temple of Marvels. The inside contained a separate space that could hold rivers, valleys, mountains, and even a medicine garden. Naturally, it could also hold a living person. Chapter 1052, Grand Mist Battle Armor. Chapter 1052, Grand Mist Battle Armor. Yang Little Moon looked at the scenery around her in a shocked daze. Right in front of her was a lush and vibrant medicine garden, completely filled with spirit herbs that were 100,000 years old and above. It was a verdant land, colored with spring. And behind this medicine garden, there was a palace. As she saw this, she immediately knew where she was. She was in Lin Ming's spatial ring, in a minor dimension formed within. That fellow, he rescued me. As she looked at this quiet and peaceful scenery, Yang Little Moon felt all sorts of strange and complex emotions fill her heart. She never thought that in the final moment, Lin Ming would receive her into his extreme violet ring. As long as Lin Ming didn't die and the ring didn't break, she would be safe and well. And in terms of Lin Ming's combat effectiveness, Yang Little Moon didn't know why, but she felt an inexplicable blind belief in him. Even though she knew that it was impossible for him to resist 100,000 mystic realm demons, she still thought that he could escape, even if he couldn't obtain the dragon bone. And at this moment, outside of the extreme violet ring, a life and death slaughterfest had been engaged between the disciples of the four god-beast clans and the mystic realm demon. This was 100,000 mystic realm demons against 60-some genius clan disciples. Dragon 1, that fucking psycho. Everyone, get in formation, Jiang Bai breathlessly said as 6 other disciples gathered by his side and began to form an array formation. As for the other 3 disciples, they didn't join in because they didn't have the ability to. Not all disciples of the 4 god-beast clans could form array formations with each other. For instance, in the ancient Phoenix clan there were many genius disciples spread out in the 72 branch palaces, so it was simply unrealistic for them to train in array formations. After all, doing so was impractical, especially since they didn't gather together often. Even when they explored this mystic realm, they were often dispersed all over. This current group war was an entirely unexpected event. Such a result also led to not every disciple from the ancient Phoenix clan, Rock clan, or Kirin clan being able to gather into array formations. In the ancient Phoenix clan, only several disciples that had been together at headquarters were able to do so and compete with the ancient Dragon clan's 36 astral heaven formation. Everyone, gather by me, we're forming the 100 bird burning sun formation, Xiao Ping shouted out. This was an array formation that the several disciples from headquarters had practiced together before. If we form the array, then what will those branch palace disciples like Lin Ming do? A disciple subconsciously asked. What a bunch of nonsense. At this time what else can we do, just let them run about as they will, Huang Tidemark sneered. But, this argument was also understandable. In such a crisis, who could still worry and look after others? As Huang Tidemark imagined Lin Ming being swallowed up by countless demons until there was nothing left of him, he felt pleased with himself. That brat had taken Yang Little Moon away from him in front of everyone and caused him to lose face. Not even having a corpse left is the most miserable way to die. But what a pity about that Yang Little Moon girl, I still haven't managed to taste her yet. Her perfect ancient phoenix bloodline is truly wasted. But then, when Huang Tidemark glanced at Lin Ming through the chaos, he actually saw that Yang Little Moon, who had been standing beside him, had suddenly disappeared. Millimeter? A spatial ring with its own minor dimension? Humph, that's still useless. You will die no matter what. Against a great army of 100,000 mystic realm demons, even they weren't sure they could survive after having formed their great array formation, much less Lin Ming, who was all alone. Bang! With a terrifying series of ringing explosive sounds, the swarm of 100,000 mystic realm demons formed a giant current that smashed down against the disciples like a heavy armored fist. But, the genius disciples of the 4 great clans were like a sharp blade, colliding with the mystic realm demons together. For a time, wild and turbulent energy recklessly shot out. And above the disciples of the 4 great clans, a giant blue wheel shot up into the skies. On top of this spinning wheel there were 36 runes, each of them sparkling with a bright light. 36 disciples each stood above their own rune. The runes combined together, causing a resonant dragon's cry to soar into the skies. The phantom of an azure dragon floated above the blue spinning wheel, its claws slashing outward. All fellow apprentices, burn your blood essence together to form a celestial dragon rune and inscribe it onto the 36 astral heaven formation. We will increase the might of our formation to the limit. This is the greatest lucky chance that we will ever have in our entire lives. No one must think they will get lucky, we must all go all out for this. Dragon 1 bellowed. He was the first to burn his Dragon Clan blood essence. Burning Dragon Clan blood essence was different from burning ancient Phoenix blood essence. This was because a Phoenix god beast could bathe in the fires of Nirvana and be reborn. No matter how much blood essence it burnt, it still wouldn't diminish by a single drop. But as for the Dragon Clan's blood essence, that was simply not like the ancient Phoenix clans at all. Every drop of blood essence they burnt was another drop gone. At this time, Dragon 1 had really gone all out. Bang! With a loud shout from Dragon 1, 36 divine pillars of light beamed forth from the bodies of the 36 disciples. Each of them had burnt their life's blood essence. These pillars of light came in a rainbow of scintillating colors. There was azure, gold, blood red. Each color represented each disciple's bloodline relationship with the different divine dragons. The entire sky was lit up with multicolored halos. And in the center of the array formation's 36 runes, each rune rose up as if they had come to life. Each rune turned into a little dragon that soared into the winds, flying about like living beings. Oh, ancient dragon god, with our blood essence as the sacrifice, we summon your glorious strength. We beg you, grant us loyal subjects your unsurpassed supernatural divine might. Dragon 1's face was filled with a pious reverence, as if he were carrying out some sacrosanct ceremony. Woo woo. The spinning wheel beneath his feet had already become a kaleidoscope of colors. As it quickly revolved, the spinning wheel even cut through the air, releasing a harsh grating sound as if countless ghosts were crying in the sky. Even the surrounding space began to tremble. Such a sound was fused with the aura of a divine dragon as well as the energy of 36 powerhouses from the ancient dragon clan. Wherever these sonic waves struck, numerous mystic realm demons exploded into smoke. These mystic realm demons were intangible and invisible bodies of energy to begin with. To strike them with these sound waves filled with energy, the lethality was truly great. Not just that, but as the rainbow wheel spun around, it was also able to absorb the mystic realm demons that had exploded into energy. A massive amount of mystic realm energy curled up into the spinning wheel, nourishing and strengthening its body, making it shine with an even brighter divine light. What kind of array formation is that? The array formation formed by the ancient Dragon Clan disciples can actually absorb mystic realm demons to strengthen itself and increase its killing strength. If it's like this, then they have no need to bear 100,000 mystic realm demons. This is because they can use the strength of the mystic realm demons themselves to slaughter even more of them. No wonder Dragon 1 was so crazy. He truly has the ability to stir up the 100,000 mystic realm demons and kill the Azura King as it's undergoing its final demonic tribulation. This is bad. If this continues, then we will be stranded in this sea of mystic realm demons. And the disciples of the ancient dragon clan will directly push their way into the center. At that time, if they manage to obtain the dragon bone and walk away while we are stuck here, then we might exhaust ourselves and perish. Jiang Bai instantly realized this and he fumed with anger. He felt as if he had been tricked by Dragon 1. Not only had he turned into bait that had to share the pressure, and not only would he not obtain any benefits, but he might even have to compensate with his life. However, it was simply impossible for him to compete for the dragon bone right now, especially within the swarm of mystic realm demons. Trying to advance just 100 meters within all these mystic realm demons was extremely difficult. What do we do? Do we break out or rush in with the Dragon Clan disciples? Everyone was caught in a dilemma. They had confidence they could break out of this encirclement. Even if they took some damage, they would still be able to survive with 70% of the disciples intact. But that was the same as giving up on the supreme dragon bone. If they rushed forwards, then there was a chance they could obtain the supreme dragon bone. However, the losses would truly be great. There was a chance that even with so many losses, they still wouldn't achieve anything. And at this time, Lin Ming was also swallowed up by the swarms of Mystic Realm demons. He hadn't formed an array formation. The advantage of this was that he was the most inconspicuous, and this also made him the smallest target with the least amount of Mystic Realm demons rushing at him. Grand Mist Battle Spirit. As he saw 7 or 8 Mystic Realm demons hurtle towards him, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and the dark gold Grand Mist Battle Spirit directly shot forth from his spiritual sea. In a split second, those 7 or 8 Mystic Realm demons were all crushed to death and turned into pure Mystic Realm energy. Lin Ming waved his hand and received the energy into the fire pattern furnace left behind by Yang Little Moon. Although Lin Ming's total combat strength wasn't the highest amongst the 60-some disciples, he actually had the easiest time killing groups of Mystic Realm demons. This was because with just a sweep of his battle spirit, all ordinary Mystic Realm demons in front of him would perish. This saved both energy and time. However, this wasn't enough. Lin Ming was aware that if he approached the Azura King, he would suffer greater resistance. As he went closer to the Azura King, not only would there be more Mystic Realm demons, but they would also be stronger. There were Mystic Realm demons that had lived for thousands or even 10,000 years. Heavenly Demon Force Field, open. The Prime Emperor Red Lotus began to slowly bloom behind Lin Ming. In the chaos of the battlefield, no one had time to notice this. And as the Prime Emperor Red Lotus bloomed, the composition of space around Lin Ming began to change, turning into Grand Mist Space. Grand Mist Space symbolized the power of the most source laws present at the forming of the universe. Even though the rules of the God-Beast Mystic Realm world were different and had even caused the genius disciples of the 4 God-Beast clans to be slightly hindered as they tried to use the power of laws, this still wasn't able to affect the Grand Mist Space at all. This was because the God-Beast Mystic Realm was still a place that had evolved due to some unknown rules, countless hundreds of millions of years after the forming of the universe. Thus, it was unable to contend with the most original and source chaos laws. As soon as the Grand Mist Space appeared, Lin Ming's aura suddenly changed. He compressed the Grand Mist Space to within 30 feet of himself. Any Mystic Realm demons that intruded upon this Grand Mist Space immediately issued a terrifying scream as their bodies melted away. Grand Mist Space annihilated all laws. These bodies of energy were unable to withstand the decomposing power of the Grand Mist Space. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and the Grand Mist Battle Spirit shot out. A world of will projection overlapped with the Grand Mist Space, turning the entire Grand Mist Space golden. The Grand Mist Space continued to compress and condense until it was finally only 3 feet away from Lin Ming. This nearly created a Grand Mist battle armor around Lin Ming, and the power of this Grand Mist battle armor to decompose the power of laws had reached a terrifying degree. Any Mystic Realm demon that even slightly bumped into it would immediately explode before being twisted into the Grand Mist Space and forming the elementary form of Grand Mist energy. With the ancient dragon clan's 36 astral heaven formation as well as the other disciples of the 3 clans gathered into their own formations, Lin Ming was the smallest target. At any given time there were only 24 or so Mystic Realm demons rushing towards him. And as these Mystic Realm demons touched his Grand Mist battle armor, they were immediately killed. None of them were able to stop Lin Ming's high-speed advance forward. Chapter 1053, Sneaky. Chapter 1053, Sneaky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With Dragon 1 in the lead, the ancient Dragon Clan disciples rushed over in a blazing surge of light. Every breath of time, a dozen Mystic Realm demons would be torn to nothing by their rainbow-colored corona. Of course, such a savage killing method required the ancient Dragon Clan disciples to expend a great deal of their source strength as the foundation. These disciples had all burnt a portion of their life's blood essence. Moreover, the closer they got to the Azura King, the greater the pressure they felt. They had already reached a distance where there were Mystic Realm demons that had lived for thousands or even for 10,000 years. The mystic realm demons violently impacted against the ancient dragon clan disciples. And, as the ancient dragon clan disciples were braving their way towards the Azura King, the other clan's disciples were all taking different actions. The three great clans each had their own small core group. The ancient Phoenix clan took Xiao Ping as the head, the Kirin clan took Jiang Bai as the head, and the Rock clan took their own eldest disciple, Argent Gale, as their head. With these three acting as the center, and with the God-Beast clan disciples that were familiar with ancient array formations supporting them, they also rushed over towards the Azura King, wanting to claim their own portion of the plunder. With such a massive lucky chance splayed out in front of them, no one was willing to give up just yet. However, their speed was far slower than the ancient dragon clans. As they fell into the swarm of mystic realm demons, every step forwards they took was done with extreme difficulty. As for the other edge disciples that didn't understand or know how to coordinate battle array formations, they began to escape. They were weak, alone, and besieged on all sides by this demonic army. If they were fully sucked into this army of 100,000 mystic realm demons, then that meant certain death. Even if they somehow managed to approach the Azura King, they still knew that it was impossible for them to obtain the supreme dragon bone. Although they loathed abandoning such a tremendous lucky chance, they were also well aware that blindly rushing towards the supreme dragon bone in such conditions would only mean their death. Thus, their only choice was to escape. But even if they wanted to escape, there were 9 chances of death and only 1 chance to make it out alive. With a miserable cry, a Kirin clan disciple's spiritual sea was drilled into by a mystic realm demon. Mystic realm demons excelled in will attacks. Once they invaded a martial artist's spiritual sea, they would desperately attempt to swallow up that martial artist's will. In normal times, with this Kirin clan disciple's willpower, he would certainly be able to engage in an epic struggle and finally extinguish this mystic realm demon that had penetrated into his body. But, within this swarming army of 100,000 mystic realm demons, how would the other mystic realm demons possibly give this Kirin clan disciple a chance to kill their comrade? Dozens of mystic realm demons plunged forward. In just the blink of an eye, 24 mystic realm demons broke into that Kirin clan disciple's body like wolves to the slaughter. The Kirin clan disciple issued heartrending screams. His face violently twisted, with pain, despair, and madness flashing across his features. Blood flowed out of his eyes and his body suddenly swelled up. Then, with a loud explosion, his body burst apart into a fog of blood with bits of bone and flesh spraying out into the world. These leftover pieces of flesh were quickly eaten clean by the countless mystic realm demons. Finally, all that was left of that Kirin clan disciple was a bit of unnoticeable residue. This was the first genius disciple who had been killed by the mystic realm demons. As the other disciples that were running away saw this person's death, all of them felt sadness and also fear. Such a horrifying way of dying caused their scalps to tingle with creepiness. Which one of them wasn't a talented genius of their sect? In the future they were bound to rise into glory, so who would want to die here? Let's run away together. We have to fight. Join together and let's break our way out of here. The survivors began to gather together. However, in just several breaths of time, 2 more disciples were possessed by mystic realm demons. Their bodies exploded into a fog of blood. The flesh and blood essence of geniuses was originally a greatly nourishing substance to mystic realm demons. And now that they were stimulated by all the blood essence, the mystic realm demons became even more rapid as they crazily charged forward. The pressure on the disciples that were escaping suddenly rose to another level, and at this time, Xiao Ping, Jiang Bai, and Argent Gale weren't much better off. Each of them only had 6 or 7 disciples in their group forming an array formation, so just how powerful could it be? And, with so few people, these array formations weren't even complete. The further they rushed in, the greater the pressure was. However, they had already made it halfway in. Even if they decided to turn around now, they would also have to bitterly struggle on their way out. But above all, they were not willing to do so. In order to not be surrounded on all sides, the 3 groups finally joined together. However, as they joined together, their presence became an even larger target, attracting far more mystic realm demons. This caused their speed to drop considerably. Every step they took was made through brutal and savage carnage. Of the 4 clans' disciples, only the ancient dragon clan had a momentum like a surging beam of light. The 36 of them attracted nearly half of the mystic realm demons. Underneath the control of the Azura king, countless mystic realm demons ignored their lives and rushed at them. There were even 10,000-year mystic realm demons that transformed into all sorts of vicious beast phantoms in the air, hurtling towards them. This was similar to martial skills and law attack. Mystic realm demons had developed for several 100 million years already, slowly fumbling their way forwards. They now had their own rudimentary martial arts civilization. Although they couldn't compare with humanity's splendid and majestic martial arts history, they were themselves pure forms of energy. Once they displayed their own abilities that were similar to martial skills, their strength doubled. How amusing. That one called Dragon One is truly not some common nobody. He clearly knows that I intend to lure them in and hunt them, and yet he still rushes my way. He truly has the capital to do so. The Azura king was still crossing its tribulation. At this time, the teasing expression on its face slowly fell and it began to become more serious. This was because it was able to feel a faint power that could threaten it from the combined formation of the ancient dragon clan's 36 disciples. Especially since this was the moment it was crossing tribulation. For an Azura king, the weakest point of their entire life was during this process. Slaughter them all. A cold light flashed in the Azura king's eyes with a thick killing intent accompanying it. The mystic realm demons in the sky began to rush towards the rainbow halo of the ancient dragon clan without a care for their lives. From the distance, there were even more and more mystic realm demons that were catching up. This was because this Azura king was the ruler of all mystic realm demons in a 1,000,000-mile radius. During this ensuing chaos, no one noticed an ordinary-looking stream of light that was shuttling through the battle. This stream of light was Lin Ming. Grand Mist Space was an extremely good method to hide his own aura. With the Grand Mist Space covering his body, all of his presence was broken down by the Grand Mist Space without the least bit leaking out. In addition, the 2 forces of the disciples of the ancient dragon clan and the disciples of the other 3 clans were just too eye-catching. They shot out countless beams of wild energy, causing heaven and earth origin energy to tumble and surge. Thus, in this merciless melee, Lin Ming wasn't noticeable at all. And then, Lin Ming simply sank into the swamp ground. With the Grand Mist battle armor protecting him, it was extremely easy for Lin Ming to drill into the swamp ground. The swamp was composed of the elements of earth and water. However, no matter what material it was, anything that entered into the annihilating Grand Mist Space would be decomposed into elementary Grand Mist energy and completely destroyed. Even though the laws of the God-Beast mystic realm were slightly different, they still couldn't escape such a fate. Thus, Lin Ming could drill into the swamp like a hot knife through butter. But, for the other disciples of the 4 God-Beast clans, digging their way in was far more difficult. The ancient Phoenix clan disciples would have to summon fire true essence to melt the ground into magma before drilling their way through. As for the other 3 clans, they would have to blow up the ground with their own strength, which was an even greater waste of energy. This was because none of them understood the Earth laws. The ancient Dragon clan had no Earth Dragon in their history, the Kirin clan had no Earth Kirin, and the Rock clan definitely had no Earth Rock. On the ground, Wind attribute and Thunder attribute martial artists could display a mind-boggling speed. But below the ground, they simply didn't have any advantages at all. Not only would they have to slowly move forwards, but they would also consume true essence at a tremendous speed. If they battled underground, they would truly be heading towards death. Every move they used would cost several times the amount of true essence. Even for Lin Ming, passing through the ground would cause his true essence consumption to rapidly increase. But, this was also the best method of concealing himself. With the Grand Mist battle armor to shield his own aura and then drill downwards, Lin Ming was able to hide his presence to the extreme. There were also mystic realm demons underneath the swamp. Because mystic realm demons had no physical body to begin with, it was definitely easy for them to pass underground. However, under the commands of the Azura King, nearly all of the mystic realm demons had gone to attack the ancient dragon clan and the allied group of the other 3 clans. There was now an extremely scarce number of Mystic Realm demons underground. Lin Ming occasionally bumped into a straggler, but once they touched his Grand Mist battle armor, they still evaporated into smoke. Although these Mystic Realm demons were controlled by the Azura King, they only followed its orders through its voice and the transmission of will waves. Their senses weren't directly connected. When these Mystic Realm demons underground were instantly destroyed by Lin Ming, they didn't even have a chance to send the Azura King a single thought. Like this, Lin Ming quietly made his way over to the Supreme Dragon Bone's position. And in the skies, the ancient dragon clan's 36 disciples finally killed their way to the front of the Azura King. The 36 astral heaven formation, fused with a celestial dragon rune that was formed by burning one's blood essence as the price, now faced off against the Azura King, a being whose cultivation reached 100,000 years and who had also absorbed a massive amount of dragon bone essence. Ha ha ha. Well done. Wonderfully so. For you all to arrive at this step, I have really looked down on your outsiders. I thought that you were only easily obtainable food to me, but now it seems that there is finally some meaning. You have aroused my interest enough for me to personally take action. As the Azura King spoke in the common language of the divine realm, its voice was sharp and grating. It wasn't strange that it knew the common language of humans. This was because after a Mystic Realm demon swallowed up a person's spiritual sea, they would also be able to absorb a part of their memories. This Azura King had lived for 100,000 years. In the past, it had swallowed up a number of disciples from the 4 god-beast clans and had inherited their memories. This included their martial skills and cultivation methods. However, it didn't practice these cultivation methods because human cultivation methods simply weren't suitable for a Mystic Realm demon. Demon 1, Demon 2, Demon 3. Go help my children kill the other group. I will personally deal with these dragon clan babies. Yes, my king. From behind the Azura King, 3 Mystic Realm demons with cultivations surpassing 30,000 years rushed towards Xiao Ping, Jiang Bai, Argent Gale, and the other disciples of the 3 clans. These 3 demons had already begun to take human form. Their bodies shined with a brilliant blue light. It was obvious that the energy within them had condensed to a ridiculous degree. Each of them was a powerful and terrifying opponent. And now, they all rushed towards the allied group of the 3 clans that was already having difficulty surviving. Without a doubt, these 3 demons would cause tremendous damage to the disciples of the 3 clans. It was possible that they would even be directly routed and destroyed. Chapter 1054. To play both sides. Chapter 1054. To play both sides. Attack together. This is the most important battle we will ever experience in our lives. We can only win, we cannot be defeated here. Dragon 1 bellowed, his blood boiling over. Behind him, the 35 other Dragon Clan disciples were the same. They would either emerge victorious from this ashen land or perish within the encirclement of 100,000 Mystic Realm demons. No matter what they did, there was no escape path left for them. At this time, the Azura King also attacked. Its entire body was twined with countless arcs of tribulation thunder, but it was still able to lift its hands to attack. One could see from this alone just how terrifying it was. Roar! A resounding dragon cry filled the skies. An azure dragon rushed out from the body of the Azura King. This was a phantom formed from the dragon bone essence that the Azura King had absorbed. You all take me and my supreme dragon bone as your rightful treasures, but I also take all of your blood vitality and dragon clan bloodline as my food. Although your bloodline density isn't too high, it will still be enough to allow me to completely form my flesh and blood body. I have swallowed countless martial artists and obtained an incalculable number of cultivation methods from their memories. All I need is a human body to finally cultivate these abilities. When that happens, I will enter into the greater world of the divine realm. I will become a world king, an Empyrean, living carefree through the universe. Ha 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 ha. World king? Empyrean? Your pompous words are far too shameless. Dragon 1 roared, his entire body emitting explosive crackling sounds. His eyes began to turn amber brown and his pupils widened to cover the sclera. They became deeper, more profound, as if they were tunnels connecting to the endless deep space. At the same time, dragon scales covered Dragon 1. And with him in the lead, the other 35 Dragon Clan disciples behind him began to go all out. All of them burnt 10% of their life's blood essence. At this point, they had burnt 20% of their blood essence. If they burnt all of their blood essence, the fires of their lives would immediately extinguish. As for burning 20% of their blood essence, although they wouldn't die, this would still greatly reduce their lifespan. This would have tremendous effects on all their future accomplishments. It could already be said that the ancient Dragon Clan's 36 disciples had cut off all their roads of retreat. At this point it was fight until they won, or fight until they died. When driven by such great benefits, everyone had gone mad. Bang! The spinning blue wheel smashed against the azure dragon phantom formed by the Azura King. Both phenomena exploded, and a violent surge of energy flooded outwards, turning hundreds of nearby Mystic Realm demons into smoke. The Azura King's body shook and its blood tumbled. It nearly vomited blood. In that strike just now, it had been injured. Damn! The Azura King frowned, wiping blood from the corners of its lips. While it was crossing tribulation, it had expended over 80% of his energy to resist the demonic tribulation. And in this situation, the 36 disciples of the ancient Dragon Clan had formed a great array formation to contend with it. The pressure of this could be imagined. I've really underestimated this bunch of outside mouses. Although these mouses are small and weak, when dozens of them join together they can actually threaten me. Humanity's array formations and cultivation methods are truly bizarre. But this is my stage, this is my home. Since you lot dare to fight me here, all of you are doomed to perish. The Azura King gave a loud shout and a massive vortex swirled around it. Heaven and earth origin energy spun around it and the numerous Mystic Realm demons nearby were twisted up into this vortex, turning into pure energy that was devoured by the Azura King. The Azura King's body emitted explosive crackling sounds. Its entire form began to grow. Its muscles bulged, becoming harder and tougher. Its appearance also became increasingly gruesome. The Azura King was actually able to absorb the power of ordinary Mystic Realm demons. This battle was destined to become increasingly intense and frantic until it turned into a crazy melee. Whether it was the Azura King or the 36 disciples of the ancient Dragon Clan, all of them were desperately attacking, paying any cost to kill their enemies. It was do or die. And at the same time, the disciples of the other 3 clans fell into a rancorous battle. Demon 1, Demon 2, and Demon 3 were all Mystic Realm demons with a 30,000-year cultivation. Each of them was cruel and vicious. Their cultivation certainly couldn't compare to the Azura King's, and they definitely hadn't absorbed the strength of the supreme dragon bone. However, they were all in their peak conditions. They weren't undergoing demonic tribulation like the Azura King. This let them fight without any scruples, and because of the Azura King's mind control, only one thought percolated within them. That was, to kill all enemies. Kill all enemies no matter the price. The 3 clans didn't have many disciples to begin with, and their array formations weren't complete. Underneath the assault of the massive number of Mystic Realm demons, they were constantly dancing on the verge of the abyss. And now, facing the additional pressure of these 3 demons, they finally began to crumble. At this time, let alone continuing forwards to the center region where the Azura King was, even saving their own lives was a problem. Ah! With a miserable cry, a Kirin clan disciple had his arm bitten off by Demon 2. In the next moment, 7 or 8 Mystic Realm demons dove into his body, completely dismantling him. Pang! A bloody fog burst into the air like beautiful fireworks. But, as this image fell into the other disciples' eyes, all of them felt their hands and feet turn cold, as if they had fallen into the 9 nether abyss. After such a long and frigid period of combat, the first person of the 3 clans' core disciples had finally died. It had to be known that these disciples were forming array formations. Once the first one died, the power of the array formation would greatly reduce. That meant that the second person would die much faster. The more people died, the weaker their combat strength would be. Thus, the death of that person meant that the 3 great clans were now in a precarious situation. What do we do? Jiang Bai urgently said. He was normally confident in his own strength. In normal dangerous circumstances, he could still calmly analyze the situation. But now, in such imminent danger, even he began to panic. He had thought that the Azura King would be in an extremely weak state as it crossed its demonic tribulation and that obtaining that supreme dragon bone would be easy. The only problem there should have been was how to deal with the ancient dragon clan. But now, Jiang Bai finally realized that everything he thought was wrong. He had made a grave mistake. Even though the ancient dragon clan's 36 disciples had burnt their blood essence, they still hadn't been able to defeat the Azura King. And there were far more than 100,000 mystic realm demons in this area. As they killed their way through, their group and even the ancient dragon clan were able to kill 100 mystic realm demons with every breath of time. Up until now, they had been engaged in fierce combat for half an hour. They should have killed 60,000 to 70,000 of the mystic realm demons, but looking around, the amount of them hadn't diminished at all. That meant that there was a massive number of mystic realm demons continuously arriving. Do we retreat? Do we continue forwards? Jiang Bai asked Xiao Ping. In truth, he had already given birth to the idea of escaping in his heart. But Xiao Ping was also having difficulty making a decision in this situation. It had to be known that whatever decision he made would involve the lives of all the disciples near him. If they chose to continue, even taking a single step forwards would be difficult. Also, their chances of obtaining the dragon bone weren't too great. Their only hope was if the ancient dragon clan finished the battle as soon as possible. But retreating was also extremely difficult. They were besieged on all sides and there were also the 30,000-year-old mystic realm demons attacking them. Wasn't wanting to withdraw easier said than done? Without a doubt, this was the greatest danger of their lives. This was a true life or death trial. Ah! A miserable cry sounded out. A second disciple had died. The one who died this time was a disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan. Huang Tidemark had been standing by the dead disciple and had watched helplessly as the disciple's entire body blew up before being cleanly eaten away by the mystic realm demons. Seeing this, his face paled until it was paper white. Only when truly facing death would one understand how terrifying death was. There were indeed people in this world that did not fear death, but most of those people had lived hard and rough lives. If they died, then they died. None of them were like him. Someone that was destined to reach the late divine Lord realm and have 100,000 years of life to freely live as he pleased. There were countless beautiful women and pleasures waiting for him to enjoy, so how could Huang Tidemark be willing to die here? Big brother Xiao, let's retreat. Forget that dragon bone, Huang Tidemark said, his voice shaking. Xiao Ping was grim and silent. He deeply looked over at Jiang Bai and Argent Gale and could see from their faces that they already wished to retreat. But, if they drew back now, that would truly be losing one's wife and soldier to the enemy. Not only would they not obtain any benefits, but they had lost so many disciples. This would prove just how incompetent the one in command had been. But there was nothing else that could be done. In the history of the four god-beast clans, there had only been a few other times when the disciples had encountered an Azura king in the god-beast mystic realm. And every time, there had been grievous losses. All disciples heed my order. Combust part of your blood essence. We're killing our way out of here. Jiang Bai, Xiao Ping, and Argent Gale simultaneously issued this order. To them, combusting their blood essence to escape was the smartest choice. In the skies, a fierce battle raged on in full swing. Every breath of time there would be dozens or hundreds of mystic realm demons that died. But, in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles, there were constantly mystic realm demons that were catching up from distant lands. As long as the Azura King didn't die, everyone here would eventually be killed. Of course, none of this was related to Lin Ming. He had already quietly arrived below the dragon bone. The supreme dragon bone was 1,000 feet high. It stabbed into the swamp like a divine sword. However, the majority of its mass was submerged into the black mud. This was also where Lin Ming was. Lin Ming didn't believe he could quietly steal the supreme dragon bone and also quietly sneak away. The reason he was able to make it here without anyone noticing him was that he had the grand mist space concealing his aura. In addition, he moved in the ground underneath the swamp. In the chaotic battle happening up above, no one was able to detect Lin Ming's existence beneath them. But the supreme dragon bone was different. If such a large dragon bone suddenly vanished, everyone would notice. The ancient dragon clan disciples and the Azura king weren't idiots after all. At that time, in a situation where someone like Lin Ming snuck in and benefited as both parties battled, they would definitely be enraged and then he would become their main focus. Lin Ming didn't think that with his current strength he could defend against the attacks of any party. There was no need to mention the Azura king. Just the array formation that the Dragon Clan's 36 disciples had formed was abnormally terrifying. Moreover, they had even burned their blood essence. Lin Ming's low cultivation had always been a weakness of his that he couldn't ignore. Then, what to do? Thousands of potential scenarios flashed through Lin Ming's mind. The most ideal result would be the Azura king and the ancient Dragon Clan disciples fighting each other to the bitter end until both sides were heavily wounded. The Azura king would die and the ancient Dragon Clan would only have a few dying disciples left over. As for the other three clans, they were surrounded by the 100,000 Mystic Realm demons. Then, at that time, Lin Ming would have the confidence to take the Supreme Dragon Bone and immediately escape. With the Grand Mist battle armor, Lin Ming simply didn't fear any Mystic Realm demons. Once he barreled into them, all of them would be reduced to smoke. However, this was only an ideal situation. Once the balance of the battle shifted and one side was able to obtain complete victory, Lin Ming would no longer be able to implement his plan to steal the dragon bone. The winning side might even discover him hiding in the swamp and turn to kill him. Chapter 1055, Opportunity. Chapter 1055, Opportunity. In the sky, the longer the fight continued, the more vicious it became. At this time, it could only be described as absolutely frigid. Whether it was the Mystic Realm demons or the disciples of the four god beast clans, all of them were betting their lives and desperately fighting. Dragon One's face was pale. As for the other Dragon Clan disciples, all of them had consumed a massive amount of energy. If this battle ended, even if they lived, if they didn't obtain the Supreme Dragon Bone, then they would only live for another 10,000 to 20,000 years. To a genius, this was undoubtedly fatal. Thus, they had to win. Bang! Another crazy collision occurred. A dozen ancient Dragon Clan disciples felt their bodies shake and a sweet coppery taste touch the back of their throats. They immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, and the only 7th stage life destruction disciple paled, his lips shivering. He had finally reached his limits. The ancient Dragon Clan's disciples were mostly at the 8th or 9th stage of life destruction. The 7th stage disciple was the lowest amongst them. This disciple also didn't have heaven-defying talent like Lin Ming, thus his combat strength was limited. Within such a crazy battle, he found it extremely difficult to continue. Let alone him, even Dragon One felt the blood tumbling within his body. Blue veins stuck out on his forehead. He too was nearing his limit. Out of everyone present, he had the highest talent and the highest cultivation. He was also the strongest one here. He could instantly slaughter any of the 7th or 8th stage life destruction geniuses present. But because he was strong, the burden he had to bear was far greater. He was the eye of the 36 astral heaven formation, and a quarter to a third of the array formation was shouldered by him alone. However, at this time, the Azura king wasn't much better off. The demonic tribulation continued to fall down without end. If the Azura king hadn't absorbed the Supreme Dragon Bone's essence energy and blood vitality, it would have died long ago. Damn it. This bunch of mouses has completely angered me. The Azura king's entire right arm was wet with blood. After swallowing up a massive amount of human martial artists' flesh and blood, and also the dragon marrow within the Supreme Dragon Bone, the Azura king had already formed a physical body. It had organs, meridians, and even acupoints. If it was wounded, then it would also bleed. Demon 1, return to me and help me kill off these Dragon Clan disciples. Demon 2, Demon 3, burn away your cultivation and slaughter everyone else as soon as possible. As the Azura king saw that the other three clans had the idea of retreating but were struggling to do so, it issued this order. Now, the greatest threat to it was the ancient dragon clan's disciples. Whoosh! Demon 1 turned into a shadow that flew back towards the Azura king's side. As for the other two demons, the blue light within them suddenly blazed out. They were clearly about to go all out. Underneath the mind control of the Azura king, they obeyed his orders to the letter. At this time, underneath the supreme dragon bone, Lin Ming was completely buried in the black mud of the swamp. He steadily observed the brutal battle happening in the skies. Because he was afraid that he would be found, he didn't dare to reveal his sense. He only rose up high enough to expose his eyes, hidden beneath a cluster of dead mushrooms. His field of vision was limited and what he made out was also very vague. But, he could tell from the surges of origin energy how the power of space nearby trembled, and how the mystic realm demons constantly exploded into bursts of energy flows, and that the battle was reaching a calamitous state. At this time, there was nothing he could do. He thought of using an illusory magic array to recreate the image of the supreme dragon bone and then steal it away. But, this sort of array was difficult to lay down in such a situation and also easy to see through. Moreover, the Azura king had likely left behind a wisp of its sense on the supreme dragon bone. As long as the Azura king didn't die, then let alone taking it away, the Azura king would likely know if Lin Ming even touched it. Lin Ming could only wait for the best opportunity to arrive. This was also a great test of Lin Ming's mentality. He was in an extremely dangerous situation at the moment. As soon as he was discovered, the only thing waiting for him was death. Like this, time slowly passed. Lin Ming's palms became wet with sweat. This sweat couldn't even drip down before it was instantly decomposed by the power of the grand mist space, turning into an imperceptibly faint wisp that gathered into the elementary form of grand mist energy. Lin Ming's nerves were as taut as steel wire. Although he hadn't done anything, this was still no easier than a life or death battle. The only thing he could feel fortunate about was that there were no mystic realm demons around the supreme dragon bone. This allowed Lin Ming to concentrate his entire mind, waiting for that split second when he could grasp the opportunity. On the side of the three great clans, two ancient Phoenix clan disciples, because of Demon 2 and Demon 3's all-out attack, finally weren't able to persist any longer. They emitted pitiful cries and exploded into fogs of blood that were then cleanly eaten up by the massive number of mystic realm demons. These mystic realm demons were like starving wolves. Wherever they went, nothing was left remaining. As these disciples died, a massive gap appeared in the ancient Phoenix clan's array formation. Before this, Xiao Ping was able to rely on his extraordinary strength to continue on, but he too had reached his limit now. He could no longer continue shouldering the array formation. Three mystic realm demons rushed in from the array formation's gap. And their goal was the closest disciple, Huang Tidemark. Now, in the ancient Phoenix clan's 100-bird burning sun formation, there were only 5 people left living. And the one with the weakest cultivation amongst them was Huang Tidemark. And now, he had become the main target of the mystic realm demons. These 3 mystic realm demons that charged towards him each had a cultivation above 8,000 years. No. Huang Tidemark cried out in panic, his face as pale as paper. A cold fear shot up his back and into the heavens. Now that he truly faced death, a deep fear and despair appeared in the deepest depths of his soul. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. Senior apprentice brother Xiao, save me, Huang Tidemark miserably cried out. But, Xiao Ping seemed as if he didn't hear Huang Tidemark's cries. Xiao Ping's eyes quickly glanced over at Huang Tidemark and instantly judged his situation. 3 mystic realm demons, each with an 800-year cultivation, were attacking him from a pincer angle. As Xiao Ping saw these, he immediately judged Huang Tidemark to death. If Xiao Ping was in his top state, then he could easily block the 3 mystic realm demons and save Huang Tidemark. But now, he had nearly spent all of his strength and he was resisting the attacks of a dozen mystic realm demons around him. At this time, he could barely manage himself, so how could he possibly help others? When Huang Tidemark blows up, I will use that opportunity to escape. Xiao Ping callously thought. Not only was he not planning on saving Huang Tidemark, but he was instead planning to take advantage of the moment when Huang Tidemark blew up and attracted a massive amount of Mystic Realm demons to escape. After all, once Huang Tidemark died, their ancient Phoenix clan would only have 4 people to form an array formation. With just 4 people, how could an array formation even be formed? All that mattered was escape. This was what the heart of man was like. Xiao Ping was the leader of the ancient Phoenix clan group that had come here and was also given the task of protecting the other disciples. He would easily help a fellow disciple out when it didn't harm his own interests, but when something concerned his own life, he gave priority to himself first and foremost. All others could be sacrificed for his survival. No. Senior apprentice brother Xiao. At this time, over 10 Mystic Realm demons dove into Huang Tidemark. His organs, his spiritual sea, all of it was filled with Mystic Realm demons. His marrow was eaten, his organs were chewed up, his blood was swallowed, and even his spiritual sea was about to tear apart. This agonizing pain came from all directions, causing his face to twist. His cries became unbearably shrill. He thrust out a hand towards Xiao Ping's direction, his eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to drag Xiao Ping into hell with him. "Why won't you save me?" Huang Tidemark wanted to shout out. But he could no longer voice words. Peng. Underneath the callous and indifferent vision of Xiao Ping, both of Huang Tidemark's eyeballs bulged out from his head before bursting open. Blood gushed out of his head. His chest and stomach completely blew up with flesh and blood flying in all directions. Then, his last thoughts were of countless Mystic Realm demons feeding on him before his consciousness faded away. And in the moment when Huang Tidemark died, when a massive number of Mystic Realm demons were attracted over to that direction, Xiao Ping launched his movement technique without any words and raced away. He no longer cared about managing the group. The group's combat strength had already become extremely feeble. Now, he could only count on his own strength and the little bit of combat efficiency he had left. Everyone else would simply be a burden on him. The group had lost all use to him. Instead, the situation would cause far more Mystic Realm demons to attack them. In this case, Xiao Ping decided to run away by himself. As for the ones left behind, they could stay there and hold down the Mystic Realm demons for him. Xiao Ping. Senior apprentice brother, you. As the other ancient Phoenix clan disciples saw Xiao Ping run away by himself, they were all stunned for a moment before immediately frothing with resentment and despair. Without Xiao Ping here, it would be nearly impossible for them to resist this onslaught. Run. We all have to run away. Without their main pillar of support, the other disciples all panicked and began to disperse to escape. But, scattering also meant dying faster. Jeje, you will all die. Demon 2 screeched out in a coarse voice, also speaking in an extremely crude version of the Divine Realm language. Demon 2 began to turn even crazier as it rushed over to the remaining disciples. 51. 50. 49. With his body buried in the swamp mud, Lin Ming began to silently count the dwindling number of disciples. Of the disciples of the 3 clans that didn't come from their respective headquarters, Lin Ming hadn't noticed if they had died or successfully ran away. But, of the remaining disciples that could form array formations, only 49 were left over. Of these 49, the ancient Dragon clan occupied 36 of these spots. In other words, the other 3 clans only had 13 disciples left. Each clan now had less than 5 people on average, and of these remaining people, many of them were probably on the brink of disaster. Chances were that at least half of them would die here. The savageness of this fight could be imagined. Really, birds die for food and men die for wealth. These people all had bright futures ahead of them. Although it was impossible for most of them to think of reaching the Holy Lord Realm, they could still reach the Divine Lord Realm and have 100,000 years of life. But now, they have nothing left, not even their bodies. Lin Ming sighed. He knew that this present situation occurred because the 4 god-beast clans had underestimated the strength of the Azura King. After all, the only information recorded in the God-Beast Mystic Realm Compendium was that the Azura King would be at its weakest state after crossing tribulation, and thus one could kill it then. And, in the history of the God-Beast clans, there had indeed been disciples that had killed Azura Kings, much less that there was also the added temptation of the supreme dragon bone now. But this Azura King was not an ordinary Azura King. It was no different from a spider that had cast out a web, waiting for prey to wander into their own doom. And then, because of everyone that had arrived and the dispute over the division of the supreme dragon bone, Dragon 1 had suddenly launched an attack, involving everyone in a massive life or death battle. This was why so many casualties had appeared. As these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, in the sky, some of the celestial dragon runes beneath the feet of the Dragon Clan's 36 disciples suddenly disintegrated. The entire array will started to collapse. As the entire array will ruptured, a total of 10 disciples vomited a mouthful of blood, their bodies flying away. Millimeter. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. The ancient Dragon Clan's array formation had finally been broken. Chapter 1056, Dragon Bone in Hand. Chapter 1056, Dragon Bone in Hand. Although the disciples of the ancient Dragon Clan were formidable, their cultivations were too uneven. The highest among them were at the middle Divine Sea realm and the lowest among them were at the 7th stage Life Destruction realm. The difference between a 7th or 8th stage Life Destruction martial artist and Dragon 1 was an entire large boundary and several small boundaries. This gap in strength was simply too great, and also meant that there were several weak points in the 36 astral heaven formation. And, after having undergone multiple collisions, the formation finally began to collapse, starting from these weak points. As for those 7th and 8th stage Life Destruction disciples, they had consumed nearly all of their true essence and had also lost consciousness. If they fell into the army of 100,000 Mystic Realm demons in such a situation, their fate could be imagined. This is bad. Dragon 8 and Dragon 12 watched as those 10 individuals with a less than 9th stage Life Destruction cultivation suffered grievous damage and they began to feel anxious in their hearts. A cold chill swept across their back. Once the array formation shattered, all that awaited them was death. In this life or death situation, Dragon 1's eyes flashed with a cold and inhuman light. He reached out with a hand and a blue beam of light shot out, wrapping around those 10 half-dead disciples before they could fly out beyond the range of the array formation. Then, he made a grasp at the void with his hand, and a massive vague dragon claw appeared, smashing down onto those 10 disciples. Dragon 1, you! Several ancient Dragon Clan disciples cried out. However, it was too late. With a light popping sound, those low-level disciples were all crushed into flesh and blood. Their blood essence was absorbed into the rune beneath Dragon 1's feet, causing it to become far more vibrant and vivid than before. This is our final strike. Get in formation. Dragon 1's voice was ice cold and without emotion. As his voice fell onto the ears of the other disciples, all of them were startled. It was like the Dragon 1 in front of them was no longer the senior apprentice brother they were familiar with, but a cruel demon. Those 10 disciples had completely exhausted their strength and had lost consciousness. The only fate they had left here was to die. No one else had any remaining strength to save them either. Even so, no one imagined they would end up in such a miserable state. This was because those 10 disciples had also fought by their side and helped struggle for the dragon bone. In this sort of situation, Dragon 1 was still able to be so cold-blooded and kill them in a single strike, extracting all of their blood essence to power up the final strike with the 36 astral heaven formation. Although this was an ugly and unsightly decision, it was the correct one. Otherwise, those 10 disciples' blood essence might have been absorbed by the Azura King, making their survival even less likely. Even so, Dragon 1 could only be called merciless. He had personally killed fellow disciples of his own clan without hesitation, in a way that caused others to feel fear. He was truly an unscrupulous character who would resort to any diabolical act to advance in the future. If he survived this, it was likely he would become a demon lord of his era. What are the bunch of you doing? Do you also want to die here? Dragon 1 said in a freezing tone. The other disciples finally reacted. They quickly borrowed the power of those 10 dead disciples' burning blood essence to reform the 36 astral heaven formation. Each one of them had already burnt 20% of their blood essence for this battle. This would cause them to lose tens of thousands of years of life once they stepped into the Divine Lord realm. It might even impact what final boundary they managed to reach. They could not waste such a sacrifice. As for the notoriety coming from killing those of his own clan, all of that was done by Dragon One, it had nothing to do with them. The seven-colored spinning wheel began to revolve once again. An immense aura surged out in all directions. Halos of light filled the air as a divine radiance blazed into the heavens. This brat is ruthless enough. In front of Dragon One, the Azura King's body was shaking as if all sorts of changes were occurring to it at the same time. Indeed, it had planned to absorb the blood essence of those 10 low-level disciples, but Dragon One had been quicker on the draw. Before those 10 disciples managed to leave the protection of the array formation, their bodies were smashed apart and all of their blood essence was sucked out and supplied to the array formation. Those 10 disciples had only burnt 20% of their blood essence to begin with. Now, the remaining 80% and the rest of their flesh and blood essence all turned into energy and completely fused into the array formation. Because of this, the originally collapsing 36 astral heaven formation reformed and solidified itself. And, the remaining celestial dragon runes became even brighter, their strength increasing by several times. As the Azura King saw this, a trace of fear flashed across its features. It understood that this was the final strike of the remaining ancient Dragon Clan disciples. If it resisted it, then it would win. If it failed, then it would perish in smoke and dust. But the Azura King had also consumed a great deal of strength. As it felt the energy within that spinning wheel of light, it found himself lacking confidence. If you can sacrifice those from your clan, why can I not sacrifice my own subjects? The Azura King wildly howled. The defenseless Demon One beside it was grasped by the Azura King. My king. Demon One's phantasmal face flashed with panic. It had a cultivation of 30,000 years and had already obtained spiritual wisdom of its own. It wanted to resist, but a thought shot out from between the Azura King's eyebrows immediately disintegrated its mutinous sense of resistance. In the next moment, Demon One's entire body exploded, turning into wisps of pure energy that were absorbed by the Azura King. In that moment, the Azura King was like a great ancient beast that had awoken from a deep slumber, able to devour all and destroy all. The two sides actually sacrificed their own people in order to launch their final killing strike. In the skies, a crazy and violent energy gathered into a cloud of blood. This feeling was as if the sky itself was being torn apart, and the heavens were bleeding. Go die. Dragon One was the first to attack. A billowing sound wave like endless rolling thunderclaps shook the sky, blasting apart the cloud of blood and continuing to surge outwards in all directions. The swamp underneath was also smashed by a tremendous force, as if the armored fist of a great divine god had punched down into the black swamp ground, creating a giant pit 100,000 feet deep and causing dark mud to soar into the sky. In that moment, countless millions of pounds of swamp water were cleanly evaporated and the black mud was scorched to nothing. Lin Ming had been hidden in the swamp this entire time. Now, his eyes suddenly shone with a brilliant light. This was it. Taking advantage of the moment of the explosion, and taking cover underneath the raging waves of energy, Lin Ming used the Grand Mist battle armor to protect himself and sent out his energy. His energy swept outwards around the Supreme Dragon Bone and received it into his extreme violet ring. For a time, Lin Ming was also impacted by the shockwave attack. This was the attack made by the ancient Dragon Clan's 36 astral heaven formation as well as being powered by the complete burnt blood essence of 10 of their disciples. The might behind it could be imagined. Even the aftermath shockwaves alone were enough to instantly kill an ordinary ninefall genius. However, Lin Ming had the Grand Mist battle armor protecting him. It was able to decompose the power of all laws. As the waves of energy madly crashed into the Grand Mist space, they were directly decomposed. Instead, the great destructive impact gave Lin Ming immense momentum, directly pushing his body far, far away. Heavens help me! All of Lin Ming's blood tumbled in his body and sweet blood swelled up to the back of his throat. He had suffered a minor wound from this. But, there was no time to care about any of this. All he cared about was the final result happening in the skies. After he snatched the Supreme Dragon Bone, he fled away from the explosive shockwaves at full speed. The direction he chose to escape in was not through the skies, but through the ground. Lin Ming was aware that once a mystic realm demon transformed into an Azura King, they would form a flesh and blood body. They wouldn't be incorporeal like those ordinary mystic realm demons and thus able to easily dive into the black swamp. If the Azura King wanted to do that, its only choice would be to abandon its body that had taken countless years of painstaking effort to form. However, that was also impossible, because if it did so then he would fail his demonic tribulation. Thus, fleeing underground was absolutely the best choice. As for the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, Lin Ming could only wish them the best of luck in escaping. At this time, he could barely even fend for himself. When Lin Ming was at Thundercrash Mountain and the Demon God Imperial Palace, he had competed with others for a massive lucky chance, dancing on the edge of life and death to do so. But he had never directly confronted those powerful individuals that were far stronger than him. Instead, he had relied on planning and timing. It had never been like today when he directly seized the food from the tiger's mouth. If he managed to escape, then his harvests would be infinite. Otherwise, he would die. The only pity about this was that half of the dragon marrow in the supreme dragon bone had been sucked out by the Azura King. If it wasn't for this, Lin Ming's harvests would be even greater. However, people shouldn't be too greedy in how they lived. Lin Ming was already content with what he had. As for the half of the dragon marrow in the Azura King's body, he would leave that to Dragon 1 and the rest of them. Well, that was all based on the premise that they could live through this. Bang bang bang. At the exact same time that Lin Ming stole away the supreme dragon bone, the ancient Dragon Clan disciples had frenziedly collided with the Azura King. This was the best timing for Lin Ming. Countless mystic realm demons were turned to smoke in the violent shockwaves. A wave of black swamp mud rose up 1,000 feet high. It surged forwards like a deadly tsunami. The wind changed all around, the heavens and earth lost their color. Then, another 10 ancient Dragon Clan disciples spat out a great mouthful of blood and flew backwards. They were likely doomed. At this point, the ancient Dragon Clan only had 16 disciples left. This battle was truly tragic. It had to be known that everyone that died here today was not some random dog or cat. They were the most outstanding geniuses of the 4 great god-beast clans. Just raising a single one of them cost a titanic amount of resources. Millimeter? What? In that violent flow of energy, although the Azura King had been seriously wounded and its entire body was soaked in blood, it could still feel the instant when the wisp of divine sense he left on the supreme dragon bone was destroyed. The Azura King was shocked beyond belief. It had only swallowed less than half of the essence energy within the supreme dragon bone. There was still 60% of the marrow essence energy remaining. And as for the dragon bone itself, that was truly a priceless treasure. The Azura King had originally wanted to use the flesh and blood of the 4 god-beast clan's disciples to perfect his body. After all, it was impossible to form a body with just bone alone. He would only be able to condense a skeleton. Only after forming a complete flesh and blood body would all his dreams be possible. But now, the dragon bone had been stolen away. Who dared to steal my dragon bone? I will kill you. Arth. The Azura King could not believe that in such a great battle, with 100,000 mystic realm demons surrounding the area, there was still someone that could steal away the dragon bone. This person must have been hiding near the dragon bone, waiting for the moment when the battle reached its most intense state, and then stole it away when no one was able to notice it. Such planning left the Azura King incensed. It had lived for 100,000 years, but now it had been made a fool. You won't get away. Although this was the last moment in the life or death battle, the Azura King's reaction speed was too fast. It had already caught the direction Lin Ming had escaped in. At this time, the Azura King no longer bothered with his battle against Dragon 1 and instead directly chased after Lin Ming. Meanwhile, within Lin Ming's extreme violet ring, Yang Little Moon had been sitting down, staring at the medicine garden in front of her in a daze. Then, a blue light shined from the sky. A massive bone dropped down from the clouds and stabbed into the ground. This is. Yang Little Moon's eyes widened like a pair of full moons. Chapter 1057, Crazy Dragon 1. Chapter 1057, Crazy Dragon 1. After Yang Little Moon was received into Lin Ming's extreme violet ring, it felt as if every moment inside was as long as an eternity. This was because in the sealed space of the extreme violet ring, she had no idea what was happening outside. All she knew was that in the moment when she was sucked into the extreme violet ring, there had been 100,000 mystic realm demons surging towards her. She could imagine just how intense and tragic such a battle would be. Yang Little Moon was well aware of her own abilities. If she was exposed to such a gruesome battlefield, there was only a single fate that awaited her. That was to be eaten up without a skeleton, without even the slightest pieces left for a burial. And in that key moment, she had been taken in by Lin Ming and placed into his extreme violet ring. But this also meant that Lin Ming would have to shoulder the entire following battle himself. Yang Little Moon knew that Lin Ming was far stronger than she was, to a ridiculous degree. But in such a brutal battle, she didn't have full confidence that Lin Ming would be able to safely escape. All she could do was wait as time slowly passed in the minor dimension. Soon, an hour passed and there still wasn't any news from outside of the extreme violet ring. Yang Little Moon began to feel a bit anxious. She was afraid that Lin Ming would be severely wounded or even die in the chaos. She was afraid that at any moment, the extreme violet ring would be destroyed and then countless mystic realm demons would rush in. Although the scenery within the extreme violet ring was beautiful to behold, Yang Little Moon still felt like she was on pins and needles the entire time. There was nothing she could do now. It was also impossible for her to leave. Otherwise, she might add to the chaos if Lin Ming was in some critical moment. She had been hoping that Lin Ming would quickly arrive, but she never expected that after some time, when there was finally a tiny spatial fluctuation above her, what appeared was not Lin Ming but rather a divine bone. This 1,000-foot divine bone was like a faintly blue-tinted holy sword. It stood straight and tall within the extreme violet ring, emitting an incomparably vast pressure. There were countless complex and mystical runes on top of the dragon bone, each one symbolizing the heavenly Tao itself. Every rune was 10 times more profound than the 100-foot royal sky seal in Totem Tower, or even 100 times more profound. It was even no worse than the Hua family's ultimate treasure, the Sacred Flame Testament. But there were 9 blocks of the Sacred Flame Testament and each one wasn't too big. It was impossible to compare that to the 1,000-foot dragon bone in front of her. Lin Ming, Yang Little Moon gulped over and over again. Her watery eyes filled with a fantastical light as if she couldn't believe her own sense. She certainly recognized this divine bone. It was the Azura King's treasure and also what it relied on to evolve into an Azura King. It was the object that the ancient dragon clan's 36 disciples and the numerous disciples of the other 3 clans had fought for with their lives on the line. But now, it was actually obtained by Lin Ming. Moreover, it was his alone. How was this possible? Just how had he obtained the dragon bone? Did he wrest it away by force? No matter how talented Lin Ming was, he was still limited by his cultivation. With his 7th stage life destruction cultivation, he didn't even have the ability to escape in front of someone like Dragon 1. Moreover, there was also Jiang Bai, Argent Gale, and many other disciples that were able to gather into array formations together. So how could this have been possible? Was it with strategy? No matter how smart Lin Ming was, the others weren't idiots. On the other hand, all those chosen prides of heaven were cruel and ruthless individuals of their generation. Their mentality and calculations were all extremely cutthroat and broad. As for the Azura King, that was a monster that had lived for 100,000 years. This should have been impossible. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Yang Little Moon's mind, but she still couldn't figure out anything. She thought that it would have already been good if Lin Ming managed to escape with his life intact, but not only was he still alive, he had even managed to pick up the largest peach from the tree. Yang Little Moon fervently wished to know what was occurring outside. But she also knew that even if Lin Ming had managed to obtain the dragon bone for now, there would still be a battle following this. If she rushed out randomly, she would only bring hurt to Lin Ming. Yang Little Moon bit her lips. She looked at the supreme dragon bone, unable to move. She couldn't help but walk over and trace her fingers across the surface of the divine bone. The rough texture was filled with a boundless and vigorous aura, making her feel an awe from deep within her soul. This was the bone of a god beast, one of the most precious treasures of the world. Young Little Moon certainly didn't dare to absorb the dragon bone. But she also couldn't bear to stand around and do nothing. She sat down and began to meditate on the lore runes carved onto the dragon bone. Every tiny bit of strength she could gain meant her chances of living through this were that much higher. As Young Little Moon was meditating on the laws, Lin Ming was facing a major life or death crisis. He discovered that he had underestimated the Azura King. Even after such a savage and violent battle, it still had strength remaining to chase after him. Shatter. The Azura King thrust out its palm and the ground beneath the swamp collapsed. The Azura King chased straight down, and behind the Azura King were the 16 remaining disciples of the ancient dragon clan. In that savage battle just now, they had lost over half of their fellow disciples. Now, their strength was far from what it used to be. At this time, Dragon One's eyes were blood red. He never imagined that in their frigid battle with the Azura King that shook the heavens and earth, there would be someone sitting on the sidelines waiting to profit from their strife. For this supreme dragon bone, he had burnt 20% of his blood essence and lost several tens of thousands of years of his life. He had consumed a massive amount of precious pills and now even had to bear the infamy of being a cruel demon that killed his own fellow clan disciples. Yet, all of his efforts had been made a gift to someone else. How could he not loathe this? Just who is it? Who dared to plot against me? Dragon One was like a wild and injured animal. He knew that this mysterious person was not Xiao Ping, Jiang Bai, or Argent Gale. For someone to quietly sneak in even through a swarm of 100,000 mystic realm demons, and also approach the supreme dragon bone and wait there for so much time, this person had to be a top master. There was even a chance that this other party wasn't human. After all, this was the god-beast mystic realm. There could be some unknown existence that had been eyeing the Azura King's supreme dragon bone and had finally found their chance to take it. One couldn't blame Dragon One for thinking this. Lin Ming had used the Grand Mist space to conceal his aura, and in addition to the chaotic battle, even if Dragon One's cultivation had been 10 times higher, he still wouldn't have noticed Lin Ming's aura. He wasn't even able to ascertain if Lin Ming was human. In addition, Dragon One didn't know that Lin Ming's combat strength was equal to that of a top extreme genius at the peak early Divine Sea realm. Moreover, in terms of lethality to the mystic realm demons, with his Grand Mist space and gold battle spirit combined together, Lin Ming surpassed even middle Divine Sea martial artists like Jiang Bai and Xiao Ping. And, most importantly, he had used the Grand Mist space to conceal his aura as he moved underground. He hadn't been detected by any mystic realm demons, thus he hadn't encountered many of them at all. In this situation where Dragon One had completely miscalculated Lin Ming's combat efficiency, even if his imagination was 10 times richer, he still wouldn't think that someone like Lin Ming would be able to snatch away the supreme dragon bone. Now all he felt was a blazing fury in his heart, as well as the utter humiliation of being played for a fool. No matter what, he still could not give up on this supreme dragon bone. Although he knew the chances of defeating that unknown existence as well as the Azura King were incomparably slim, this was still a struggle between 3 parties after all. The situation was extremely complex and it was possible he could profit from the chaos. But, if he didn't chase after them, then there really would be no hope at all. There are 16 of us left, we can still form the 16 Celestial Dragon Formation. Although it is inferior to the 36 Astral Heaven Formation, we can still fight. Moreover, the disciples that have died were all at the 9th stage of life destruction and below. The greater portion of our fighting strength still remains. Swallow down your 9 revolving dragon pills and let's chase after them. Dragon One issued an order. But, among the 16 Dragon Clan disciples, there were many of them that had thoughts of retreating. They felt that Dragon One was a psychotic madman that had fallen over the edge. After burning their blood essence, they weren't even at 10 to 20% of their peak strength. They were in an extremely miserable state. Even if they swallowed down the 9 revolving dragon pills that were supposed to be left for saving their lives, they could only restore 40% of their combat strength or so. Moreover, they wouldn't have enough time to absorb it and would waste most of the recovery efficacy. But the key point of all this was, even if they did all that, would they even still be able to obtain the supreme dragon bone? With a captain like Dragon One, who was able to resort to any method to compete for the dragon bone, nobody felt safe. It had to be known that Dragon One had burnt all the blood essence of 10 disciples that were about to die, and he had done so without the least bit of hesitation. What if they were the next ones to die? A martial artist had to pursue lucky chances, even risking their life to do so. But, after weighing the pros and cons, and knowing that their chances of survival were slim and their chances of obtaining the dragon bone were even worse, it was understandable if they decided to give up. As long as there was life, there was hope. They would be able to struggle for more lucky chances in the future. As long as they were alive. Senior apprentice brother Dragon One, I won't go. I won't go either. Several Divine Sea martial artists declared, not fearing Dragon One. As for those 9th stage life destruction martial artists, although they feared Dragon One, their eyes were dodgy and evasive, obviously not intending to follow him. You. Dragon One's eyes turned cold. At this time, he knew that his prestige had completely collapsed, and these disciples that usually feared him and followed his orders had formed a united front against him. Like this, it was impossible for him to command these disciples around any longer. And most importantly, he no longer had time to establish his strength again. Fine. Then don't regret your choices. Dragon One waved his hand and picked up the corpses of the dead ancient Dragon Clan disciples. Then, he swallowed 2 9 revolving dragon pills and flew straight down into the black swamp. At this point he could no longer afford to waste time, otherwise he would lose track of the Azura King and that unknown existence. As the ancient Dragon Clan disciples saw Dragon One receive the corpses of their fellow comrades, all of them had extremely ugly expressions. Even so, none of them said anything. It was clear that Dragon One took their corpses to make use of their blood essence. After burning their blood essence, he would launch his attack. This method would make it so that those dead disciples wouldn't even have skeletons left over. This was truly a tragic and wretched way to die. In front of the temptation of such great benefits, Dragon One had completely exposed his cruel and ferocious nature. Although all of them were disgusted, none of them could stop him. They could only allow Dragon One to do as he wished. The truth was that Dragon One's soul strength was definitely not enough. It was impossible for him to compete with the Azura King, whose strength compared favorably to a divine transformation martial artist. But, he also had to take into account what that unknown existence might do. Dragon One could hide on the sidelines and launch an attack at a critical moment, finally obtaining everything for himself. This couldn't be called anything but a crazy plan, and the chances of success were also low. But in Dragon One's opinion, if this unknown existence could do it, then why couldn't he? He was truly unwilling to give up on this lucky chance. If he could succeed all by himself and take sole possession of the dragon bone, then he truly would have a chance of stepping onto the path of a world king in the future. Whoosh! Dragon One's body sank into the swamp. He restrained his aura and dove down. But, he only understood the water laws and not the earth laws, thus drilling down was extremely difficult. Luckily, the Azura King had led the way and blown up the swamp ground ahead of him. Like this, it was still possible for Dragon One to catch up to those people ahead of him. Chapter 1058, The Strong Azura King. Chapter 1058, The Strong Azura King. After Dragon One and the Azura King left, the rush of Mystic Realm demons slowed down. Without the Azura King directing them, these Mystic Realm demons no longer attacked without regard for their lives. Although they desired flesh and blood, they also cared for their lives. Although the disciples of the 4 clans were exhausted and nearly depleted of energy, each of them would still be able to easily drag down a few hundred Mystic Realm demons with them. And, those Divine Sea Realm powerhouses were even more fierce. If they burnt some blood essence, they could kill several hundred if not 1,000 Mystic Realm demons each. After a massive number of Mystic Realm demons were killed, some of them gave birth to the idea of retreating before they unconsciously wandered away. Although the Mystic Realm demons still sieged the disciples of the 4 clans, the pressure on them was reduced by a great deal. At this time, the disciples of the 4 clans took this chance to escape. As for chasing after Lin Ming, that was simply a joke. Not everyone was as crazy as Dragon One. To think someone profited from our efforts. How laughable, even though we suffered so many casualties, we still became a joke. There's nothing we can do. This unknown existence is too good at hiding and their speed is extremely fast. Also, they can escape through the ground. If they can do that, then this being must be some top master. In the end, the reason Lin Ming was able to profit from the chaos was the concealing effect of the Grand Mist space. Otherwise, if Lin Ming really decided to hurl himself into 100,000 Mystic Realm Demon, the energy powering the Grand Mist space would slowly exhaust itself. Moreover, among those 100,000 Mystic Realm Demons there were still 30,000-year-old demons like Demon 1 and Demon 2. Each of those fellows was equal to someone like Xiao Ping. It's over. Don't think about it anymore. The greater a lucky chance, the greater the dangers that follow it. The dragon bone is not something that we can obtain. If we remain stubborn, then we'll simply lose our lives in vain. We might as well take inventory of our casualties and reorganize. We need to make use of the time we have left and look for some more harvests. An ancient Phoenix clan disciple quietly said. But, as soon as he mentioned counting the casualties, the mood suddenly became heavy. Of the 8 core disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, there were only 4 left. As for those branch palace disciples that had been abandoned, they were likely to have suffered an unfortunate fate. In other words, the ancient Phoenix clan could already consider themselves lucky if they had 5 people remaining. As for the other 3 clans, they didn't have many people left over either. There had been 68 disciples that entered the God-Beast Mystic Realm smelting trial, but now only 30-some were left alive. Most of them had died. I'm finished. I'm so finished. I fear that Yang Little Moon and Lin Ming have already died. Hu Clearheart absent-mindedly said as if he had lost his soul. The battle had been too intense. He was barely able to defend himself, much less find the strength to save Lin Ming. And as he thought about it, Lin Ming only had a 7th stage life destruction cultivation. In such a brutal melee, his chances of surviving approached 0. At this time, deep within the swamp, Lin Ming was directly impacting downwards. He had already penetrated 1,000 feet underground, but he could actually feel a powerful divine sense shroud over his body. The thick killing intent was like a beam of light shining down on his back. The Azura King was hot in pursuit. This damned Azura King is really troublesome. Lin Ming frowned. He discovered that he had underestimated the Azura King. The Azura King was likely equal to an outstanding divine transformation martial artist. After swallowing up the essence energy of the Supreme Dragon Bone, it was likely able to compare with a top-class character like White Dao Hong. Even though it was at its weakest state because it had just crossed demonic tribulation and had also been injured in the massive array formed by the disciples of the ancient dragon clan, its strength was still not at a level that Lin Ming could contend with. In the final analysis, Lin Ming's cultivation was simply too low. He had been able to rely on the Grand Mist space to profit from the chaos, but now that he was exposed to the Azura King's senses, the weakness that was his low cultivation had also been exposed. 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, all the way to 10,000 feet. Lin Ming had now penetrated 10,000 feet deep into the ground. At this time, he suddenly felt the resistance multiply. The pressure at such a depth was already immense, but now the soft swamp mud had finally come to an end. The black swamp had gathered here for countless hundreds of millions of years, enough that the swamp was 10,000 deep. But past this, because of the tremendous pressure, the swamp was actually compressed to an extremely hard degree that was not softer than rock. This is bad. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He opened the heretical god force and used its strength to crazily stimulate the Grand Mist space to an even greater degree. The hard black earth constantly dissolved ahead of him even as it accumulated behind him. Although Grand Mist space was said to annihilate all laws, one had to have enough true essence to support it. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. As he drilled his way through this hard rock-like soil, his speed fell even further. His nearing me more and more. Lin Ming could feel that thick killing intent slowly closing in. This was underground. By relying on the Grand Mist space, Lin Ming had a massive superiority in terms of laws. Even so, his speed was inferior to the Azura King's. If this was on the surface, there was even less to say. Even if Lin Ming opened the Gate of Wonder, and also had golden rock shattering the void and mystic lightning shade supporting him, he still wouldn't be able to escape if he had wings. The difference in strength was just too great. "You damned little beast, you won't escape from me," a snarled voice sounded out from behind Lin Ming. It was the Azura King. As the Azura King's entire body was bathed in blood, it seemed like a monstrous ghost that crawled up from the pits of hell. These wounds were created by Dragon One and the other disciples of the ancient dragon clan. With such heavy wounds, the Azura King had consumed 90% of its true essence, and now its strength was only several percent of its peak state. Even so, it was this fierce. If it weren't so unwilling to discard its physical body that it had painstakingly developed over tens of thousands of years, then it would have been able to instantly catch up to Lin Ming. The main body of a mystic realm demon was a stream of energy, so physical matter like the earth simply wasn't able to stop them. "Energy cage, circle and kill him," the Azura King bellowed out. It thrust his palms forwards and dozens of black energy streams plunged towards Lin Ming like snakes. The Azura King wasn't willing to abandon its physical body, but that didn't mean he couldn't release energy attacks. As Lin Ming saw these energy streams about to surround him and pen him in, he was alarmed. In that life or death moment, Lin Ming's eyes were as cool and calm as a glacier. He extracted the Phoenix Blood Spear from the extreme violet ring and thrust it outwards. 999 small blood spears swept up into a storm around the spear edge. The black earth in front of Lin Ming was instantly torn apart. At the same time, the phoenix mark between his eyebrows began to dazzle with a brilliant light like a sun. A dark gold phoenix rushed out from Lin Ming's body and a maddening power of fire swirled about, crashing into the black earth and melting it into magma. Whoosh! Lin Ming broke through this magma and avoided being caught by that dangerous black energy. Bang! A violent explosion sounded out from behind Lin Ming. But as for Lin Ming himself, he bolted forwards, unstoppable. Millimeter, fire laws. Behind Lin Ming, the Azura King's eyes turned cold. Although it was chasing Lin Ming from behind, it wasn't able to tell if Lin Ming was a human or something else because of the dark grand mist armor that concealed him. But now that Lin Ming used the fire laws to break his way forwards, it was easier to tell that he was a human. Of the four god-beast clans, the only ones that excelled in the fire laws were the Fire Kirin branch of the Kirin clan, the Fire Dragon branch of the Ancient Dragon clan, and the Ancient Phoenix clan. Although the gold phoenix was covered up by the swamp mud, the Azura King was still able to vaguely feel the aura of a god-beast. After all, it had absorbed part of the dragon bone, and this aura had a similar feel to it. A disciple of the four god-beast clans. So it's those damned mouses again. The Azura King was infuriated. It was much stronger than an ordinary Azura King, and thus it believed in its own strength and viewed the disciples of the four god-beast clans as prey it could pinch to death at any moment. It had formed a net in order to attract all of them and use their flesh and blood to complete its perfect physical body. But it never imagined that the ancient dragon clan would be so powerful. They were even able to frontally engage it in a brutal conflict. And Xiao Ping, Jiang Bai, and Argent Gale weren't weaklings either. Even under the attack of mystic realm demons with tens of thousands of years of cultivation, they were still able to escape. And then after that, this mouse in front of him had actually taken advantage of the time when it was distracted and stole away his dragon bone. This left the Azura King fuming with rage. "You better not let me catch you, because if I do I will have you die in the most agonizing way possible. I will suck out your flesh and blood, lock your soul into my stomach and have you suffer there for 1,000 years. The Azura King madly raved. It constantly thrust out black streams of energy to grasp at Lin Ming, but time after time Lin Ming was able to use his true essence to shatter the earth in front of him with the dual fire laws and grand mist laws. But drilling down in such a method was extremely taxing on Lin Ming's energy. Damn! Lin Ming deeply frowned. He originally had a plan. That was for the Azura King to not be able to persist anymore with its injuries, and then it would discard his physical body to continue the chase. Then, if the Azura King tried to penetrate into his spiritual sea, This might possibly cause a counterattack from the magic cube. But now it looked like the Azura King simply wouldn't need to abandon its physical form. Lin Ming felt as if he would be the first one to give out. Within Lin Ming's body, the blood of the ancient phoenix burned and the heretical god Sprout whistled. The energy within his body was being rapidly depleted. After penetrating past 10,000 feet, every couple hundred feet after that was no different from a furious battle. And now Lin Ming was only trying to attempt a war of attrition. If he could persist, then there would be a turning point. He didn't believe that there was an endless amount of energy within the Azura King. 30,000 feet. 50,000 feet. 70,000 feet. 200,000 feet. 300,000 feet. 300,000 feet was only a few hundred miles deep underground. In ordinary conditions, Lin Ming would only need a few breaths of time to fly such a distance. But he had to use a quarter hour to reach this far down. Moreover, he had consumed 60 to 70% of the energy in his body. Even with the Gate of Healing, he still couldn't continue like this. Lin Ming's forehead and palms were wet with sweat. All the blood in his body was tumbling and he was panting like a dog. And behind him, the Azura King was still hot in pursuit. Lin Ming discovered that the temperature had gradually increased the entire time. Then, with a loud banging noise, Lin Ming broke through a sheet of hard rock and a billowing wave of wild heat rushed towards him. This was underground magma. Magma. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. If he entered the magma, then he would have a much greater superiority with his fire laws. However, just as this idea popped into Lin Ming's mind, he heard a loud explosion right above him. The rock shattered apart and a man covered in blood rushed at him. His eyes were blood red, his hair was ruined, and the killing intent around him had condensed into essence. He was no different from a demon of the abyss. Lin Ming's mind chilled. He turned to throw himself into the magma, but the Azura King also grasped down with his fierce claws. Chapter 1059, Change in the Dragon Bone. Chapter 1059, Change in the Dragon Bone. Die for me, the Azura King shouted out, its voice thick with ice. As its claw grasped downwards, Lin Ming could feel the heaven and earth origin energy around him flee, and even the power of space seemed to freeze. There was nowhere for him to hide. How can it still be so strong? Lin Ming grit his teeth. By relying on the Gate of Healing to support himself as well the Grand Mist battle armor that wrapped around his entire body, he had dove 300,000 feet underground, consuming 70% of his true essence to do so. But, before this, the Azura King had experienced its demonic tribulation and it had even engaged in a brutal battle with the ancient dragon clan, receiving multiple wounds in the process. Even so, as the Azura King chased him all the way down here, not only had its speed not diminished, but its moves were still so powerful. It was like it had an immortal body. Such formidable endurance and tolerance for pain was inconceivable. Bang! The claw reached down for Lin Ming, surging with killing intent and demonic flames. This was a strike from the Azura King. Even though the Azura King was in an extremely poor state, this attack was absolutely still equal to a strike from a normal divine transformation realm martial artist. And, martial artists that could reach divine transformation were at 8-fall or above, the same level as someone like Yang Yun. In other words, Lin Ming was facing the all-out strike of a divine transformation realm Yang Yun. In this moment of life or death, Lin Ming didn't dare to hold anything back. He burnt the ancient phoenix blood essence in his body. This was not the ordinary ancient phoenix blood, but that single drop of ancient phoenix blood essence. Ancient phoenix blood essence inherently contained the incomparably formidable essence of a god beast. Moreover, as phoenix blood, it wouldn't reduce no matter how much he burned it. In that moment, Lin Ming could feel his body surge with energy. Blue lotuses began to blossom beneath his feet as a countless amount of fire origin gathered by his side, condensing into flowers and birds, insects and beasts. This was impressively an understanding of laws nearing small success of the 4th level concept, manifestation. When Lin Ming was at the revolving core realm, he had been able to manipulate flames into all sorts of shapes. For instance, chains, clothing, and so forth. The items he formed from fire couldn't be distinguished from material objects in terms of appearance. But that was not the concept of manifestation. That was only giving fire origin energy shape. But as for the concept of manifestation, that was to give life to fire, to give it intelligence of its own. The power of a flame with spirituality of its own was 10 times stronger than a flame without. To burn the drop of ancient phoenix blood essence to serve as the foundation for manifesting fire, just how powerful was that? Moreover, in that moment, Lin Ming also summoned the purple lion thunder source that was slumbering in the heretical god sprout. The power of thunder and fire instantly twined together. By burning the ancient phoenix blood essence and releasing the power of thunder, this was absolutely Lin Ming's strongest strike yet. The power of thunder fire clashed together with the demonic claws released by the Azura King. For a time, it was like a giant underground volcano had erupted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook and magma billowed upwards. The world around Lin Ming completely collapsed. The pressure of the collapsing earth 300,000 feet underground was extremely terrifying, even the Azura King's expression discolored. As for Lin Ming, who had released such an earth-shaking strike, he was caught in the explosive shockwaves. He felt a sweet and coppery taste in the back of his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he plummeted straight down into the roiling magma. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless rocks weighing thousands and tens of thousands of jins fell into the great river of magma. As magma wildly surged all around, it was like the scene of the apocalypse. But even so, the Azura King still kept its sense locked onto Lin Ming, chasing straight after him. In that collision just now, the Azura King hadn't been injured. Instead, its origin energy began to slowly recover. Today, there is no path to heaven and no gate to hell. I wonder just who will save you now. Bang! The Azura King also broke into the sea of magma. As Lin Ming and the Azura King rushed all the way down, Dragon One chasing after them was in a much more miserable state. He was stronger than Lin Ming, but that was only in his peak condition. Currently, he wasn't much different from Lin Ming. And the key problem was that he didn't understand the earth laws, nor did he have the grand mist martial intent to break through stone. As the rocks collapsed below him, his body was squeezed by the pressure of the world 300,000 feet deep. He felt as if his entire body would be pinched into nothing. Luckily, as a disciple of the ancient dragon clan, his body was extremely tough and formidable, thus he was able to withstand it. Unfortunately, the efficacy of the 9 revolving dragon pill dissipated yet again because of this blow. Dragon One felt his old wounds reappearing and his true essence was in a tumultuous state. If he kept on chasing, then the chances of him catching up were extremely slim, much less for him to think about obtaining the supreme dragon bone. Humiliation, unwillingness, endless hatred, all of this swelled up in Dragon One's heart. He had burnt 20% of his blood essence, he had swallowed 2 9 revolving dragon pills, he had even personally killed many of his own junior apprentice brothers, but in the end he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. If he returned like this, not only would he be punished by the clan, he would also be ridiculed and criticized. There were those that were jealous of his status and hostile to him. They would not miss this chance to suppress him. It was likely that he would suffer a major penalty from the clan. After all, he was the one in charge of making decisions, leading to such heavy losses for the ancient dragon clan. If he had obtained the supreme dragon bone, then none of that would have mattered. But if he couldn't, then there would be countless people looking at him with spite that would all line up to savagely step on him. He wanted to kill everyone. He wanted to tear apart the Azura King as well as that unknown existence that had stolen away the dragon bone. He wanted to pull out their souls and refine their marrow. Ah! Dragon One roared out with unwilling rage, his entire body shaking with anger. Supreme Dragon Bone, you are mine. I will obtain you. There is already no road left for me to retreat. I refuse to give up like this. At this time, deep within the ocean of magma, the Azura King was still chasing right behind Lin Ming. The energy contained within this mysterious planet was extremely astonishing. The temperature of this underground magma was no worse than Fire Spirit Star's 18 hells of flame. Moreover, the deeper he went, the higher the temperature and the greater the pressure. Lin Ming had the advantage in such an environment. After all, he had already become used to the 18 hells of flame. It didn't require too much true essence to pass through the molten magma, and he was also able to supplement himself with the fire origin energy. On the other hand, the Azura King wasn't too well off. It had to use its own energy to separate the magma, otherwise its physical body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even so, the distance between Lin Ming and the Azura King continued to lessen. The Azura King repeatedly attacked Lin Ming. But not only did its strength not decline, it actually gradually recovered. Even its wounds were slowly regenerating. How is this possible? Lin Ming cast his sense on the Azura King to investigate it and was shocked by what he saw. In this ongoing fierce battle, not only was its true essence slowly restoring, but its wounds were regenerating. Just what sort of abnormal restorative ability was this? This was above even the divine transformation realm. No wonder this Azura King was able to cross demonic tribulation and also resist the all-out attack of the ancient Dragon Clan's disciples at the same time, again and again. Millimeter. Ancient Dragon Clan, Dragon Race. Lin Ming was surprised, and then he was hit with a sudden enlightenment. Yes, that was right, dragons. The Azura King had absorbed the supreme dragon bone. Of the 4 different god-beast bloodlines, each had their own unique advantage. The ancient Phoenix clan bloodline allowed them to burn their phoenix blood without it reducing. As for the ancient dragon clan bloodline, that advantage manifested in their powerful physical strength, amount of true essence, and restorative ability. For instance, when Lin Ming had absorbed a drop of ancient Azure Dragon reverse scale blood, his true essence had obtained the attribute of endlessness. His true essence had become more resilient, endlessly growing, was able to reform after being scattered, and even recovered quickly. And now, the Azura King chasing him also had all of these characteristics. So that's what it is. The Azura King has absorbed the supreme dragon bone essence, and now its body has obtained the attribute of endlessness. Thus, its blood vitality, recovery ability, and endurance have all reached freakish levels. For me to try to exhaust its true essence was simply a ridiculous dream. I don't have the abnormal attack power of the Dragon Clan's 36 disciples and their giant array formation, and the Azura King has already completed its demonic tribulation. Not only will it no longer need to consume its strength, but it will instead grow stronger over time. As for me, I am continuously wasting my energy and my true essence is almost depleted. Even though this magma is my home ground, I will still lose in the end if this continues. Lin Ming finally realized what was happening. Although he was in the burning hot magma, a cold chill still soared up his back. He never thought that death would be so close. When he recklessly went to steal away that dragon bone, he had truly underestimated the Azura King's strength. This was an Azura King that had lived for 100,000 years. This was an Azura King that dared to challenge the many geniuses of the 4 god-beast clans even as it went through its own demonic tribulation, making it have to fight in its weakest state. So how could he not have strength to back all of his actions up? Lin Ming felt his grasp on the Phoenix blood spear become wet with sweat. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, in the extreme violet ring, an unimaginable change was occurring. Since the supreme dragon bone fell into the extreme violet ring, less than half an hour had passed. Yang Little Moon sat down cross-legged before the supreme dragon bone, meditating on the law runes on its surface. These runes were far too profound, but Yang Little Moon's perception was also extremely high. Unknowingly, Yang Little Moon had fallen into a contemplative state. But then, as she was in a meditating condition, she was suddenly startled and woken up from her ethereal state. To her astonishment, she saw that the 1,000-foot dragon bone was trembling. The trembling of the dragon bone had caused the space within the extreme violet ring to oscillate. The 1,000-foot dragon bone was extremely dense. When it casually fell, it had pierced 500 to 600 feet deep into the ground. This clearly proved just how sharp and heavy it was. If it weren't for the support of some minor array formations while it was in the Black Swamp, this supreme dragon bone would have sunk all the way to the bottom. Every inch of dragon bone was heavier than a boulder. A 1,000-foot dragon bone was as heavy as a mountain ridge. When such a dragon bone trembled, the vibration force could be imagined. What's going on here? Yang Little Moon was stunned. She was afraid that her meditating on the dragon bone had caused some strange mutation to occur within it. If she had somehow damaged it, then that would truly be bad. Lin Ming had rescued her. If she had then ruined this dragon bone, there really wasn't any way she could explain it to him. Just as she wasn't sure what action to take, a scene occurred that left her bewildered. The dragon bone was wrapped up by some unknown force and slowly dragged upward. The rough dragon bone surface slowly revealed itself from the ground, causing countless bits of stone and dirt to fall down. Finally, the 1,000-foot dragon bone that was as heavy as a mountain ridge floated in the skies, emitting a faint humming sound. Could it be that this dragon bone has its own spiritual wisdom and has stored a wisp of the divine dragon's soul, and is now awakening? Yang Little Moon paled. If it really were some divine dragon awakening, then everything would be thrown into chaos. Who knew if this divine dragon was an enemy or a friend? And everyone, including Lin Ming, had been struggling for this dragon bone in order to obtain its strength. There was no way that any of them could have left a good impression on this divine dragon. If this divine dragon became angry, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 1060, White Light. Chapter 1060, White Light. As Yang Little Moon was panicking, to her astonishment, she saw a pale grey light emerge out of nowhere and cover the entire dragon bone. Underneath this unknown energy, the strength of the dragon bone was rapidly pulled out. The strength of the dragon bone was being pulled out. Yang Little Moon's large eyes widened. Was this Lin Ming? No, if it were Lin Ming, then he would first enter the space within the ring before he absorbed the dragon bone. Moreover, absorbing the strength of the dragon bone was easier said than done. One would have to calm and still the mind to an extreme and adjust oneself to a peak condition before slowly absorbing the dragon bone's strength, lest the body be unable to shoulder it. Perhaps, could it be that it wasn't the strength of the dragon bone that was being pulled out, but that the consciousness of the dragon spirit within the dragon bone had awoken, and was gathering the strength within the dragon bone to form its own body? Dragon spirit. As Yang Little Moon thought of this, her heart began to race. Do I need to warn Lin Ming of this? Does Lin Ming know? Yang Little Moon's thoughts raced. She wanted to inform Lin Ming, but she also feared that Lin Ming was in some dangerous fight at the moment. According to any common sense, if Lin Ming was indeed safe, then his first action should be to enter the extreme violet ring and look over the treasures he obtained. This was how human nature was after all. A supreme dragon bone was a treasure that could cause a world king to go crazy with envy. If Lin Ming didn't come, that was proof that he was still in danger. Just as Yang Little Moon was lost in her thoughts, a deluge of illusory motes of white light gathered in front of her. These white lights faintly trembled, like ripples on a lake, as if they were changing somehow. Yang Little Moon couldn't help but take several steps back. As she saw that white light constantly shifting, it gradually formed into a transcendently beautiful face. Blurry facial features revealed an indifferent and sublime inclination. A human shadow. This white light is a woman. Is this a so-called dragon spirit? A dragon spirit was the soul of a divine dragon. In truth, a dragon spirit didn't have much combat strength. Whether it was a human or a god beast, they both depended on their mortal body to serve as the carrier of energy, and their soul was the ruler of this energy. Without the mortal body there was no energy. If only the soul existed, then one's killing potential would be extremely limited. When Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill continent, this was also the reason why Demonshine's combat strength was so utterly lacking. As Yang Little Moon remembered this, she finally calmed down. She gripped the top-grade Saint Artifact sword in her hand, her mind completely focused and on guard. She was prepared to deal with an outbreak of battle at any given moment. She guessed that this woman's shadow in front of her was a wisp of a dragon spirit. When this being was still alive, she was likely at least 1,000,000 times more powerful than her, but now she had died and all that was left was a tiny wisp of remnant soul. She wasn't necessarily her match. As Yang Little Moon was thinking, a sudden change occurred. That shadow woman hurtled towards Yang Little Moon with near unimaginable speed. Millimeter. Yang Little Moon's pupils instantly shrunk to pinpoints. Without thinking, The top-grade Saint artifact sword pierced out like a viper towards that shadow's head. However, in the split second before her sword was about to hit, she suddenly felt her entire body stiffen. A massive, undeniable strength pressed down on her body, leaving her unable to move. What is this? How could this be? Is this will? Battle spirit. When one's will reached a high enough boundary, it could change the hardness of matter, speed, sharpness, and so forth. But, if one's willpower was used to affect a martial artist's body, it would be greatly weakened. Yet now, this wisp of remnant soul was actually relying on just a projection of her world of will into reality to completely lock down Yang Littlemoon's every motion. Just what sort of terrifying strength was this? Yang Littlemoon could no longer produce another thought. That wisp of remnant soul had directly broken into her spiritual sea and completely suppressed her divine soul. In that moment, Yang Littlemoon felt herself falling into a deep sleep, never to wake again. Seizing the body. As Yang Littlemoon realized this, she felt her entire being plummet into the nine nether abyss, filled with nothing but despair and doom. Once her body was seized, that would be the same as death. She was just over 20 years old and still had so much time in front of her. How could she be willing? No. Yang Littlemoon struggled with everything she had, but it was all for naught. Compared to this wisp of remnant soul, her entire divine soul was nothing more than a fading candle in front of a brilliant full moon. She couldn't even call herself a match. She felt her thoughts fading away, becoming increasingly weak, as if she were about to be sealed forever. I can't sleep. I can't sleep, Yang Littlemoon repeated to herself, all the way until the last bit of clearness dimmed to nothing. In the vast and bottomless magma, Lin Ming's speed soon increased to twice the speed of sound. In truth, this magma was different from the 18 Hells of Flame. The 18 Hells of Flame was filled with only fire origin energy and heated astral winds. It wasn't like this thick and solid magma with its immense resistance. Thus, in the 18 Hells of Flame, Lin Ming was able to increase his speed to several times that of sound. But here, just maintaining a speed of 2 times the speed of sound was extremely arduous. Normally, if a martial artist flew at more than the speed of sound in the skies, it would produce terrifying sonic booms that would consume a massive amount of energy to resist, much less in this thick and dense magma. At this time, Lin Ming had already penetrated 1,000,000 feet deep into the earth. The temperature here and the wildfire origin energy was no weaker than at the 5th or 6th level of the Hells of Flame. If he could persist a bit longer and reach a depth that was close to the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, he would have some ability to fight on more even ground. At least, he might manage to escape. But at this moment, the Azura King shot out with another attack, more crazy and fierce than the last. I never imagined that you would only be a little disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan, and that your cultivation wouldn't even be at the Divine Sea, and yet you managed to trick me. You think that if you enter deeper into the magma, I can't do anything to you? Haha, indeed you would truly have the advantage there. But what a pity, you will never reach that far. I have nearly restored 10% of my strength. I will kill you with the astral quadra dragon formation. The Azura King's body burst out with endless beams of blue light. At the same time, it brought its hands together and formed hundreds and thousands of seals. This astral quadra dragon formation was one of the ancient dragon clan's Azure Dragon faction's array formations. The Azura King had inherited its understanding of this array formation from the previous ancient dragon clan disciples it had swallowed up in the past. As a mystic realm demon, it didn't yet have the ability to train in human cultivation methods. But, laying down array formations was possible. In particular, because of the massive amount of Azure Dragon essence within its body, learning this array formation was far easier. This astral quadra dragon formation wasn't too high level an array formation. But, it had to be known that when the Azura King previously fought, it had nearly only relied on its own strength, without the use or support of array formations and martial skills. Even if this array formation only raised its combat strength by 30 to 40%, it was still enough to place Lin Ming in extreme danger. In the magma, there were azure seals flying everywhere. In terms of energy alone, the Azura King had 10 times more than Lin Ming within him. Seal, kill him. The Azure King brought its hands together, and these azure seals gathered in the air, forming a massive azure seal hundreds of feet large that pounded towards Lin Ming. In that moment, Lin Ming felt all of the space around him being locked down. There was nowhere for him to run. His only choice was to forcefully resist this azure great seal's attack. But this strike would be several times stronger than the Azure King's previous attacks. It was simply beyond Lin Ming's ability to defend against. Even if Lin Ming was in his peak state, taking this strike would leave him severely wounded, much less now when he didn't have much strength left in him. It was also near impossible for him to continue burning the ancient phoenix blood essence. There was no way he could block this attack. At this critical moment, Lin Ming took out 3 purple beads from his spatial ring. He kept one in his hand and threw the other 2 at the azure great seal. At the same time, Lin Ming crushed a blue symbol paper in his hands, causing his entire body to erupt with a blazing blue light. His protective true essence instantly thickened to over 10 times what it had been. This was Lin Ming's final life-saving card. He could only use it once. Before Lin Ming entered the God-Beast mystic realm, Violent Stone had prepared some items for Lin Ming as a contingency measure. There were 3 god-slaying beads and a single divine protective talisman. These items didn't need any true essence to detonate. Even if a mortal used them, there would be a similar effect. In other words, if a mortal used a god-slaying bead, they could kill even a divine sea master. Of course, this was all based on the premise that it would successfully hit. Treasures like these that didn't care about cultivation were extremely valuable. Lin Ming didn't want to use these treasures until the last life or death moment, and now was the time to do so. Bang! Bang! 2 god-slaying beads blew up together. A strength that was capable of turning even extreme divine sea geniuses into ashes erupted. The azure great seal suddenly trembled as a large gap was ripped into it. As for the explosive shockwaves, all of them were borne by Lin Ming's divine protective talisman, with none of it damaging him. But after undergoing such an impact, most of the thick blue layer of light surrounding Lin Ming disintegrated, with only 3 or 4 inches of it left. The next attack would likely shatter the entire thing. Millimeter? This brat. The Azure King had been utterly confident that this strike would kill Lin Ming, but the damn brat had actually managed to block it. This young martial artist's life was simply tougher than a cockroach. Even with the absolute disparity in their cultivation and having been chased down for almost an hour, he still managed to hang on to his final breath. It seems you are a core disciple of the 4 God-Beast clans. Good. When I kill you, the treasures I obtain from you will also be considerable. You can avoid me now, but you can't avoid me forever. The only way is if your clan has some great expert coming to rescue you, otherwise you are destined to die here. But oh, that's right, this God-Beast mystic realm is completely sealed up. It is impossible for anyone to come and save you. Ha 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 ha. The Azure King madly laughed. Although its words were rampant, they were all facts. Underneath the absolute suppression of their cultivation difference, Lin Ming was pushed to the point of death. Although killing you is as easy as catching a turtle in a jar, since this matter involves the supreme dragon bone, I will not give you any time to encounter some lucky chance and escape. To avoid problems popping up, I will completely finish you off here and now. You can forget about going any deeper into this magma. The maniacal face of the Azure King filled with bloodthirst. Flesh and blood sacrifice. The Azure King's right hand trembled before exploding into a rain of blood. This ruptured flesh and blood twisted in the air as if it had a life of its own. It undulated about before submerging into the Azure King's body. The Azure King's body suddenly turned a blood red, and his strength doubled. It had discarded a portion of its body that it had formed after so much painstaking effort, and then swallowed the flesh and blood essence, transforming that into energy and causing a brief eruption of strength. Chapter 1061, Revival after 50,000 years. Chapter 1061, Revival after 50,000 years. The Azure King already had a 90% belief that it would be able to grasp Lin Ming. But it worried that once it reached any deeper down, there would be some strange change that would occur. In order to guarantee absolute success, it discarded its hand. If it discarded its hand, it would still be able to make up for it by swallowing more essence energy in the future, but if it lost the supreme dragon bone, then it was over for it. In that moment, Lin Ming felt death creeping ever closer to him. He only had a single god-slaying bead left in his hand, and he had also consumed most of the divine protective talisman's effects. It was uncertain if he could defend against this strike of the Azura King and also penetrate deeper into the magma. "Give me your life." The Azura King grasped down. Its entire body was covered in a thick fog of blood, and it suddenly bulged out. Its face no longer had the appearance of a handsome man anymore. It now looked no different than a hideous and cruel demon. Lin Ming wouldn't just stand there and wait for death to take him. He revolved his protective true essence to the limit and shot out the last god-slaying bead in his hand. Pa! The god-slaying bead was seized by those demonic claws and wrapped up in the surging blood fog. Bang! The god-slaying bead exploded, blowing up a great section of the blood fog. But it simply wasn't enough to stop the Azura King. After sacrificing its flesh and blood, the Azura King's strength was now at 20% of its peak state. As Lin Ming saw this claw about to reach him, he punched his own chest. He was prepared to force out his own blood essence and burn it. Phoenix blood essence could be burnt without diminishing, but if Lin Ming burnt his own blood essence, there would be nothing left. After punching his chest, Lin Ming had forced out 30% of his blood essence. Once he burnt this, it would greatly reduce his lifespan and affect his future cultivation. But there was nothing else he could do. As long as he had a single ray of hope to survive this hell, he had to grasp it with all he had. But just as he was about to burn his blood essence, he was suddenly surprised. His extreme violet ring slipped off his finger as it was grasped by some unknown force. Millimeter? Lin Ming was bewildered. Then, at that moment, a vast and indescribable strength poured forth from the extreme violet ring, turning into an aurora of dim divine light that gathered in front of Lin Ming, blocking the monstrous bloody demon claws. This is... Lin Ming was incredulous as he looked at the young woman in front of him. From her clothes and from the shape of her back, she was clearly Yang Little Moon. Yang Little Moon. How was this possible? This young woman who had appeared from the extreme violet ring was completely similar in looks to Yang Little Moon, but there was no way that Yang Little Moon could ever possess the temperament and terrifying aura of this woman. You! Lin Ming pushed back down the blood essence that was roiling at the surface. Without enough time to say a single word, the woman had already stretched out a slender white hand towards the claws that were surging with demonic energy. Break! The woman's red lips opened and a single word emerged, light and ethereal, echoing like the commands of heavenly tribulation. The demonic claws became like glass striking a boulder. They began to crack with a ka sound. What? Lin Ming was dumbfounded. As for the Azura King, its eyes were wide with disbelief as he stared at this woman that had suddenly appeared from nowhere. You, just who are you? The Azura King was disoriented. The god-beast mystic realm was completely sealed off, so where had this marvelous and astonishing woman come from? And looking at her cultivation, she was only at the peak of 7-fall, moreover, she had deliberately suppressed her cultivation at this realm. Otherwise, she would have already broken into 8-fall. This was something that only extreme cultivation talents would do, so it didn't seem fake. In addition, this woman was so powerful that there was simply no need for her to fake her cultivation. Is she really at the 7th stage of life destruction? How can someone at the 7th stage of life destruction have such formidable combat strength? What is going on here? The Azura King felt as if it had fallen into a dream. It hadn't even seen the woman do anything just now. Well, it was more accurate to say that he hadn't felt a single true essence fluctuation. Yes, she didn't use any true essence at all. All she used was a single thought and a single word. But with just that alone, it was like she wielded the heavenly Tao, striking out with the power of heavenly retribution. With just that, she had shattered the attack that the Azura King had summoned at the cost of discarding his hand. The woman simply didn't spare any attention for the Azura King. She faintly turned her head and glanced at Lin Ming. As they met eyes, Lin Ming could finally see this woman's facial features. Her face was indeed Yang Little Moon's, young, soft, beautiful, just like a 16 to 17-year-old girl's. But her eyes were completely different. Yang Littlemoon's eyes were clear and bright like a mountain spring, transparent enough to see the very bottom. But this woman in front of him seemed to fuse together with the space around her. Her pupils seemed to contain the endless galaxies, unfathomable and unimaginable. Lin Ming even felt as if he could see the laws of the universe through these eyes. In these eyes, there were countless stars being born and destroyed at the same time. You are, Lin Ming stammered out, subconsciously tracing the spot on his chest where the magic cube was. He didn't feel anything there. In fact, ever since the magic cube fused into his body, Lin Ming had never been able to feel its existence. If there was any change to the magic cube, Lin Ming would not have known either. But Lin Ming could faintly feel something from this woman, as if they had met somewhere before. This feeling was the same as that white ball of light in the space of the magic cube that had floated in the center of the countless star-like memory fragment. When the magic cube absorbed blood essence, the truth was that it had been absorbed by that ball of light. When Lin Ming was 15 years old, that was when the magic cube first invaded his spiritual sea. He had witnessed a dreamlike scene. He saw a woman, her body slender and clothed in white. She stood proud and alone on an endless field of snow, facing 10,000 masters of the divine realm, and of these masters, the worst of them were on the same level as Fairy Feng and the Demon Emperor, and the stronger ones among them had been at the Holy Lord level. Not just that, but there were also those that had reached large success or even the peak of Holy Lord, and there was even a black-clothed man leading them all. Although Lin Ming wasn't able to guess his cultivation, he could vaguely make out his strength from how everyone else treated him with utter respect. That black-clothed man was likely infinitely close if not at the World King realm, and against such a group of powerhouses, a woman, borrowing the power of the magic cube, had slain them all with a single move. All of their souls were twisted and shattered. The Lin Ming at that time didn't know just how terrifying this scene was, nor did he understand the aura of that woman. But, as his strength constantly rose and he understood more and more, he began to realize just how terrifying a character that woman who sacrificed her own soul was. And now, as Lin Ming met the eyes of Yang Littlemoon, he had a feeling that they had met somewhere, and the memory that Lin Ming recalled was of that white-clothed woman. Was it her? Did she suddenly revive? And she had even occupied Yang Littlemoon's body. The woman only peered into Lin Ming's eyes for a moment. Then, without even saying a single word, she turned back to face the Azura King. The Azura King was stunned at this time. It could feel a terrifying aura from this woman that made his scalp creep. It nearly turned around and fled, but with the supreme dragon bone still in Lin Ming's hand, it wasn't willing to give up. Just who are you? I wish to kill that God-Beast Clan Jr. behind you. If you have nothing to do with this matter, then please move aside. I will thank you again in the future. The Azura King cupped its hand across its chest and bowed in respect. It could already tell that this newcomer likely wasn't good news. But, it also didn't believe that this dreadful woman was brought here by Lin Ming. This was because if a powerhouse wished to enter the God-Beast mystic realm, they would be limited by the laws of the world and would need to consume countless violet sunstones to do so. Also, if Lin Ming had prepared such a killing card beforehand, then why hadn't he used it earlier? Why would the Azura King have been able to chase him and cause him to fall into such a miserable state? It was possible that this woman was some unknown existence in the God-Beast mystic realm that, due to some unknown reasons, had been residing in some treasure. And that treasure just happened to have been obtained by Lin Ming somewhere. Thus, the reason for what happened just now. Lin Ming clearly didn't know who this woman was, so it wasn't necessarily true that she would help him. It would be fine as long as he could hide the truth of the supreme dragon bone from her. As the Azura King thought of this, another bolt of fear struck it. It was afraid that Lin Ming would reveal the existence of the supreme dragon bone. As the woman heard the Azura King's words, she turned and looked at the Azura King. There was no change in her expression. She simply parted her cherry-red lips again and spoke a single word. Die. This voice sounded light and dreamy to Lin Ming, but as it fell onto the ears of the Azura King, it was actually like a thunderclap descended from the highest heavens. The Azura King felt as if the heavens themselves had fallen down on it, causing its entire body to shake and all of its organs to flip over. The die word was not just a simple sound, but it contained the laws themselves. This sound held an innerrable charm, an order that could not be disobeyed. With just a simple word, the laws of heaven and earth were affected. This woman's thoughts emitted with this word, combining into a sound that was holy and vast, breaking through everything, punishing all of existence, destroying all of creation, piercing into the body of the Azura King. For a time, the Azura King felt as if countless beasts roared in its ears and endless rolling thunderclaps exploded in its mind. The world itself became a volcano that blew up within it, and a terrifying buzz overwhelmed its senses, making it dizzy and blind with blood gushing out from its head. Ah! The Azura King emitted a miserable cry as it was sent flying back. It could clearly feel that when that woman just attacked, she didn't use any energy at all. In other words, she didn't use even a tiny bit of the 7th stage life destruction true essence within her. All she used was a sound attack with her battle spirit. And with the laws contained within it, there was actually such a tremendous power behind it. Just who was this? The Azura King was scared out of its wits. At this time it no longer wished to retake the dragon bone. It turned around and fled at full speed. But behind it, the woman also reacted. In that brief moment after she attacked, she frowned, as if she weren't satisfied with the damage she had done. Harden. Another word, another command that could only be obeyed. Each word she spoke was filled with her will and the laws of the great Tao. Her world of will projection overlapped with reality, wielding the great Tao laws like the power of heavenly retribution. In that moment, all of the magma in front of the Azura King was filled with the will of the woman. The magma suddenly hardened into incomparably solid divine iron before smashing down at incredible speed. Bang! The Azura King crashed into that magma that had hardened to an unbelievable degree, completely beaten up. At this time it was no different from a mouse in a cage. It had no ability to resist, it could only allow itself to be ruined. And behind the woman, Lin Ming was already left gaping at the scene before him. A battle spirit could be used like this? Without using any true essence and only relying on one's battle spirit and comprehension of laws, there could actually be such terrifying combat strength. Chapter 1062, Mo Eversnow. Chapter 1062, Mo Eversnow. Just who are you? Why are you doing this to me? The Azura King wildly ranted. It could feel that it was already completely covered in the woman's world of will. In this world of will, every drop of magma could turn into an incomparably sharp killing weapon and also into an inescapable cage. There was truly no path to heaven nor gate to hell. Puff! The Azura King suddenly felt an agonizing pain. A surging flow of magma had turned into a large spear that thrust through its chest, causing it to vomit a mouthful of blood. Arth! Flesh and blood sacrifice. The Azura King raved, its eyes filled with an explosive color. This time, it exploded its complete right arm, using it as a sacrifice. This right arm burst apart into countless motes of flesh and blood essence energy that flew towards the Azura King. The Azura King intended to absorb this essence energy, transform it into usable energy and then convert that into a last desperate blow. But at this moment, the magic cube Saintess spoke out another word. The flowing magma from all around gathered into a massive ball that smashed into the Azura King's chest, causing its ribs to break in and blood to cover its entire body. And after the Azura King's right arm exploded and turned into bits and pieces of flesh and blood, it was actually pulled away by the magic cube Saintess and turned into a blood bead that spun around in her palm. The Azura King had sacrificed a part of its physical body that it had formed with bitter effort and attempted to use that flesh and blood to increase his strength. But, after it burst it apart, he wasn't even able to absorb it. Instead, it was stolen away by the magic cube Saintess. Just what sort of grievance was that? The Azura King's eyes turned blood red, nearly popping out from anger. It had already completely fallen into a maddened state, and now it flushed towards Lin Minute and the magic cube Saintess like an injured animal that was cornered. Puff puff puff. The woman's eyes flashed, and in that moment countless flows of magma turned into spears under her will and thrust through the Azura king's body, causing a shower of blood where they passed. And as this blood rained down, all of it was taken away by the magic cube saintess, without a single exception. All of the blood formed into blood beads that floated over the slender fingertips of the magic cube saintess. In addition, with the previous blood bead formed by the Azura king exploding its right arm, there were now 7 or 8 of them spinning around. Lin Ming was flabbergasted as he looked at the saintess from behind. The Azura king was actually beaten into such a state. Its body's flesh and blood essence energy were actually turned into blood beads by the magic cube saintess. These blood beads were wondrous treasures. They didn't even evaporate in the sea of magma 1,000,000 feet underground. And the Azura king had only formed its mortal body after absorbing almost half the dragon marrow in the supreme dragon bone. This meant that every inch of its body was a heavenly material. Originally, Lin Ming had only obtained the supreme dragon bone. As for the Azura king's flesh and blood as well as the incomparably pure mystic realm energy within its body, he could only look on with regret. He didn't even dare to think of killing it. But now, it seemed likely that the Azura king itself would be completely melted away and refined by the magic cube saintess. At this time, the Azura king was injured from top to bottom. But its life force was still vibrant. This was clearly the vitality brought about by the Azure dragon blood marrow. It was not something that Lin Ming's gate of healing could compare with. As the Azura king looked at those 7 or 8 blood beads swirling above the magic cube saintess' fingers, its face twitched and it began to maniacally laugh. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that a king like me would be beaten into the ground like this. I even cut off my own flesh to feed others. Since I am doomed to die here, you can give up any further thoughts of obtaining my essence energy. The Azura king's eyes flashed with a ruthless and savage light. Then, it concentrated its thoughts, focusing everything on the core of its source energy in its body. At that moment, the Azura king burst out with a blinding black radiance. Shit! He's going to explode. Lin Ming was shocked. An existence like the Azura king was completely composed of energy. With a thought, it could blow itself up, and the speed of this was extremely quick. There wasn't even an instant to react. This was impossible to guard against. But at this critical moment, the magic cube saintess' eyes shined with a severe light. All around the Azura king, time began to wind down. Sound, energy, everything began stretching out to infinity. Time laws, concept of stagnation, under the control of the magic cube saintess, for a short period of time she could display the concept of stagnation to the extreme, causing time to nearly come to a standstill. Cut. The magic cube saintess waved her hand and translucent white ripples appeared around her. At this moment, she finally used true essence. This true essence was not earth-shattering in any way, it was only the true essence of the 7th stage of life destruction, and also the limit of the energy contained within Yang Little Moon's body. Regardless of how powerful the magic cube saintess' divine soul was, how incredible her battle spirit was, or how profound her comprehension of the laws was, she could only draw out true essence from the body she was possessing. This was because her own mortal body no longer existed and her soul could not contain heaven and earth origin energy. This was the reason that her strength was doomed to be greatly affected. Puff puff puff. Ripples of white energy slashed down on the Azura king's body, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. At the same time, the magic cube saintess' battle spirit fused into the surrounding magma, turning it into countless swords that pierced through the Azura king's body. This was truly what one called torn to shreds by 10,000 sword. In that moment, the Azura king's mortal body was like a ripped bag of blood. It continued to profusely bleed, and all of this blood was gathered up by the magic cube saintess and turned into blood beads. Due to the absolute suppression of time laws, the Azura king was unable to resist at all. In fact, even its thoughts were incomparably slow. It could only allow itself to be slaughtered on the chopping block. The Azura king was also completely cut off from contacting its core of energy within its body by the magic cube saintess. Thus, it was also impossible for it to explode. The magic cube saintess wiped her spatial ring and took out a top-grade saint artifact furnace. This was Yang Little Moon's fire pattern furnace. After her body was possessed by the magic cube Saintess, everything in her possession could also be used by the magic cube Saintess. Receive. The magic cube Saintess flung out her hand and the fire pattern furnace spun outwards. The Azura King's body and all of the blood beads were completely sucked into the furnace. Then, a vast amount of fire origin energy surged out from the surrounding magma, towards the fire pattern furnace. For a time, great flames crested around the furnace. Ah! Faintly, very faintly, Lin Ming could hear the pitiful cries emitted by the Azura King. After absorbing the Azure Dragon Marrow, the Azura King's vitality was just far too powerful. At the same time that this brought it a greater combat strength, it also meant that it would have to suffer an even greater pain before dying. Within the conflagration of flames, the screams became quieter and quieter before completely vanishing. The Azura King's physical body, and the flesh and blood essence it absorbed from the disciples of the four god-beast clans, were completely melted away, leaving behind only the blood marrow of the supreme dragon bone. This blood marrow actually formed a small azure dragon within the fire pattern furnace that flew around the flames, cute and lifelike. Besides the dragon marrow essence, there was also a dark red bead within the fire pattern furnace. This was the purest mystic energy left behind by the Azura King condensed into pill form. Even an ordinary mystic realm demon had the unique laws of the god-beast mystic realm inscribed into the mystic realm energy within its body. The first time that a genius like Yang Little Moon had absorbed the energy of a mystic realm demon, it was equal to 10 days of meditating over the laws. The older a mystic realm demon was, the more laws it would have within it, much less something like the Azura King. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even if one completely disregarded the dragon marrow essence that the Azura King absorbed, just the mystic realm energy within the Azura King was already a priceless worldly treasure. This sort of mystic realm energy could not be found in the outside divine realm. But even though there were actually many Azura Kings that existed in the vast and boundless god-beast mystic realm, the problem was that only low-level disciples were able to enter. It was simply far too difficult for them to stay alive in the presence of an Azura King, much less hunt one down. In just one incense stick of time, the magic cube Saintess had completely finished her process of refining. The fire pattern furnace shot open and a black-red bead shot upwards, forming a sparkling rainbow-hued cloud around it that caused even the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy to be stirred up. Only the birth of a transcendent divine pill would produce such a phenomenon. But in truth, what the magic cube Saintess refined was not a pill, but the condensed form of the Azura King's energy and the dragon marrow essence. After putting away the fire pattern furnace, the magic cube Saintess took this black-red pill in her hand. The smooth pill was like jade to the touch. On the surface of the pill was the image of an azure dragon that wrapped around the entire circumference until the head and tail met again. This was due to the condensed supreme dragon marrow essence. One couldn't judge this azure dragon by how faint it was. The truth was that the space within it was extremely mysterious. The total amount of dragon marrow essence that was compressed into this space had reached an absurdly terrifying degree. The magic cube Saintess glanced over this pill for a moment and then tossed it backwards, throwing it directly towards Lin Ming. "For you." As the Saintess spoke these two simple words, they were completely different from her voice in the beginning. When the magic cube Saintess first spoke out, her words dripped with killing intent and her tone was callous and indifferent. It was similar to the laws of the world that controlled heavenly retribution. Her words had given off a feeling like nature itself, unbiased, merciless, treating everything in this world as equal to ants. But as she spoke these two words now, her voice was actually as pleasant as a mountain stream, pleasant and delectable to the ears. Lin Ming quickly received the bead, feeling extremely flattered at the moment. Although he had always been together with this Saintess ever since he obtained the magic cube, he actually had no idea just how she viewed him. Towards this woman that knew all of his secrets and whose strength far surpassed his, he always felt a tinge of fear and awe. "I have absorbed 80% of the remaining supreme dragon bone marrow blood in order to regain consciousness. As for this blood marrow pill, you may take it as compensation. The amount of blood marrow is around the same. As for the strength of the Azura King itself, you can consider it interest." The magic cube Saintess had only absorbed the blood marrow within the supreme dragon bone, She hadn't absorbed the bone itself. It had no use to her anyway, thus she didn't bother with it. The dragon bone was left over to be fused into Lin Ming and used to strengthen his bones. The magic cube Saintess was a soul form. Blood essence and blood energy were useful in helping her recover. Before this, whenever the magic cube absorbed the blood essence of masters, that was all because of the magic cube Saintess. In other words, the magic cube itself did not need blood essence. The magic cube Saintess had used this method to tell and encourage Lin Ming to go and seek the blood essence of powerhouses. Of course, when he was in the lower realms, even the blood essence of Yang Yun only had a tiny, imperceptible use to her. But now, in the God-Beast mystic realm, after obtaining so much dragon marrow essence, the magic cube Saintess had finally regained consciousness. Lin Ming, right? This isn't the first time that we've met. My name is Mo Eversnow. I am the Saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. The woman lightly said as she suddenly looked towards Lin Ming. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,